Here we are. Good morning. Good morning. We are in the process of getting ready. This is going to be the exciting third day of Freedom Summit Global. I am Fabio Aromatici, one of the co-founders of Freedom Global Summit. It's been an exciting roller coaster for 2 days. 2 days so far, full of experts, full of suggestions, and we had to learn a lot. There were a lot of contents. Many people came to our table and came to our digital home of Freedom Summit Global with plenty of ideas and plenty of expertise. We have learned from all over the world because our experts came from Africa and the States, many from the Philippines, Asian country. So Freedom Global Summit is truly an international event. How are you today? Are you ready and excited for the next speakers to come? Because we are having 2 full sessions. I will be your host again in the morning. And Celia Jacob, the founder of Freedom Summit Global, will be taking care of the second half. And then together, we will be around 4:55, around 5 o'clock. We will be wrapping this up, trying to discuss with you what we have learned, what we can do. And I think, yes, many people saying good morning to us. Good morning, Nida. Good morning, Glove, and thank you for your questions yesterday. They were very helpful. We had many speakers that were able to connect to our audience, and this is very, very important to us. Hello, Sally. How are you? From the Philippines. And this morning, in the session I will be chairing, we are going to have a group of very, very important international speakers. Most of them from the Americas, although one of them is originally from Europe, just like me. And we will be listening to very powerful presentations. But even the afternoon is packed. And maybe Celia, that I see already there, wants to join me just to play around and goof around with me. Let's see. No, not ready yet. Not ready yet. Okay, I'm trying to surprise her, but she doesn't want to go on. She's working at the last minute. We're fixing the screws and bolts. We're getting ready. Send us our messages. And most of all, I would like to receive from you feedback. Good morning to Joanne. Hello, Joanne. It's nice to see you. And hello to Shilamai. But what have you learned so far? What have you learned so far? What was your favorite speaker? What it was something you have learned about freedom? Because as I said in my introduction the first day, and it's been told time and time again, we are like a genie. We will grant you 3 wishes. We will grant you 3 opportunities and different forms of freedom. Location independence, so work wherever you want, geographically, but also in the same city and different locations. We achieve time independence, so no more punching in and punching out. It doesn't mean you will be working less hours. You will be working very intensively, but at least you will be making your own schedule. And then for some, the most important, but I think it's equally important, is the financial independence. Of course, it's nice to have your passion. It's nice to work intensively every day, even for free. But if for a long time you keep working and making no money, that's not a job. That's just a nice hobby. So it is important. It's important to make enough money. Oh, there you go. Thank you, Jenny. Jenny liked very much Dennis Waitley and Gina Romero. Dennis was a powerhouse, and it was a great surprise. He's a monument. He's an icon. And I think he's in his mid-80s, but still full of energy. And he shared with us all of his experience with Olympians, the athletes in the Olympic Games. And I remember one sentence that he said that was particularly had a very strong impact on me. You own your own password to your success. So you don't need permission from anybody else. It's up to you. But you need to focus, and you have to have what he called a laser beam focus. So being completely focused on achieve your success. Hello, Joy from Rizal. Okay, that's nice to know. And who else do we have? Oh, we have Maribel. Good morning, Maribel. So, what else have you learned? What would you like to learn? And most importantly, if you want to become part of our community, good morning from San Pedro. Hello, Ivy, Faith. If you want to be part of our community, join our group, our Facebook group. It's Freedom Summit Global, or you can send an email, and I hope somebody can help me here with the right tick showing the email that you can send a message to, so that we can keep in touch. Because what it's very important, and what is different Freedom Summit Global compared to other events, to other organizations, is that we are not just an event. We are not just a webinar. We are building a community. We are trying to be with you all year round. And we are trying also to create a relationship, not only among the speakers, but only with all of you, with each of you. Yesterday, we had people following from Singapore, following from Canada, following from Europe. It was 3 o'clock in the morning and somebody got up to follow us, and I truly appreciate it. Okay, this is Gelrish. Sorry, it's very small. Gelrish, and this is the first time watching. So what can you expect, Gelrish, today? You can expect top-notch speakers, but also very nice people. In the morning, you will be following speakers mostly from the States and Canada. And in the afternoon, there will be also Filipino speakers, Asian speakers, and around 4:50, 5 o'clock, we will be wrapping this up, providing you with what are our main ideas for the future and what we have learned in the past 3 days. Don't forget also that in the days to come, after tomorrow, there will be master classes. And this is very important for those of you who want to get into the detail of what you can learn. Okay, Lala Lorenzo, is this in any way connected to Freedom Summit in Bali scheduled last April? Yes, we are the same ones. We also last year, when COVID-19 was still to come, we organized 2 events here in the Philippines, 2 physical events, 2 conventions, and it was our first season. One event was in Manila, and the second one was in Cebu. And then we went on tour in 4 different places, including Bali, where we had a great time. It was a great experience. Hopefully, when things will be better in the new normal, we might even decide to go back and meet people in person. That's very important because we truly believe in a combination of online and offline activities. We want our communities to see our faces, to get to meet us. And another idea that Celia and I were sharing was to create in the future small communities here in the Philippines. So we will be traveling whenever this will be safe to do, and to create small tribes in different areas of the country. So let's take a little break. I'll be back in a little while. So get ready, because at 9:30 we begin with our event. Here I am. Sorry, guys. It's been 3 long days, and my voice is about to break. But I will do my best. I will be sipping some tea from time to time. I was saying that we are going to have many interesting speakers this morning, and it's going to be another amazing day at Freedom Summit Global. Somebody's excited to hear from Miss MK and other speakers. MK will be speaking in the afternoon at 1:15, so bear with us. And I think it's going to be, all in all, another full day of activities and fun and connecting. But I'd like to get, oh, this is interesting. Robina is telling us that her favorite was Dennis Waitley. Dennis was really powerful, but he has so much experience. But I think he's still able to speak from the heart. And this is what we really like about our speakers. As I keep saying, we value the professional. We try to bring you the best professionals in the business, but also at the same time, we are really trying to connect with the human people, with the people that are able to reach out, the people that are able to connect, people that are engineers. And I think it's finally time, because I see her moving her hands. You have no idea what our dashboard here looks like, but it's finally time to introduce my partner in crime. Here she is. Good morning, Celia. Are you
Good
free?
morning, everyone. I'm free, really free. Good morning,
Good
everyone.
morning. How are
Yes,
you?
I'm fine, Fabio. Third day, finishing strong. Really, we're really thankful for the people who've been joining us from day one, day two, until now, day three, and sharing the links. And we have surprises for you because we have lots of prizes and raffle before the talk and in the middle of the talks, because so many people saw how everyone is engaging. They are going to give away some prizes. So we're going to have prizes from Pro Life of UK. They're giving away 100,000 worth of personal accident insurance from Pro Life of UK, through Coach Jendi de Guzman, one of our speakers. And then we're also getting 1 year health coverage from All Care. So yeah, for freelancers, it's very important to have a health coverage. And we're going to send you all the details. We're going to email you. All Care gave us this health coverage insurance for those who will share the most link the link for this day three. We're going to put on the link on the comment, the link that you will share for day three, and then whoever uh, shares that with the hashtag FSG 2020 will we'll see who gets the lucky winner for the 1 year health coverage from All Care. So thank you, and also for Pro Life of UK through Coach Jenny de Guzman. Also, we have a very good lineup of speakers today, and MK also, the founder of FH Moms, is giving us free courses of your choice. We're going to put it there: bookkeeping, accounting, photo editing, video, name it, it's there. We will post it. And then for those of you who will stay and join us, the bigger prizes will come in at the later part, because we will also have one-on-one coaching from the founder herself, MK, of Filipino Home-Based Moms. So if you have problems with your business, how to pivot, one-on-one coaching session with her, the lucky winner will get it. Plus all the other speakers who give in some of their free gifts to be able to thank you for listening to them. So that's it. Thank you for joining us. Don't forget to share the link, and then use the hashtag FSG 2020, because this is where we will check and raffle the prizes or the winners. And stay because in the morning we will be having the international speakers. Doug Vermeulen will be there. Travis Fox, an Emmy awardee, who also wanted to help the community to navigate to the new normal. He will be talking about the architecture of life. And then Megan Fitz of The Secret, no, it's How Thoughts Become Things. She will also be here. Scott Payton, our very good speaker last year, who will be talking about podcasting, Udemy, and so many others. Renee Kamstra, a very, very good communications coach. She will teach us so many skills for negotiations, communications. She's collaborating with uh, Dean Graziosi and the Tony Robbins. So you have to learn from Renee Kamstra also. And yeah, for the PM session, our femalepreneurs is coming because MK will be here. Shana Sino, who's publishing 90 days publishing book series. Lish Aquino, Lay Ermitaño, Vivian Bigornia, Carrie Javier, some panel of guests. So again, Shana Sino will be teaching us how to, publish our own book. Lish, Amazon. Vivian, Fulfilled Women. Carrie, how to be a digital nomad even if you're coming from a third world country. And then Coach Jenny, she will wrap it up because time and location independence is important. But you have to be careful. You have to be sustainable and you have to know if you are still having the budget to sustain that lifestyle. So Coach Jenny will talk about financial freedom. And last but not the least, the Freedom Summit success stories. Last year, we were able to, tap people, especially the people who gave us, some assistance during the first season of Freedom Summit. And now, because we were able to connect them to several people around the globe, they will tell you their story. Most of them are now earning six digits, and they're not shy to admit it because they said they worked for it and they were good. They tried their best to deliver, if possible, over deliver, and they are loved by their companies, representing the Philippines as a very, very efficient workforce in different companies that they tried to join in. So listen to their success stories. They were able to visit some countries also for free. So listen to them, and maybe they can inspire you also to digitally transition and also find ways to achieve time, location, and financial independence. So Fabio, how are you? Are you still okay?
I am trying my best. After 2 days of non-stop speaking, my voice is starting to break. But thank God the Wi-Fi is not breaking, which is also
That's the
always
only
a
thing. Yeah.
possibility. We'll see.
Yeah,
I
actually, yeah. The only thing that's making me, from time to time think, can we do this? Can we do this? It's the stability of the internet in the Philippines, because also it's been raining, but with the efficient team that we have, it's small, but everybody's working remotely. Everybody's like Fabio said, if you just see our dashboard, it's crazy because we were all waving at each other and very happy. At the end of the day, we would like to let you know that this is possible because of our team, because of the volunteers, because of our collaborating partners, because of sponsors, and those who really believed on the vision that we can help people kickstart to the new normal, bounce back, and navigate. There is a very, very important thing that is happening here. We started July 12th, Independence Day, and up until now, you can feel the Bayanihan spirit. Everybody, like me, even tonight, last night, people are sending me things, free gifts. Give it to them for free, so that they can start over. They can start something in the comforts of their own home, so they will not be stressed that they will not earn while there's quarantine in their community. So thank you for everyone who's been like pitching in, trying to be part of this, and really we will rise above all these challenges because we have the intention of pay it forward and giving back to the community. And this is what me and Fabio always talked about on the regular meetings that we had in several coffee shops. We don't go to our offices. Why? Because it's a bit far from each other. So we meet halfway, and we always talk about how to give value to your community so that you can leave a legacy. Yeah. Fabio, go.
I'd like to say that we met in coffee shops before the lockdown, so we didn't play any funny games. We stay
Yeah.
safe. So imagine just to share with you some of our experiences that for the past 3 months, if those of you who are not from Manila, we've been in lockdown, in severe lockdown, total lockdown. So the last 3 months of organizing this event, it was all done from home. And I think it's also an amazing proof of what you can achieve with technology. And it's an amazing proof what you can achieve with people that are truly believing in a cause, in a project. I am working and very gladly with people I've never met in my life on a personal basis. So I think we are living an extraordinary time. And yes, of course, I'm not toning down and playing down the fact that still COVID-19 and what we have to expect and the lockdown that wasn't lifted completely, we will have to face in the future, and whatever comes in the new normal that we are not so sure about it. But at the same time, we have proven, and you with us have proven, that it can be achieved, it can be done. It takes a lot of work. It takes a little bit of tension sometimes. And, you know, Celia, I was willing to play a trick on you, just freezing like this, or to give you just a moment of attention. But now Jandy is here. Thank you, Jandy. You are a big part of what we are doing, and so I think it's could be a good example. Also, what Celia was saying before, the success stories that we will be telling you about at the end of our event also belong to people that were working with us last year in the first event, and they started not almost, but they started with us, and since then they developed their business and they grew. And this is exactly what Celia and I are trying to do, to give people opportunities, to give people the possibility to grow, to work with us, and together to be able to spread the idea of co-opetition, which is a nice concept, which means you can cooperate together, and sometimes you compete as well, because let's not forget that this digital world is also a very competitive world. But sometimes you're a partner, sometimes you compete, and that's part of what we are and what we do. I saw somebody before, and we're getting so many messages, we have on our monitor messages, but there was somebody that is following us. There she goes, from Kuwait. Hello, Kuwait. Joanna, it's a pleasure to have you with us. I need to calculate what's the time in Kuwait, but I suppose it's either very, very early there or still night. But that's the idea behind Freedom Summit Global, sorry. And also, the 36 speakers are from all over the world. We had people from Africa, from Europe, from many countries in Asia, and from the Philippines as well. And we are about to start a fantastic section, almost dedicated completely to the Americas, Canada and the US. All of the speakers that are going to start in 10 minutes, only in 10 minutes, are coming either from Canada and the US, although one of them, and since I'm a European, I'm very proud of that, comes from Europe originally. So I would like to know, so to keep you a little bit alert and keep myself alert, because coffee is needed in the morning, especially on the third day. What is your favorite, or what do you think is the most important form of freedoms? Number one is time independence. Number two is location independence. And number three is financial independence. So give me a number so that I can get an idea of what it is important to you. Bear in mind, and I'd like to remind all the speakers too, that there is on a technical level a 20 seconds delay between what we say and the moment when Facebook is going to go live. So again, I'd like to know what is more important for you. Number one, time independence. Number two, location independence. And number three, financial independence. because I think personally that they're all important, and it depends very much on your present situation. A lot of people tend to focus on the money, and I think it's important because without money, you cannot pay your bills, you cannot help your family, you cannot grow your business either, which is also very important. But at the same time, being able to organize things on your own time, to be able to beat the drum as you prefer. Oh, there you go. Finally, we're getting some numbers. Jenny says number one, which is time. Jandy, no, love, financial independence. Okay, we understand. I like this very much, Zai. Time independence. For me, time independence was probably the most important. Before being a digital entrepreneur, I've been a manager and executive in the corporate world for about 28 years. And all my time was not mine anymore. Didn't belong to me. My assistants were creating my schedule, and it was very, very, very difficult for me. Oh, I like Eileen answers very much. All of them are important, but I love location independent. That depends also on your nature. And location independent is of many nature, because there is a location independent in the same city. You can work from home, you can work from the office, you can work from a common working area, or there is a geographical independence, going around to different countries, different cities, which is another great adventure. Very practical, Ivy. I'll go for 3, which is financial independence. We understand that as well. It's very, very important. Also, love is telling us both time and financial independence. There's a very strong connection between time and money. And yesterday, no, the first day, we had 2 speakers, Tom and Leanne, that were talking exactly about this. There, you can sell your time to make money, or with your money, you can buy time when you hire other people working for you. And they are very, very strong and strongly connected. I'm trying to follow all of your messages. But let me remind you, 2 ways to win. Number 1, our freebies. Share the link that you see down here, and include the hashtag FSG2020. And then comment, 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 and you will get amazing prizes. So again, more comment about what you, oh, this is interesting. Many of the people that are following us, like Lyndon, are moms, full-time moms. And so first is location independence, which I think in the case of Lyndon means home with our kids. But I think also that for others that can afford that, depending on their responsibilities, is also very important to go to different places. Because sometimes you have to perform a task when you need to be concentrated. Other times you need to perform a task when you will have to meet physically other people, so you need a space. And other times you will have to work online when you need a reliable Wi-Fi connection. So depending on what you have to do, you can find a different location. Sometimes, this was a stereotype, but also it happened to me a couple of times, you can also work from a nice location, from the beach. But I've been working like waiting at the dentist, trying to take my mind off of what was going to happen, or other less pleasant places. So really it is up to you. And it's a mentality, it's a mindset, it's a way of approaching. And the second element for Lyndon is the time independence. Only third is financial. I like this, but again, it depends very much on what your priorities are, or what your responsibilities are. And then we go, oh, Eileen, I meant geographical independence. So you like to travel, you like to get to know other countries, you like to get to know other people. That's fantastic. I am pretty much just like you. So I see Celia in the back. I don't know if she wants to come back on me. We got 3 minutes more before the speakers, but we are waiting for them to appear on our monitors. And as you can see on the screen, on the bottom of the screen, we are reminding you how to win our fantastic prizes. Here we go. There's Riri that says both time and financial independence also. Yes, as I said, they are both very important. Okay, there's a good morning from Isabella, although it says Isa. Maybe Isa is a nickname. I don't know. But good morning, Isabella. I hope you will be following us. And then, very wise, Ivy. All of them are important. Yes, yes. And all of them are connected. It will grow on you if you never were a digital entrepreneur before, how you have to tend to the garden of your freedoms all the time. And the moment you distract yourself from one, the plants in that part of the garden will start to wither. So it is very important to keep a very good balance. There we go. Judith says number 1 and 2. So you're not focusing on the money. I like that very much. Something that we heard time and time again in the past 2 days is that, yes, money is important, but money doesn't come if you don't create value, if you don't create a community, if you don't create a structure to your business. So money is always, for those who had success, a consequence of having worked in the proper way. And if you put things together in the right way, money will come. We have chosen for this second season to call this event, the second series, the second season of Freedom Summit Global, Road to Success. And the reason for it, that it's to get success, to achieve success, it is a complicated and long road. Sometimes you stop, sometimes you take a detour, sometimes you fall on your knees and you have to get up again. Sometimes you have to create your own road ahead of you, especially if you're an entrepreneur. Things don't come to you. You have to go and create your future and create your company and create the value. There's another person coming in, Christine. Good morning from Tarlac. Good morning, Christine. How are you? Hope that you will be able to follow us. And also Tinkai, good morning to you. I think that we are already being followed, and I am very happy that even on this Sunday, many of you have decided to spend some time with us. There you go. I like these people. Honey says, good morning from Taguig, but what I wanted to press, because they're coming so fast in, is time and location independence. Lynn is another one of my party. That money, yes, it's important, but time and location probably ring inside ourselves in a different way, especially if you come from the 9-to-5 world, in the 9-to-5 corporate world. So this is, I think, is extremely interesting to be able to create your own schedule, to be able to deal with the people that you are mostly interested in, because there's another freedom, another byproduct of the freedom of being an entrepreneur, a digital entrepreneur, that sometimes, not all the times, but sometimes you can choose the people you want to work with, either as your partners or also as your clients. You have the power to say no sometimes. And I think in the corporate world, and believe me, I have had a lot of experience when it comes to that, you get to meet some nasty people, some angry bosses, and there's no way around. You have to cope and deal with them. Of course, even when you are a digital entrepreneur, you will meet them. You can't say no to all of them. But I think that from time to time, you can take the luxury of looking for the right match. And this is exactly what we have done with our speakers. We are waiting to begin our session, still looking for the monitor for me to lit up and a sign of go from Celia that's waving to me in the line of small monitors underneath the main one. Good morning from Laguna. I love Laguna. I love Laguna very much. I've been traveling in the Philippines for 3 years. You guys live in a fantastic country. There you go. Pasig City is on. Hello, Pasig City. Okay, here we go. Maddox, time independence, as we are hooked on 9-to-5 schedule. See what I was saying? Plus 4-hour travel time. This is a great idea, Maddox. I can do a lot working from home in 4 hours. Is this true? Not only you can do a lot of working in 4 hours, but you can do also other things. You can be you can fill your hours with time for your loved ones, with time of the for yourself. You can go to the gym. You can do many things whenever you have free time. It is very true. There are many cities around the world where we spend a lot of time and a lot of frustration in commuting time, and therefore it is very important that we are able to uh, gain those 4, 3, 2 hours, how many they are in your day. This is very important. I have seen that in the monitor the first speaker has arrived, and people say that men cannot be multitasking, but I am trying to do my best while I'm looking for some information and talking to you live at the same time. Celia, it would be very nice if you could come up for a second. But no, I can do all by myself. There you go. Okay.
Hi, Fabio. It's funny that we're talking on the dashboard without hearing ourselves. But yeah, we're going to do it like this because our first speaker is not yet here. So as what we've discussed, we're going to give it to the speaker who's available now. And she's the second speaker. She's supposed to speak yesterday also to help us more about winning and improving your communication skills and so many things. So Fabio, we have here Renee Kamstra, and she will help us and to start the ball rolling so that because people are excited to listen to all the speakers that we've prepared for them. So you can introduce Renee right now, so we
Yeah,
can
let
start.
me bring her. Let me bring her on, and thank you, Celia, because yes, this little change created a little bit of a problem in looking for information, but you, as usual, came through. So just to thank you, I will make you disappear. There you go. This is my way of saying thank you. And if somebody could also take out Mad Dog's very nice comment out of the screen, so my chin, my beautiful Italian chin, is not covered. Thank you very much. And I can bring on stage. Let's see if my magic works. There she is. There she is. Okay, let me properly introduce her. But first of all, I'd like to say that although she's been living in the US for a long time, she's a fellow European. She's originally from Denmark, as I am from Italy. So the Danes were terrorizing Europe for a very long time, but also they were bringing their culture in many places. And if you think of England and then even the English language, there are so many elements from the Danish language which are the base of the way we communicate today. So I think that Renee will be able to tell you many interesting things. Renee, I'm talking about Renee Kamstra. She's the president of Win in Communication and the Renee Kamstra LLC. She's an acclaimed international speaker, one of the world's top speaker and business coaches focusing on personal development, corporate growth, and leadership for entrepreneurs and corporate executives. Her philosophy, which I like very much, is it takes 80% mindset and 20% strategy to get into the top 1%. She's an expert in mindset, communication, and business growth. And the title of her speech is Turn Your Customer into a Long-Term Client. Welcome, Renee. And as we say here, you are free.
Thank you. I'm truly very honored to be here, and I'm so excited to talk to all of you guys. So I am going to tell you guys all about how to keep your clients, how to talk to them in a way where they will just not want to get rid of you, but actually get you a lot more work. So let me share my screen with you so that you guys. All right, I am going to share it. All right, I hope you
Renee,
can see my screen.
Renee, you're having a bit of a feedback.
Oh no, I don't know how to stop that.
Maybe you can lower
Is
down the
it like
volume.
this now?
The volume, I think, would help.
Okay. Is it better now?
Yes, I think it's better now.
Okay, good. And can you see my screen or no? Are you able to see my screen?
Nope, we're not. Can you share it again?
Yep. Let me try it again. My volume is at 28.
Yeah, maybe maybe you can put your mic a bit because the sound.
All right, you know what? Hold a minute and I'm going to get some headsets. Maybe that'll work better.
Okay.
So talk a little bit, okay?
Okay, no problem.
Well, we're always ready to step in. Always ready. This happens. This happens when you work from long distance. Renee, I think she's in the States right now, and it's kind of late also in the States as well.
It's in Phoenix right now, I think.
But I think we're going to be very interested in what she has to say. She has a lot of experience, and I've been perusing a little bit on the internet about her, and she really is able to get through and to be able to deliver her message online. I've seen several videos. Let's mute her mic for the time being. All right, and maybe Celia, you can work in the back for the time being, and I am back here. So until Renee is ready, maybe you can wave to me, Renee, whenever you're ready, and I'll be glad to give you the floor again. And maybe this time you will be free to start. Let's see if Renee is ready. Okay, there you go. Renee?
Yep, do you see me?
I see you and I can hear you. I think if you're able to share the screen at that point, I just can disappear and listen to you.
Okay, let me try it again. All right, let me. Is it? Did my screen share? Did my screen share?
Unfortunately, not. I still don't see you.
That's so.
But I will keep you company in the meanwhile, so you can concentrate at the task at hand. And I will try and help you out through this. But technically speaking, it's on your side. So we can only help you out once we see your screen on. And I see many more people also that are joining us. There's somebody from Calacooan City in the Philippines. Are you ready? No. I'm a businesswoman from my experience being one 24/7 job. What can you say about my position? Well, we can help you a lot. There will be many speakers that have been able to tell you more about your challenges. Are you ready? Renee? Not yet. Okay, I will put you back again on the background so you have more liberty to work out your technical problems, and I will call back Celia on stage. So Celia, there you go. When things like this happen at work, and especially in the Philippines, sometimes we have problems with reliability of the Wi-Fi. What do we do? What is the creativity of an entrepreneur?
Well, for us, because we know what we need to talk about, but because for Renee, this is very technical, I think. So what I'm trying to do here is to share also from our side her screen, because she sent it here, and maybe I can share it. So let me check if I can share the screen of Renee. I'll put it on the other window.
Okay, while you do that, I will be talking to Renee. Then it's goodbye, Celia, and welcome again, Renee. Improvisation is a big part of being a host, but also is a part of being an entrepreneur. What is your experience about that, Renee? How much planning is important vis-a-vis a little bit of improvisation when things change all of a sudden? I'm sorry, you're mute. We really are unhappy, unfortunate this morning. I can unmute your mouth. There you go. No? Okay, you can speak.
About
Improvising when things don't work out, because of course you said planning is very important as an entrepreneur, but sometimes no matter how much you plan, things don't go the way you want to.
Really? And isn't that life? Isn't that why we are doing what we're doing?
It is part of the fun, it is part of the process, but also it can put a lot of tension when you have responsibilities towards others and you have your own company.
Okay. So to me, it's so.
You can go on, you're on.
I'm hearing you talk in my ear, but it's not what it is.
Oh, I'm really sorry about that. How about you start? Can you start without your slides? Because we hear you. We hear you.
Okay, I hear myself, but I hear things that I said about 5 minutes ago. So hopefully now it's live. Okay, perfect. So obviously what happens is when there's something new, it is really important just to. Sure, I can start without my slides. I can actually look at my slides, but what I will start with is really okay. Perfect. So, what is really important? Um, I'm still hearing things from 5 minutes ago. I'm not sure what to. So, I wish I could talk without hearing other things that I said before. But hey, guys, I'm just going to talk. Do you hear a double or triple talk? Because that is what is happening. Sounds just good? Okay. Then, okay. So what I'm going to teach you guys is the following. Whatever happens, it is incredibly important in order for you to just do what needs to get done, right? And so in this case, honestly, I am literally hearing myself talk and I hear things from previous time and I'm hearing and I'm seeing my name go. So I'm just going to go for. So let me say one thing. When you want to actually get people and you want to work for them, what you want to do is you want to get totally ready. You want to get into the mindset to get stuff done, to get whatever you need to do. So, my first slide, if you would have seen it, is literally somebody who is standing with chips. And it is chips like video chips, right? And chips from a casino. Because what you do not want to do is you do not want people to come there and not know what's going on. So if you interview, for instance, what you need to do, you need to pretty much look at everything. And let's see if we can now share the screen, because maybe it was because I was having my Facebook on. So can you guys see this right now?
Unfortunately, no.
Okay. All right. So it looks like I'm going to do my whole talk without slides, and that's okay. I'm then going to put my slides in front of me, but then you might not be able to see me, or will you see me? Can you still see me? I guess not.
Hi, Renee. I see we're on the broadcast. We have turn your customer into a long-term client.
So you can see that now?
Yeah. I'll be helping you with your slides. Just let me know if I need to go out or turn my the slide again. But it's
okay.
here.
All right, so this is just my introduction slide, guys. So finally, we can actually start. So let's go to the next slide, please. The next slide is showing you exactly what I was just trying to tell you. You know, most people, what they do is they are gambling with their clients because A, they do not know their clients, right? They don't know what their clients are standing for. They don't know what they really want to give to the clients. And so let's go to the next slide. There are certain keys on how you can be seen as the best in your field. And one of those keys will be in our next slide. You need to set yourself up for success. So how do you set yourself up for success, guys? Next slide. You want to make sure that you narrow down your niche and you choose jobs that are using your genius. So let me tell you what I mean when I say that. If you literally put yourself down on a place like Upwork, right? And you say on Upwork, I can do 1,500 different things, right? And I am looking for somebody who's a person who can work for me from home. Or I'm a company. I'm going to think, okay, this is probably somebody that knows a lot of things, but might not be a master of something. So I will really ask you to narrow it down and really follow your genius. So let's say you are really good at editing, right? And you're very creative. What you want to do is you want to make a page, you want to show people some of the work that you've done. And you want to really elaborate on those skills because frankly, if I am looking for a good editor, that's what I'm going to look for. I'm going to see, okay, what has this person done? Does it look like there's a smooth transition, right? And maybe you don't know what your genius is. Maybe you are a shy person, but you just don't know. I will really ask you, go online and ask all your friends, what do you think I am good at? What do you see in me? What have you seen from my jobs or whatever that you think I would be really great at? Because probably they know your genius, because guess what? Your genius is something that feels so natural to you. So somebody like myself, right? I love, but love to serve people. I love to teach. I love to make a difference. In fact, that's my number one value in my company is to make a difference. So what do you think I'm great at is what I'm doing now. What do you think I suck at? Obviously, computer stuff, right? I mean, I couldn't even get my own slides up to share the screen. I don't know why, but hey, this happens. So thank you that there's people like Celia that actually can help me with this, right? So choose your genius and get other people to do the rest. All right, so we'll go to the next slide. It's really important to do research and know everything, or at least I'm saying everything, but obviously we cannot know everything, right? Things change a lot. But it's really important to know a lot about your topic. It is also really important when you have a client that talks to you, that you really listen and hear what they have to say. And before you ask questions, that you just really go with a fine tooth and look at what are the topics or the points that they are making, right? Because they need to see what your genius is. They need to see that you will try first before you come back, all right? That's really important. So I'm going to go to the next slide. And so one of the things that you do not know about me, or there might be many things, right, is that I actually sang in the Vatican and I speak a lot of languages. But the reason that I put this slide here is not to brag with you guys, but I want to tell you something very specific. If you look on the one side of the screen, you will see that I played a prostitute in a movie that got me into IMDb. Now, that sounds really crazy. Why will I want to put down that I played a prostitute? Well, I'll tell you exactly why. Because I'm one of those people who believe you do whatever it takes, okay? And so I found out that Apple Computers was going to do their first movie, and that they planned to actually bring out a screening mechanism, right? And I knew that there was a lot of companies that did not like that at all. So I always wanted to work with Apple as a company. And I had to make a plan because I just couldn't just go into the door and say hello. But when I heard that they were going to do a movie, I took 6 months off and I actually went to New York City in order to see if I couldn't do something behind the scenes to work on that Apple movie. So when I came there, I told them I'm a communications expert and I would love to work on your movie. And they looked at me and they're like, why would we want to have a communications expert? And I'm like, you will need me. I promise you, give me a chance. You will need me. So for some reason, I showed up. I had confidence. I just knew I had to be there, right? And what happened? They hired me. They said, okay, we'll hire you. You're going to do behind the scenes work, but we also want you to play a prostitute. I'm like, okay. And so what happened was that the person who was actually in charge of the movie, right? He was somebody who was one of 5 people that actually worked in the boardroom of Apple Computers. And so I was so happy that I could work there. And so what I did is I immediately started befriending him, befriending everybody else, had a fantastic time. And then guess what happened? Once the movie was made, that was when Apple made those big announcements. And by that time, they knew that I've already worked with a lot of companies. I've worked with Summit Entertainment. I've worked with Lionskin. I've worked with MGM, a lot of these bigger movie companies. And that is when I could really bring my skill set and my genius, right? So I helped them negotiate the deal. So it's really important for you to understand it might not look the way you think it will look, but it doesn't mean that you shouldn't go for it when your heart tells you to go for it. So let's go to the next slide. I am going to give you guys communication and tips that will totally give you a triple advantage. And this is for people who, when you are talking in person with your clients, but also for marketing. All right, so let's go to the next slide. The first thing in communication, guys, is it's always a two-way street. So the first thing you need to do is be an incredibly good listener. Because if you're not a listener, honestly, there's no way you're going to go anywhere. So in talking, obviously, you have to ask a lot of questions, you have to build rapport, and you have to learn their needs. But let me give you the 30-second rapport building secret. I can tell you it works every time. So let me show you what not to do. Hi, my name is Renee, and I am here, and I'm so happy to meet you. Okay? Or let me show you what to do. Hi, my name is Renee, and I'm so happy to meet you. So I would love for you guys to tell me, what do you think is the difference? Send it over. Let us know, just give us some answers, because it's really important that we have engagement. That's exactly what communication is. All right. So I hope you guys send me some love and say, yes, I understand the difference. So the difference is, guys, do you see my eyebrows? If you raise your eyebrows and you look at somebody, doesn't it look like I'm really a lot more interested in you if I do this versus hello, right? Big difference. Obviously, the smile, right? It gives energy. So energy is important. So if you are online and you do marketing, can you get the same thing Yes, you can. You can write in small letters. You can accentuate with highlights if you want to do capital letters, right? And the other thing that you can do is obviously emojis, right? How can you listen to your client? Ask questions. Know what it is that they need and want. Next slide, please. Then, no matter what they say, whether you like it or not, make sure you acknowledge first. You can say something like, I have your back. Absolutely. Indeed. Sure, right? Acknowledge what they say. Because unless you acknowledge what they say, even if you don't necessarily agree, they will not be open to listen more to you. All right? Next slide. You also need to bring validation because validation and references and testimonials will give you credibility. So if I would interview somebody who does online working, again, remember what I said to you, if you would have video editing or whatever on your thing, I would like to see some of them, right? I would like to see whether you got some 5-star testimonials or references. Are you working right now? Is there somebody I could call? Is there any proof? So, especially today, it's important. I cannot tell you that I have never been online for anybody that I actually have working for me because that's not true. I always go online, I research them. So it's important for you to also get research. Does that make sense? Make sure you know exactly what your people want and who they are. What is their company? Can we go to the next slide, please? So, to communicate, it is really important that you actually know who are you dealing with. So, it's not just important to know the culture because cultures are different, guys. If you work with an American culture, and they are telling you something they learned in order for them to actually tell you what you didn't do well, they should always first tell you what you did do well. And maybe they have to tell you 2 or 3 things that you did do very well. And only then will they tell you what you're not doing well. And it's important to know because it's the total opposite from people that are um, many times in Russia, right, or in Australia. They will just tell it to you as it is. And so you might think, oh, wow, I did great because I got 3 compliments and only one thing that was not good. I'm telling you, it's important to understand culture. So if you interview for somebody or you actually write or work online, make sure you know the culture of that destination. Like in Europe, I'm originally from Holland. We are like, we cut like a knife. We just say it as it is. And it's important to know that. It's the same with personality types. So I'm going to show you different personalities. I would love for you to eventually tell us what is your personality because it would be great if we can play this game together, okay? So the next slide is telling us Homer Simpson is that direct person, actually like me, right? I don't mind to get in a confrontation because I like to say it as it is. I always know what I want. I speak my mind and I'm impulsive. I want to take action. So I'm very competitive. And do not take advantage of me because I'm very results oriented, right? I'm looking at goals and I want to use my time wisely. I'm always in a leadership role because authority is my middle name, I would almost say, right? And so it's always about the bottom line. Now, very interesting, if you look at the next slide, when you deal with somebody that is like myself, or which is a very dominant and direct personality, it doesn't mean that they are trying to be mean. We just want to get very specific, very brief, go to the point, and then know one thing. You need to answer the what question. So if you are going to be an online marketer and you want to market to somebody that is this dominant personality, you want to do it in bullet points. You want to say, what is it that you are bringing to the table and what can it solve? I'm telling you, if I look at something within 30 seconds, I know if I'm going to buy. I'm not even going to read through everything. I might see if there's some good testimonials, but that's it. I am what they call the low-hanging fruit of anybody who wants to buy. And so always remember, with somebody that is direct, or if you market for us first by a few bullet points. Make sure you answer the what. Make sure you let people know what the results is, or how you're going to solve a problem, or what it is that it would solve for them. And that's it, right? Even if you are somebody who talks a lot, if you really have some point to make, for somebody like me, you can just put a chart, right? And the chart, if I see, this is 25%, and this is 50%, and this is 75%, that's going to tell me all the results that I need to know. And so you do not have to give me a lot of information, but have it ready. Because if I want to know more and I ask you, you better not tell me that you don't have it. So it doesn't mean that I don't want you to research it, okay? And so it's very important. So how are you going to know somebody is dominant? Well, you can hear I'm pretty direct, right? You can see I'm sitting up straight and I look you in the eyes. That's really, really important for somebody that has a dominant personality, is looking in the eyes, okay? So I'm going to go to the next slide because this is important. When you work with somebody that's dominant, it's important that you know or make them feel that they are in charge. Even if you did all the work, you will say something like, you are in charge and I have all the confidence in you. You have complete authority to make it happen. What do you need so that we can move ahead? Because normally somebody who's in charge like that is very good in speaking. They can many times just boil it down from a big thing to small, and the leadership is very critical to them. So even if you have a team, right? Because many of you actually have teams. Look for those people who are dominant, because you always want to make them feel like they have the opportunity to become a leader. And many of them will be absolutely amazing at sales, right? They are task first many times, but they can switch just like this, and they will come up with solutions and want to grow your company. So it's important. It's okay if they don't always agree with you, because they want to go up in your company. So remember that. So if you are a dominant personality, and you will know if you are, please let us know. We would love to know this, okay? So let's go to the next one. The next one is Bard. Oh, this is the extrovert, the person who loves to have fun, right? He's so energetic. He's this fun personality that just wants to play in a way, right? He is our ultimate person when it comes to customer service, because guess what? He is so influential. People love him. He's not necessarily somebody who wants to excel academically, but it doesn't mean he's not clever. He's very clever. He's very colorful. So if we would make him an ice cream. He's going to be the vanilla with all the rainbow colors, and then you have all the sprinkles on top, and then you still have a cherry on top, and maybe even a straw coming out that has chocolate, because he is just so colorful and can sometimes be totally over the top, right? And if he's over the top, sometimes if you are a personality that is slower and need to think a little bit, that can become a little much for you. So I need for you guys to know, if there's somebody like that in your team, that all you need to do is give them some attention. Let them feel like they're doing something great, and speak to them a little bit, because they need that. If they don't have time with people, it's almost like they wilt. So even if you work at home and you have this beautiful, enjoying personality, make sure that you get attention and that you go outside and talk to people, because if you don't, it doesn't work. So I can tell you, I worked with a bigger company. In fact, it was Visa, and Visa called me in to come and look. And one of the problems that they had is they had a tremendous turnover in their customer service department. So when I went in there, and this was in 3 continents, by the way. So when I went in there, the first thing I saw was all these little cubicles where everybody was totally alone. There was no lounge whatsoever. So nobody could talk. And they expected them to give great customer service. These are people that need to talk, want to talk, right? But they didn't give them that. So when we changed all of that around, and I also made sure that the managers went to speak to them, that's when everything changed and they didn't lose anybody. So understand that. So the next slide. When you deal with somebody like Bart, you need to answer the who question. So who is going to take the next step? Who is going to come up with the best ideas, right? Allow them socializing, just like I was saying, and help them to turn their talk into action. Because, guys, let me tell you something. For them, talk is their work. And so if you can get them to turn the talk into action, then you have an amazing worker. And if you have the combination, because we are not just one track minded, we're not just one person, right? We have more than one trait. So if you have somebody who is dominant and still have a lot of this extrovert personality, oh boy, you will have an amazing person online. And I'm sure there's many of you. And that's why you are so good at doing online work, right? And maybe even online sales and doing marketing. So it's important for those people to let them know, for instance, if you do marketing, how this is going to bring them up in the social world, right? Because they love to hear these things. So let's go to the next slide. So in this one, we can look at, okay, I would like you to have this on your team, or we are looking for somebody that is energetic and enthusiastic, just like you. So we're looking for somebody who has a positive attitude and outlook, right? So we're going to go to the next slide. Now, Marge Simpson. I would almost call even the Philippines as a country, we could almost call the Marge Simpson country, because it is this devoted person who is steady, consistent, trustworthy, hardworking, does not like conflicts, right? And she always sees the good in people and do not want to take risks. She likes to be needed, and she is so supportive, family oriented, good with friendships, good with relationships. It's one of the reasons why I love to come to the Philippines. I always see how close all the families are. And in fact, I have a team in the Philippines and we feel like family. They are my family, right? And so that is who March is, extremely supportive. And so I'm going to go to the next slide. When you work with a March, or you actually even market to a March, you want to be agreeable, non-threatening, and very sincere. And you want to always answer the how question. So how are you seeing them doing this? So if you work with them, it's important to tell them exactly what you see happening and what the steps would be, because as soon as they understand, they will do better. Can you also see I'm talking slower, right? Because Marsh, because she's a S, we call it an S, is slower. She needs to think longer. It will literally penetrate her brain, and she has to then just think it over. What is very interesting is, I told you guys, when you talk to the D or the direct personality, you have to look in the eyes, right? When two Ds would sit together, they're going to even lean in, just like I'm looking at you like, wow, right? When I am sitting with a March, it's the total opposite. You will lean back a little bit more. You will not look in their eyes all the time. You will look a little bit away, because it is important to them to, not have this all the time. Because guess what? If you do this with them all the time, they will not trust you. If you don't look like this all the time with a direct person or a critical person, they will not like you or trust you. So do you see? Here you have different personalities, and each one of them have a different way. So it's important, if you see somebody lean back, that is a little bit slower, that really does not like conflict, it is important to allow yourself, like I'm now, not totally looking into the screen, right? Just to look back a little bit, maybe sit back a little bit, and just be okay with it, okay? So I'm going to go to the next slide. When you actually work with somebody like this, or even when you write copy, right? It is important to know that it's always important to talk about inclusiveness. So thank you for helping me. When we work together, we can help each other. We can serve the world. It's all about doing things together, making it together as a contribution. Talking about their children is really important, right? It is really important for them to really feel included. Now, I'll tell you something very interesting about this personality. That is, if I would say, well, guys, let's all just go to a restaurant tonight. We're all going to have Korean, I will pay, right? Most people would take that as, okay, I said it in a group. I invited the whole group. The S personality actually would not think that. They would think, wow, Renee didn't ask me, so I don't think I'm invited. And they will actually go home and then feel extremely sad. And so it is important to reach out and specifically invite them. And so think about that when you write copy, or even when you are in a big auditorium. It's very interesting. When you're in an auditorium, your first group of people that is right in front or very close to the door is your direct people. So they will be there because either they will sit right in front where somebody is lecturing, or close to the door, because if they don't like it, I'm out of here, right? So it's important to know with these people, who is our S and the supportive people, they're going to be there and they're going to sit close to the middle. And what they're going to do is they're going to be there whether they like it or not, because they are going to be so supportive of you if they said they would. So I love that. And guess what? These are the only people in all personalities that can actually change the mind of a very dominant person without the dominant person even knowing that they changed their minds, because they will do it in such a way that they don't have to take the credit. The dominant person can get the credit, but they can manipulate them to get exactly what they want. So know that it's a great trade. Now, the last personality that I'm going to share is the next slide, and it's Lisa. So, but before I'm even going to tell you about Lisa, let me know if you're one of those personalities, right? And give me some love. The more love I get, the more hearts and likes and yeses, you know, the happier I get when I share, okay? So Lisa is the perfectionist. So for me, who is dominant and not great with all kinds of organizational skills, she is one of those people that I need in my company. Without her, my company would not exist. Right. And so I hire for that. I will literally put an advertisement. I need somebody that is incredibly organized, incredibly disciplined, very good at analytical skills, because they are the people that can make everything turn, right? They're organized and all of that. But now, what is very important if you work with them is to know that they do not like criticism, because they are so trying to be perfect with everything that they do that they put a great deal of pressure on themselves. And so if we put more pressure on them, or we really, test their integrity or validation, they're going to feel incredibly bad. So try and keep that at a minimum, because frankly, they do it much more than you could even do it. Okay. So as long as they know what you are expecting, you can pretty much know that they're going to do it, because they're very correct and they know how to put systems in place. So I'm going to go to the next slide. So if you sell to somebody like Elisa, and when you do copy or anything like that, this is where it changes for you. So the beginning is going to be the bullet points, right? For people that just wants it quickly, right? But here you want to make sure you have the pros and the cons and the balance sheet and all the specific things. You also want to give them links, because I'm telling you, they are going to research. So they will always ask the why question. Be super clear and don't just pull data from, I don't know, the air. Make sure the data is totally accurate and eliminate surprises. They hate surprises, right? Show them how they can fit in and review your thoughts with them very clearly. So when I work with them and I know that they're going to go into a specific role, I will always give them even a course that they can go through the whole course. They know exactly what's going to happen. What part would be mine or somebody else's, what part would be theirs, and so on. But the same is when you sell. When you're going to sell, these are the people that if you give them the link, they're not going to do it immediately. They're going to research you. If you're doing a high price item, they're going to research, or they're going to tell you, I am going to sleep on it. Well, with all the other people in these groups that I gave you, when they say, I'm going to sleep on it, it is most of the times just to get away and not having to tell you in your face, no, thank you. When Lisa, who is very, very detailed, tells you that, she means it. So how are you going to know it's Lisa or somebody who's detailed? They're most likely going to take notes all the time. So you can bet on it. If they take notes, that it's most likely Elisa, okay? They're going to ask for more clarification. So they will not just accept a task as is, they will always ask for clarification. So for you, when you work with a boss who's maybe in any part of the world, if you see that this person is giving you long emails with a lot of detail, know that it is like a Lisa Simpson, right? And that you might have to pull out of that the bullet points of what they mean, right? And because in their mind, they've given you so much, but for many personalities, that can be overwhelming. So just take it point by point and just pull out the bullet points first. And then when you do the work for them, then go back to the point to make sure you have everything that they asked for, because they will see every last detail. And if you don't do it correctly, then you're not going to keep your role, right? So do you now understand why I told you work in your genius? If you work in your genius, it doesn't matter. Is it somebody that is dominant, or is it somebody that is very detailed? Whatever it is, you're going to be able to do it well. And don't think because you have only that small genius that you are putting down that you're not going to get a job, because when you do it, your job is going to be consistently exactly that you love so much. So we go to the next slide, which will just tell us, about the research and things that you have to look for so that you know you are prepared for them. Again, prepare always, okay? Next slide. I cannot even tell you. This is probably the most important point. It is serve. Always, always over deliver. Because if you over deliver, it's not just you. I'm telling you, in my whole life, right? I have probably never had to look for work because I am always getting people that refer me. And why is that? Because they know they can count on me and I will always do more than what they would expect. And so that, guys, if you could do that, over deliver, not complain, then it is going to be what will set you apart from everybody else. And so I'm going to the next slide because we're going to look at steps to gain confidence. Now, that is something that I know a lot of people are asking me always. How can I be confident? So the first thing is, to gain confidence, you need to trust yourself. So how can you trust yourself? Well, if you say you're going to do something and you don't do it, can you trust yourself? So give me that answer. If you say you're doing something and you don't do it, write down for me right below. Just tell me, are you one of those people? Because then you need to gain confidence and it's time for you to step up your game. Trust yourself, because trust needs to get earned, right? It's not something that you can just give away, because you have to earn it, and it is the easiest to lose, because if you don't do what you say, people are going to lose their confidence, right? And so one of the ways, and this is the next slide, that you can really get confidence is by doing the power pose. There's a study that Harvard University did, and it was all about doing the power pose and then looking if people who did the power pose before they go for an interview or before they do a good sale or something like that, and people who didn't do it. And frankly, about 80% of people that did the power pose would actually get the job or do the sale. And so I was very interested in that, right? And so what do? You stand with your hands on your hips, just like she is standing there, your head a little bit up, almost a 45-degree angle. And then you say things like yourself, I've got this. I'm going to make such a difference in this person's life when I sell her this product that it would totally change everything for her. So you mentally prepare yourself to win. Okay? You mentally prepare yourself to win. Obviously, you have to love what you do. You have to love a product if it is a sale. And then, even if you go for an interview, if you really want to work for a company, then you say, I am so sure I'm the best person for this job. I know what I do so well. Do you now see why I want you to work in your genius? I know what I do so well. I am the best at that. I'm going to make such a difference in this company's life. I'm going to serve them beyond anything that I've ever done. So I just want you guys to think in those terms. Do the power pose. So let's go to the next one. So I'm going to tell you how I work when I am not necessarily in the best frame of mind. So you'll wonder, so what is this slide, right? This is like a butterfly. So I went on an 11-month world tour, guys. And when I went on this world tour, and I was in month 5, I was in Thailand. And one morning I woke up and I was so sad and so down. In fact, I was crying. I felt incredibly lonely. It was the loneliest I've ever felt in my whole life. And so my first reaction was, you know what? I'm just going to buy a ticket and I'm going to go back to go and see my children. But that's in that moment that I was thinking that thought, I came to the realization, no. What I teach all my clients is you never, ever, ever make decisions based on emotion. Okay? So if you're in a very emotional state, that's when you don't do it. So what did I do? I set my alarm for 30 minutes and I gave myself time to cry and sulk and lie on my bed. And then after that, I had no choice. I had to get up, had to dress and walk to my favorite cafe to go and eat breakfast. So that's exactly what I did. I was crying when the alarm went. I really didn't want to get up. I mean, the snot was dripping. Sorry, guys, for the words, but it's the truth. I was crying. I looked horrible. I put my clothes on and I walked to this restaurant, which is outside in a garden. And there's these little Thai lady boys, and they didn't know how to handle this woman crying so much, right? But they put me at a table. And as I sat there, I ordered an omelet. And in that moment, this butterfly flew and came to land right next to me. Guess what? Next slide. When my plate came, it flew right into my plate. Next slide. It turned around. Next slide. It literally climbed onto my omelet, guys. And you see, it was a ham and cheese omelet, right? And it looked like it was having the time of its life. It was sucking like nectar. But what happened to me is I became extremely enthralled with this butterfly. I couldn't even see anything else. I couldn't think anything else. And I became very present. And in that moment, there was something that came over me that was this peace. And I took, obviously, as you know, the cameras and stuff like that. And I wrote on Facebook and I said to people, what do you think was the message for me? And the message that I knew was, you are never alone. Let me just see what time it is so that I'm not going over my time. You are never alone. And so when I knew that, and I got like 169 other messages right after that, that's when I knew that, you know, all of us, when you even work from home or you work with other people, get our times when we are uncertain, where things happen. But there are ways to go around that. Even with COVID and everything that's happening right now, if we just give in to all our emotions, right, and we totally just listen and buy into the news, we will be in a total different space. But if we decide that, we trust that there's a reason for everything and that life is for us and not against us, then something good can and will come out of this, of any circumstances. And later you'll be saying, wow, I never knew how this could happen. So I would say that this is something that could give you confidence because you will understand what it is. Next slide. These are just a few clients, so I am really ending this conversation with the next slide. And I am just saying, power to all of you guys. So I'm so excited. And I would love for any of you to ask any questions that you would want to ask.
Thank you, Renee. I hope you can hear me. And
I can absolutely.
There's no more delay now, and it was a bumpy ride in the very beginning, but such a smooth, wonderful, fantastic road you paid for everyone. People got crazy with messages, and I am Bart, I am Homer, I am her, and yes, I need more confidence. Really, it was an overwhelming reaction. There are so many comments, so many people enjoyed. Somebody said you remind her of one of her best professors in university, and there were just a lot of love coming your way. Unfortunately, because of the technical problems we experienced in the beginning, we have no time for further questions. But I think you can tell again where you can be reached, because a lot of people want to get back to you. So where can people reach you?
My name is Renee Kamstra, so it is Renee with one E. You can go to Facebook, you can go to reneekamstra.com, and I am so excited to hear from you. And anybody, if you actually write yes down below, because you want to have maybe this personality piece that I have, I'm happy to give this to Celia and she can send it to everybody that's asking yes below or saying yes, okay? So thank you so much, Renee.
Thank you so much for your time. It was a pleasure, and you really connected on a human level with a lot of people. So from the bottom of Bart Simpson, thank you very much. Goodbye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, and we're back. And we are almost ready for our next speaker who's been patiently waiting in line. I think there is a video coming up to present him. So let me get out of your way and let's look at this video. I hope you were able to hear the sound. I am not quite sure that this happened. I apologize. Maybe we'll try and show it again at the end of his presentation. It's going to be an interesting day today. The first 2 days were so smooth, technologically speaking, and today we have to work around. But hey, that's the way it is. I think there's also a very good opportunity for all of you who want to become a digital entrepreneur to understand that are going to be glitches wherever you are. So I apologize for our next speaker, and I will do my best to introduce him the way he deserves. Travis Fox. Travis Fox is an architect, a very special kind of architect. He's a founder and CEO of the Architects of Being Online Training. He's an Academy and Emmy Award winner, a brand builder, life and lifestyle architect. Travis has been architecting lives, culture, and stages for 30 years, holding doctorates in both psychology and clinical hypnotherapy, reaching beyond the common uses of conscious and subconscious models. Travis has perfected a step-by-step program designed for those who are ready to transform their lives and wake up from the hypnosis of the day-to-day boredom. Travis' online training program allows anyone, anywhere, to learn wealth, create deeper, more passionate relationships, eliminate fear, and a blueprint to healing. Architect not only their lives, but their lifestyle, and earn while you learn. The title of his speech is Have Everything Now and What is Keeping It from You. So please, without any further ado, I would like to welcome Travis, and here he is. Welcome on board, Travis. Hi.
Good morning, everybody. I hope you're excited. That was the best video that we never heard, which means, as you probably undoubtedly know, technology adjusts. We're just going to go right into it. And thank you for trying to run that. I know that you guys have had a great morning already over there. And so what? I'm going to jump right in. We'll play that video at the end. That's just to give you kind of an idea, because what we do differently here at the Architects of Being, and we're going to do today, we're going to interact. You see, I believe that learning isn't just about me talking and you sitting back. This is about us having an engagement. Now, most importantly, what I want to know from all of you out there right away is how many of you are really interested in understanding the difference between riches and wealth? Now, for most of you, you're probably going to quantify that while you answer as a money thing, meaning that if I have riches, I must have a lot of money. If I'm wealthy, then I must have even more money. Well, what if I were to tell you those are slightly different definitions, but even more so, I'm going to talk to you today what we've been doing for the last 30 years around the globe to help people truly move from a riches and a wealth set space where they can have both, but it goes way beyond what you've ever thought possible. And I'm going to give you the 6 top tips today that'll help you get out of your head and realign about money. So let's ask the most powerful question. And I think this is probably one I always like to ask, but it's probably kind of a straightforward, is how many of you are actually really interested in riches and wealth? Just kind of raise your hand. I can see the chat out of the corner of my eye. This will be interactive, and I will answer questions as I go along. So feel free to pop them in at any given moment so we can continue to go. But let's talk about riches and wealth right here. You'll see it on your screen. It is called Riches and Wealth for the Freedom Summit. Now, how many of you want more money? You want more time, and you want more freedom? If you don't want one of those 3, then I'm probably not the one you want to listen to. But if you do, I'm definitely the one you're going to want to listen to, because in the next short time we're going to spend together, I'm going to show you exactly how to create those things. More specifically, how to get out of your way from where you stop yourself creating those things. See, as an entrepreneur or a business owner or as a CEO, as I've been for over 30 years, I find that the central axis is ourself. Wouldn't you agree? So let's dive right in. Let's stop doing this. Let's stop getting paid, start getting paid what we're worth. Now, as you see on your screen right there, we're going to cover each one of these. So I'm going to read them out for you, and then we're going to cover them in detail so you can see where we get in our own way. I'm going to show you how to snap that out of it in a value. And at the very end, I'm going to show you how you can join into the Architects of Being online training academy for anywhere in the world and start changing your life. I mean, like right now. So let's look right on the screen. Thanks for guys catching up on me. I appreciate that. We're going to go right back to that. There you go. Thank you very much. We're having one of those days. This is when you get to learn if you're an entrepreneur or you're just someone out there playing around. Things happen all the time. You've got to be able to pivot and move with them. You've got to be able to roll with them. And guess what? There's a reason that it's happening. The question is how you see that lens is going to change whether you stay at rich level or you truly become wealthy. And I'm going to show you the difference here. So let's look on the screen. I want you to see where it says not getting paid what you're worth. Now, how many of you, let's be honest, how many of you really out there feel like, gee, I should be making more money. I should be getting more of my freedom and I should have more time. Thank you, JB, for raising your hand. I appreciate it. I see out the corner of my eye. Thanks for being a part of that. Okay. So at least we got 1 or 2. All right. Ivy's in there as well. I've been willing to bet that every single one of you who's come to the Freedom Summit has already faced this somewhere in your mind over the vast amount of speakers that you've experienced. I should be making more money. Here's the funny thing. Many of you are highly educated. Many of you went to middle school, high school, maybe university or college. You have these wonderful degrees. But if you ever noticed, education doesn't teach you necessarily how to make money. More importantly, it doesn't tell you how to deal with one of the single longest relationships you're ever going to have in your life, which is you. And matter of fact, they taught you the complete opposite. We're here to show you how to wake yourself up, show you how this mind is working against you, and most importantly, how to turn it to work for you. So let's start with the first one. Stop wasting time and make money. Now, let's be honest. We have these what we call guardians against money, because if we ask for money, then we feel like we're a salesperson, or maybe we're just trying to hawk something we're really not interested. I'm talking about passion, purpose, and being on point. But moreover, we spend so much time. And then what we do is we commiserate with our friends about all the different things that have gone wrong, how we didn't invest in this sequence, we didn't invest in ourselves, we didn't get on board. And next thing you know, all we're doing is wasting time. Now, especially during this time in the world right now, especially over the last 120 days, you've had nothing but time in order to generate and make more for your business, more for your entrepreneurial journey, and most importantly, for whatever your culture and your company is doing. The question is, have you, or are we still wasting time? And we got to be honest with ourselves, family. This is a dialogue, so we're going to get into this. The second one, we resent ourselves for not making the money that we want. Now, I get the beautiful honor of turning 50 years old this year. Yeah, I know I don't look 50, but yes, I actually am 50, and I'm a 3-time father and a 1-time grandfather. So yes, the truth is we get to look at ourselves as we get older in life and going, God, I should have been there by the time I was 30, or I should be there by the time I'm 40, or I definitely should have been there by the time I was 50. And we start subtly resenting ourselves. We're going to dive into that today and show you how to snap right out of that and truly free yourself so that you can go and create money. I'll show you what money means in a value sequence that will change everything you've ever learned. Next, how about this? Not getting paid what you're worth. We already covered that. We all agree we're not getting paid what we're worth. But here's the thing. If you're an entrepreneur, or you're a CEO, or you're an emerging startup corporation or a startup company, guess what? You're not getting paid what you're worth. The central access to that is you. Now, I know that doesn't feel good, but we got to own it somewhere so that we can actually move forward and start creating the life that we want. Otherwise, we are doomed to repeat the same results that we've already gotten before, right? So let's move into the next one. Stop daydreaming and start creating. I'm a huge proponent of people who have unorganized thought. Now, what do I mean by organized thought? I mean, we've all heard of this thing called like the law of attraction. If I think it, it'll show up and it'll fall out of the sky. Well, if that was the case, then A, the Freedom Summit wouldn't be here. I clearly wouldn't be talking, and you clearly wouldn't be attending. So let's agree there's something deeper going on than I just think it'll show up. Because if that was the case, we'd already be there. So we got to stop daydreaming and truly create. And I'm going to show you how to do that in a couple steps today as well, that you can put into action today, right now. Last but not least, you don't have enough, or not last but not least, but second to last, you don't know how to create a plan. Now think about this for a second. Many of us, when we go to build a house or when we're going to start something, we have a plan. We have a blueprint, but how come we don't have a blueprint for our own life? We don't have a blueprint for our own lifestyle. We don't have one. We don't even know how to create one. In fact, when you think about your education, you go back to middle school and high school and university, you were never really taught how to do a business plan for your life, how to understand. And we don't do anything without a blueprint. I'm going to show you today how to architect a blueprint. What's what we do here at the Online Training Academy. You want money, but you're in debt. Gosh, raise your hand if that's you. I want to make money, Travis, right now, but I'm in debt. So what we've learned then, if you are in debt, is you've learned how to borrow other people's money and spend their money. You haven't learned how to make money yet. And they're two very different things. There's no judgment in it. There's nothing wrong or right about it. It's just a fact. It's a part of how we've been conditioned to go into debt in order to do something. Who said you have to do that? And moreover, how can we start to use our debt to actually create money? And I'll show you how to do that as well. Now, last but not least, and raise your hand if this is you. Hold on for the ride because we're going to go through this like gangbusters here, fam. You struggle with your motivation and deep down inside in places we don't really want to talk about, but we know We feel like we're not good enough to truly have the life that we really want. We're not good enough to make 6, 8, 10 figures a year. We're not good enough to ask people to come on board and be a part of our community because we're afraid of judgment, because deep down inside, we're still scared of their response. Now, raise your hand and let's get honest, because if you can't be honest here, you're never going to be able to change your career, because that's who you're actually sitting with. It's not being honest with me. It's being honest with yourself. All right, here we go. Let's dive in. Now, you're probably wondering, well, who's this Travis Fox guy? I saw this video that had no sound. It looked kind of cool. He traveled all over the world. And I saw some things about some stuff. Okay, great. Let me add some sound to this that might make it a little bit better on why you might want to stick around and listen to what I'm going to present to you. Again, my name is Travis Fox. My formal name is Dr. Travis Fox. I have a PhD in psychology. I have a second doctorate in clinical hypnotherapy, which means I've spent the last 30 years truly creating a system and a sequence and thousands of students around the world that allows us to go from what's going on here at the conscious level, how do we deal with things at the subconscious level, but most importantly, down here, and we call the architect, or your heart. Because see, everything starts from here. Now, I'm not here to tell you how to believe or what to believe as far as the afterlife is concerned, but let's agree there is going to be an afterlife. Now, that means there's something bigger going on than our brain. We've got to dive into that. So my entire studies for the last 30 years and actual application, both in businesses, my own personal businesses, my coaches, people that I coach, my students, and on the online academy, has always been about this model. I'm a how-to guy. I'm an architect at heart. I want to know how to do it from an application, clinical point of view. I want to experience it right away, and I want to see results that I'm actually learning and earning at the same time. If that's you, raise your hand. You're in the right place. But last but not least, I'll give you some more of my accolades. I am an Emmy Award-winning producer. I've been nominated 5 times. I had the honor of winning my first Emmy about 6 years ago. There's 2 films out in the world right now that you can go watch that I'm in. One is Beyond the Secret. The other one is my good friend, Doug, who's coming up right after me. We did a great film that just released last month that is taking over the world. That's the one you're going to want to watch first, and that's called How Thoughts Become Things. So make sure you check out those films and get some more value of what we do. But also, too, this year I got the great honor. I was named entrepreneur, one of the top 20 entrepreneurs by Yahoo Finance, and I was also named one of the top 20 Instagram influencers by BuzzFeed. So there's some of my accolades. You can see some of the companies I've worked with, yada, yada, yada. So here's what you need to learn from that little resume, family. I've spent 30 years doing all the mistakes so that you don't have to. I've done all the things that you're experiencing now and know how to get out of them, architect your way out of it for both at a corporate level, but most importantly, a personal level. So it gives you a little bit about me. See, because I've had money and I lost it, and I had it again, and then I lost it again, and then I created it again. And I can tell you, and I think you're going to agree with me, well, that having money is a whole heck of a lot better than not having it. So we need to architect a blueprint for our life and our lifestyle, and that's what we're doing today, and that's what I'm about, and that's who I am. So let's move forward. Let's dive right in. Let's get your pencils and papers out, get your pens out, get your iPads out, or whatever you're listening to this on, and listen to every single question. And I want you to write the answers down. You don't have to share them with me, but you do get to share them with yourself, because this is the moment you get to change your life. If you're not ready to change your life right now, you probably should go to, go get a drink, do what you need to do. But otherwise, stick around. We're going down the rabbit hole, and Kansas is going bye-bye. It's time to change our lives, starting with the one you see right on your screen. Here's why you're not getting paid what you're worth. I'm going to ask you a question. Let's get into it right here, right now. If you only had 30 days left to live on this planet, would you be doing anything in your life that you're doing right now? If any part of your answer is no, regarding the work that you're doing, the relationship that you're in, your physical fitness with yourself, your emotional state with yourself, your mental state, on your focus, your passion, your purpose. If any part of your answer is no, family, you absolutely must honor yourself and stop. See, most of you don't realize that your number one most valuable asset isn't money. It's not your education. And guess what? It's not where you live in the world. And guess it's not the type of industry you're in. It's time. You see, they say from the insurance companies that if you live to be roughly 80 years old, give or take, you'll have roughly 26,000 days of your life here on the planet. And that clock started ticking from the moment you were born. Started kicking down, 25,999, et cetera, et cetera. But here's the hard part, family. You have no idea when that clock stops ticking. It could be literally 30 days from now. But we spend most of our time in our mind living on what was, what could have been, what should have been, or what might be. Daydreaming out there in la la land, hoping to gosh our ship comes in. And here's the problem: you live in a place where ships don't show up. So what are you waiting for? So we actually approach our life completely asleep. Let's wake up. So if there's any part of your answer is no, write it down. Just keep that in memory. It'll come up later. Moving forward. Here's why you resent yourself for not having the money you want. Now, this one's a deep one, and we're going to go back to the law of attraction because a lot of people have based their entrepreneurial journey on this ideology that if I think it, it'll show up. Now, I'm not saying that doesn't have value, family. What I'm saying is there are 9 other laws that govern how the law of attraction actually works. So the secret was, they didn't tell you the secret. They just told you, hey, if you think it'll show up. What we did in the film is take that to a deeper level, and it's what we're doing here now. And of course, when Doug comes up right after me, you're going to get some more of it. So you're going to get a 1-2 punch with Doug and I. Both of us are in the film. Doug's the executive producer of that film. I had the great honor of being a part of it. So you get this back to back. But here's why you resent yourself. It's a little thing called cause and effect. Now, I don't mean cause and effect like you heard in high school or college. I'm talking about the law of cause and effect of your being versus your doing. Here's what it says. You can see it right on the screen. Your outcome. Therefore, we can see the effect of our internal condition by observing our external or our current environment, which is a really fancy way of saying, hey, if I have a lot of debt and I don't have a blueprint and I have people around me that are constantly negative, guess what, family? That's what's going on inside your being. Hence why it's called Architects of Being Community. You are the architect of your life. You're the architect of your lifestyle. You're the architect of everything that happens from the moment you arrive on the planet. Now, whether you're aware of it or not, well, that's a whole nother story. So then becomes the question, if my environment is a reflection of myself, then what's going on in here? But if I have no idea how to navigate this, then I am doomed to repeat, as you see the young lady on the screen here as a representative, with this frustration, with confusion, feeling like you keep beating your head against a wall and hoping to gosh, it becomes a door one day. It's insanity. So here's what we get to shift from. If I start to recognize, and I have a blueprint for understanding the clinical, the application, and the experience of architecting my own being, my life and lifestyle, I can shift literally everything in my external world literally by changing inside here. And I don't mean just thinking it'll show up. I mean truly shifting. You can move from lack to abundance. You can move from fragility to strength. And most importantly, and probably most deeply impactful this time, is you can move from mental chaos to connected freedom. Now, freedom means anything what it means to you, but for me, it means the ability to move when I want to move, to engage with the people I want to engage with, travel wherever I want to travel with, help people when I want to help people with, because see, I'm addicted to watching people wake themselves up. I'm committed to helping change the educational system around the world. We're doing that now in several continents. And also too, most importantly, change how we approach life. Because guess what? I'm going to give you a little hint, family. None of us are getting off this planet alive. Period. End of discussion, right? It's the only thing we can all agree on. What we can't agree on is when that occurs. But remember, we all leave the planet the same, broke and dead. But life without living is the ultimate undoable regret. It's time to start architecting our life and stop resenting ourselves, because that's what we're ultimately creating. And if we don't know how to stop it at a belief structural level, at an emotional level, even a mental level, we're never going to see the tangible results, the riches of our wealth within. That's why it's called Riches to Wealth. Let's move on. Stop daydreaming and start creating. Oh boy. Now let's be honest, family. I'm willing to bet everybody here today can guarantee me they spend at least an hour to 2 a day mentally wandering off, going about nothing, just going nowhere. In fact, I'll prove it to you. Let's have a little bit of fun. I'm willing to bet right now you believe that you're paying attention to me. You believe you're solely focused on everything Travis Fox is saying to you, and you're sucking up every single morsel that we're giving you. And yet, while you believe that, how many of you have already wandered off and thought about something else, like maybe groceries you got to go get, or when lunch break's going to go, maybe a cup of coffee, maybe something you thought about last year? Or how you're going to apply this information into some unknown future, but you have no idea how to get there. You've already wandered off. You have no idea where those came from. In fact, you don't even know where those thoughts came from. So how many of you have done that? Raise your hand. Let me see that just so I can get an idea who's actually owning that for right now. Let me jump in here, check some of these content. Absolutely. Thank you for saying you're guilty. Me too. Yes, you are the architect of your life, Lisa. You're absolutely correct. Thank you for thank you, love, for the energy. That's because I'm in my passion. I don't have to actually go find my passion. I don't have to fake it. I am it. I'm in it. It's perfect. It works out just like a charm for me. So I want to do the same with you. So let's stop daydreaming and start creating. How do we do that? Okay, now you're going to understand why we teach you architecture first. A builder of any building, whether it's the home you live in, the building you're watching this broadcast in right now, a commercial building, a restaurant, a builder cannot build a building until the blueprints are received from the architect. In this case, the architect happens to be us, starting about you. We help you architect your life and your lifestyle. I'm the architect. You're the builder. Once I give you the blueprint and show you how to do it step by step, guess what? Bang, you're going to build it. You're going to design it. You're going to paint it. You're going to put the right furniture in it, and you're going to live it exactly the way you want. Now that's freedom, isn't it? That's what we're talking about. You see, because the imagination is the key to developing organized thought. Now here's the problem. Many of you think daydreaming is imagination. Now, do they come from the same place in the subconscious? Yes, they do. However, one is trained to focus, create results. The other one is just wandering off, hoping to gosh that it shows up. So what I want you to stay clear of is fantasizing or daydreaming, because it's not organized. It's not constructive imagination. I'm going to give you a drill here shortly that's going to show you how you can actually train your mind using the imagination, but actually so you can create laser-like focus. How many of you could use better focus? Just raise your hand. Let me know what you got going on over there. I can see it in the chat over here. You're very welcome thank you, Lyndon. Such motivation with words. You're very welcome. I appreciate that, ma'am. That's very awesome. Okay, focus. Absolutely. So several of you need to work on focus. Don't we all? Okay, very cool. There it is. All right, let's move forward to this one. This is the #1 entrepreneurial killer. Get ready, take a breath. It's not going to feel good, but it's going to show you how your mind, what I just told you a second ago, isn't trained. And the reason it isn't trained is because it was programmed by someone else. Now, that's not your fault, and it's not necessarily your doing. What it is, though, it is your responsibility to change it. That question is going to come up a little bit later. We're going to find out how many of you are ready to change your life, or you're just sitting there hoping to gosh, something clicks, or just another thing you can waste your time on and not really move to the lifestyle that you want. Family, I'm going to say it again. None of us get off this planet alive. None of us. It's a fact. Now, how you live is completely up to you. You have an opportunity to change your life today, right now. The question is, do you know how to control this puppy? And do you know where it's actually originating from? And of course, in this case, originating from, is going to be your heart. You see, many of us are told in entrepreneurial that you have to be a killer and a cutthroat. I'm not. My entire organization worldwide is cooperative. And in fact, if it's not cooperative, we won't participate, because that's how I want to live my life. How do you want to live yours? Totally up to you. But if you don't have a plan, you're absolutely going to be in trouble. Now, we've all heard the saying that says, plan your work and work your plan. But what if your work is exactly what you love to do? Now, the #1 question that I get over all of my career is, Travis, I don't know what my passion is. I don't know what I really need to do. I'm not really sure about any of that. Okay, what if we just shifted the entire ideology? What if we shifted so that you're passionate about everything? Now, here's where that question I asked you in the beginning about 30 days is going to come back. Get ready. I asked you, if you only have 30 days left to live, would you be doing anything you're doing right now in your life? If any part of your answer was no, then you are obligated to yourself to stop. Okay, here's why. If you approach your life from the concept of, hey, I only have 30 days left to live, you become passionate about everything. If someone came to you and said, guess what? You know what? Hey, Clarissa, thanks for answering, by the way. Hey, Clarissa, you only have 30 days left to live on the planet. That's it. I promise you, you'll be passionate about breathing. You'll be passionate about hugging. You'll be passionate about flowers. You'll be passionate about flying on a plane. You'll be passionate about eating a hamburger. You are passion. The only difference between you and I right now is I'm in my passion. I am passion. That's why it's easy for me to be excited, because I am excited. This is how I enjoy feeling my life. And if it doesn't feel that way, I know how to architect it so that it does. See, because my plan was based on I'm going to architect my life, my lifestyle. I'm going to create a system of step-by-step sequences that allow me to understand exactly how this thing works, how to jump into it and jump out of it when it's necessary, but allow me to always create from my passion. Because then I'm in alignment. And then I always know how to follow this. I don't have to listen to what this thing's doing because this thing's wandering all over the place just like yours is. But I can do this. See, because we rarely follow a thought or a feeling idea constructively. So, for example, we get a feeling or we get the next $1 million idea, and then we just jump right in without a blueprint. Now, that's like saying, hey, I'm going to go build $1 million house. Here's the money. I'm going to be back in 6 months. You just build what you want. And when you come back, maybe they've done a couple things and, who knows? Maybe they put an RV there or an outdoor pool and you're going, well, that's not what I had in mind. Yeah, but you didn't give us the plan. You didn't give us the blueprint. And that's because we don't have one. So here's an exercise to show you how to train your mind and how your mind wants to wander off. And it's called the skyscraper exercise. And you can see it right there on your screen. Now, we do this deeper in detail at the academy, and we actually show this in depth. But since I have a shorter period of time, I'm just going to do it a quick version. I want all of you right now just to imagine a skyscraper. Doesn't matter which one it is. As long as it's 20 stories or higher, I don't care. But it just needs to be one that you can picture in your head and get an idea of it. Okay? Okay, you got that? Now, here's what I want you to do. I want you to step by step deconstruct that skyscraper and hold your focus all the way through. So take the windows off, maybe take the external concrete down, start taking some of the cabling, the electrical, the plumbing, and then you start taking it floor by floor, taking the I-beams out, taking the floorboards out, taking everything all the way down, floor by floor, step by step, as detailed as absolutely possible, all the way down to the foundation. And then see the cement being poured for the foundation, the forms, the rebar, maybe in the plumbing, and then take that back out and then see the dirt work being done so that you could lay the foundation down and deconstruct it all the way back to the very beginning and see the architect holding the blueprint, staring at the beautiful piece of ground, knowing that in a few short months, this is what's going to materialize. Now, 2 things you can learn from this drill, family. 1, you can see how your mind is going, oh my gosh, that seems overwhelming. That's so hard to do. And it wanders all over the place. That's an untrained mind. That's what we got to jump into and train it now. Science, application, experience. But 2, you're going to see that everything starts with the blueprint and with you being right here, the architect. But here's the thing. You're the architect all along. Just no one's trained you to be one. In fact, what they've trained you to be is actually just a worker. Someone who's working on somebody else's blueprint, working on somebody else's dream, working out somebody else's experience. Okay. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about absolutely changing your life for real. I've done this for 30 years. I'm not stopping. I have thousands of students that are now teachers around the world with their own brands because they know how to architect their life. That's what this is about, family. This is what we're talking about. And if we're not willing to change our life, then you get to own right here, right now in front of you and everybody else that you don't want to change your life. And that's okay. What's not okay is to continue to say in your mind, I want to change my life. I want to invest in myself. I want to mentor. I want to learn how to do a blueprint. And when the opportunity comes, you stop. That's not okay. We've done that enough. That stops today, because that, my friends, is called the infinite loop of our mind. It is a clinical fact. This puppy right here, commonly called your conscious mind or your mind at large, can only create from the past. It only creates from what it knew or what was. Well, that's great. If you love the results that you're getting, then don't listen to a word I'm saying. Keep doing what you're doing, journey on, and enjoy the rest of your life. However, if you're like most, and I imagine you are, you're still in the infinite loop of going, gee, I wish it would be different in my future, but I'm still creating from my past because you haven't been taught how this thing actually works, and more importantly, how to architect it, how to use it as the beautiful tool that it is. Just think it and show up is not real. You see, if you're coming from your wealth, from your being, from truly who you are, and understanding how to architect that, this thing up here becomes the beautiful tool it was designed to be. It will truly draw things into your world. It will make things happen far bigger than your brain ever thought possible. Because remember, your brain only creates from the past. So if you want more money, but you're in debt, learn why. Here it is. Ready? Write this one down. It's a big truth, family. Become aware of the truth within you. This is the truth. Now, I'm not talking about heebie-jeebies or kumbaya or, well, doggone it, people like you, and that's great. I'm talking about being. Remember, you came into this life from somewhere. You're going to leave this life and go somewhere. Now, whatever you call that, family, is up to you. I'm not here to tell you what to call it. We call that great architect for simplicity. You call it whatever you like. Either way, it's a fact. You came in and you're leaving. The bottom line is there must be something larger than driving what you're doing. And that means this thing right here, that mind of yours, like the rest of your body, is going to stay behind. That means your being's got to be running the show. But if you remember, your education never taught you how to do that. It never taught you how to literally take the being and drive the human and go forward. Because remember, you're a being having a human experience, hence the term human being. Now, you've all heard the saying says that you're not a human doing, you're a human being. No, you're a being having a human experience. You're always a being first, and you are the architect. So become aware of the truth, that this truth, here it comes. For those of you that want to make money right now, want to change your life, boom, want to do it, want to learn how to do it, this is it. The material wealth that is in your wallet, that is in your bank account, that is in your company's revenue, that is in the people buying your courses, your trainings, or whatever line of work that you're in, is the direct correlation with your internal state of harmony, happiness, and passion to great architect's invitation to the adventure of a lifetime. You've spent most of your life chasing, searching, looking for it, hope to God it shows up. And guess what? That's exactly what you were programmed right here to believe. You are go out and find your significant other. Go out there and find your soulmate. Go out there and find your dream job. Go out there and make a name for yourself. And guess what? None of it occurred. And here's why. Because the part that they didn't tell you is they programmed your mind to be addicted to the search. And you've been searching your whole life. Well, you called down the thunder. The architects are here because we are here to change that educational system on a global scale. And we're looking for people who are ready to change right now. Because if you're looking for the tips and tricks, I'm not it. If you're looking to dive in and architect your life, we're it. So let's be really crystal clear. The internal state of you is a direct correlation. And if I don't know how to architect this, well, then you are doomed to repeat the results of the past. And you are, more importantly, you're doomed to the whims of a mad mind, your own. So let's stop the loop right here, right now, right here, right now. Okay. When the mind seeks to distract you, I'm going to give you one of the most powerful psychological trips. Well, let's try that in English. Most powerful tips that you can ever have. And that's called a psychological bridge. And it's going to bridge you from where you were to where you want to be in a second. And it's based on two simple words. When the mind seeks to distract you, maybe even it's trying to do it right now, I want you to simply say, okay, and now, and whatever comes after the and now is where you want your focus to be. Example, for those of you who are parents like myself, when your kids are little, maybe 3 or 4 years old, and they come up and they go, mommy, daddy, and you kind of ignore them. Well, if you notice, ignoring them doesn't work. In fact, if they're to the side of you and you're talking to someone, they keep saying, mommy, daddy, you keep ignoring them. They'll continue to move until they're right in your face to interrupt the conversation that you're having because they want your attention right now. The same with your mind. Your mind is constantly distracting you from being here because it knows that deep down inside in the recesses of your subconscious, its time is limited. It is the one running the show. So if just like a little child, when those thoughts come wandering in, instead of wandering with them, simply go, hey, that's really great. And now we're going to focus on Travis. And now we're going to focus on creating the next step. And now we're going to focus on the architect. And you keep doing that and you train your brain. And it literally will happen in days. Your brain will go, got it. It's all part of our neuroplasticity. It's a part of the neurosynaptic sequence firing that happens in our brain, which is all these really fancy scientific words that we use to say, guess what? Your brain is a learning mechanism. At a subconscious level, it's called a servo mechanism or solution-oriented mechanism. It solves freaking problems. The question is, what are we challenging ourselves as a problem versus an invitation? So this is the biggest tip I can give you today right now is and now. Use it for the rest of your day. See literally how fast it changes your mind. And you will learn two things, family. If I never see you again, thank you for spending the time with me. But if I do, remember and now. Here's why. You're going to learn how your mind wants to distract you because your mind has nothing to do with now. In fact, there are 7 rules to the conscious mind that I guarantee almost every one of you do not know. Why? They didn't teach them to you. They don't want you to know. They want you to stay hypnotized. They want you to be good test takers. They want you to pass all your grades. They want you to get a job. What does that have to do with the life that you were born to live, that you came on this planet to do? I challenge every single one of you to become the architect that you are. Why? Because the results for every single one of us is the same. We're not getting off this planet alive, and you are not taking your money with you, and you're not taking all your accolades with you, but you are going to live the adventure of a lifetime or not. You get to choose. You get to choose to stop the loop today. Here's the big one. For many of you who struggle with motivation, clearly I don't, so you can see that's not an issue for me, but I would gladly like to show you how to architect it for yourself. Or you struggle with I'm not good enough. Listen to this rule of thought. We seek to feel powerful rather than being the unlimited power you already are. You are already amazing. Now I'm going to dispel something for you that you probably heard. I'm going to go through it rather quickly, so hold on for the ride. Buckle up your seatbelts because here we go, family. Ready? Here's the deal. You don't need to be more enlightened. You don't need to be more aware. You don't need to go out there and become light. You already are light. Example, we all have this beautiful thing that sits at the center of our solar system called the sun. It emits light. It doesn't emit any more light anytime one day or the other. It's just light, period. Yes, there's space around it. And just because the earth turns it back to the sun doesn't mean the sun stops shining. So too is it with you. You are the light within. You already are light. You are the architect. You are the being that came from wherever and is going to wherever. And you decided to stop and hang out here on planet Earth for a while. So you're already light. What you need to stop doing is stop putting layers of filters like sunglasses that dim your light. Things like anger and guilt and frustration and resentment and shame. And I'm not good enough and I'll never make it. And I'm not one of the lucky ones. And you keep putting all these layers and layers and layers and layers of filters on top of your natural light. Yeah, you're going to be a little dim, maybe even a little dull. But it's not because you're not light. It's because you've been adding all this stuff and you don't have a blueprint to pull this off, which goes back to the very thing we started this entire conversation with. The direct correlation for your wealth, for your money, your riches is based on the wealth of you coming forward. You see, money, people, is just paper. If I take the same piece of paper that's sitting here on my desk or the one that you're writing on, and I take a lighter and I light it, the money will burn just as powerfully as the paper will. It's just paper. It's the assigned value that we assign to it that makes it more interesting. Example, the reason why people assign value to that paper is we're saving you time. I'm saving you time right now. I've spent 30 years learning, making the mistakes, teaching, sequencing, building academies, interactive learning, video sequences, touchscreen ratios, everything so that you can learn faster. The exchange of value is, hey, Travis, I'm going to give you this piece of paper because we both agree it's an exchange of value. That's it. Beyond that, it's paper. It doesn't do anything. So it's our assigned value to it. So if I assign my value to that piece of paper, I'm diminishing who I am. Paper doesn't make you wealthy. Your skill set, the wealth skills you learn as an architect is what makes you wealthy. That translates to riches. And riches could be your money. Riches could be more clients. Rich could be creating schools. Rich could be digging wells in Africa or wherever you are. Riches has so many different applications, but we start with the most basic one so that you can tangibly start to change your belief structure called money. It's just that simple. Why? Because money is the lowest vibrational sequences out there. We all know that. I'm not going to dive into it. There's other great speakers that can talk to you about it another time. But for now, we call that money. Because the value exchange is, I'm going to save you time and money. I'm going to teach you how to architect your life and your lifestyle. In exchange, we're going to give this piece of paper and then we're going to go on the adventure together. If that sounds like what you're looking for, that's what we're looking for. So now comes the moment of truth. Here's the deal. You came here looking for something. Well, so did I. I'm going to tell you exactly what I'm looking for, and then I'm going to teach you the difference between a choice and a decision, and the moment of truth that you are looking for is going to arrive in less than 4 minutes, and then I'll answer any questions you like, and I'll gladly step off the stage and let Doug come up next because he's going to give you value too. Okay, here's the deal. A choice versus a decision. Now, many of you think that they're the same. Why? Because you were taught, well, you always have a choice, and you need to make a decision. And they were taught you like they're synonymous, like they're one. They're not. They're completely different psychological structures. A decision comes to your awareness after your subconscious, and most importantly, your architect, made your conscious mind aware of it. That is a decision. Here's the irony of that whole thing, family, which is why probably and most likely you haven't had success with your journey, is you keep making the same decision, but the decision's made off a prior past experience. That's why it seems so natural. That's why it seems so automated. That's why it's like, duh, okay, I keep doing it. But if you notice, your results are identical because it's coming from that same sequence. A choice says, I choose this, even at times if I don't psychologically or mentally understand it, but I feel it. I feel it down here. I'm willing to trust my being because that's who I really am, moreover than my human being, because my humanness is going to stay here. And my humanity, my mind, has only been programmed based off the past, off somebody else's programming, off somebody else's vision of my life, working for somebody else's blueprint, for somebody else's architecture. Well, I think that stinks. I want you to make a choice based on what your gut tells you. We call that a heart ping at the community. And it's very, very simple. You want to feel it? You can feel it right now. You know how your heartbeat's beating a little bit faster? You know, you got smiles on your face. You're a little more excited. Your face is a little bit flushed. I mean, you're sweating. You can feel it. That's called a heart ping. That's your architect, your heart going, wake up. Listen. You may not understand everything, but if you did, then you wouldn't be here at the Freedom Summit anyways. Make a new choice based on your feeling, not on a decision of the past, because you've already done that. You've already wasted the money and the time, and you don't get the time back. You can always make more money. Heck, I'll show you how to make boatloads of money, and truly help people's lives, because that's what I'm interested in. If you're not interested in helping other people and helping change their lives, I am not the mentor you should hang out with. I'll save you a boatload of time. But if you are, stick around. This is the checklist. I want all of you to check these boxes to see if you're what I'm looking for. Ready? Because it's time to make a choice and a decision. Here's the first one. That you have at least 1 hour every single day to build your wealth. If you tell me you don't have an hour, bye-bye. Thanks for coming. Wait for Doug to come up. He's going to teach you some other value. Maybe he's the mentor for you. That's what you need to do. If you don't have 1 hour to commit to your wealth, I'm sorry, you're not what I'm looking for. If you do, check the box. You're what we're looking for. I need an hour of your day. That's all I need. 2, that you're truly ready to create everything right now. Remember, if you only had 30 days left to live, you'd be creating everything right now. There would be no sleep. There would no be, I'm tired. There'd be everything's passionate to you because you're on purpose, you're on point, and you are in your passion. If you're truly ready to create everything now, check the box. You're what we're looking for. If not, cool. Thank you so much for listening. I appreciate you being here. Next one. You can and you want to learn more. You know, the old famous saying that says a cup that is already full can receive no more. Well, I agree. You know what? I get to turn 50 years old later this year, and I can tell you 2 things I concretely know. I know that I don't know, and I know that I know number 1, which is I know that I don't know. So that means I don't know anything. The only thing I knew is what someone taught me from the past, but I know what to create from because I know how to architect. I know how to create a blueprint. I've done all the other stuff. And now it's time to make something interesting at a global scale because we're playing for legacy, people. We're going to train 1 million architects in the next 5 years around the globe, and we're already well underway. We are going to change the educational system. The question is, are you going to be part of it now or later? I'm looking for people right now because I don't know if there's going to be a later, and neither do you. Time to make a choice or decision. If you want to learn, you really want to learn how to create, because what you've learned so far, and I proved it throughout this conversation, is that you've learned how to architect what you don't want. They taught you what you don't want. They taught you to get a job. They taught you to be a good test taker. They taught you to be good little boys and good little girls. I'm talking about freedom. You came here as a beautiful being to experience life, and it goes by that fast. and you never know when it's going to go away. So to hold back, wait for a rainy day is a decision of the past. It's a decision for failure. It's a decision for not being good enough. It's exactly what they programmed you to be. I'm here to wake you up. The question is, are you listening? Okay. Because the next one is you're done with the excuses. No more excuses. No more, gee, I'm never going to make it. No more, I'm too old. I don't have enough money. Bull hockey. If the person of your dreams walked into your world right now, male or female, doesn't matter, walked into your life right now and said, I want to go on a date with you, bang, you'd mysteriously find the money to go on a date. Now, don't tell me that right now, the person of your dreams just walked into your life. It's sitting right in front of you. That's right. It's not me. It's you. Your date called and said, I want to date with you. I want to go on the relationship of a lifetime. You have spent your life worrying about everybody else but you. But you, let me say this for you, family. Here's the deal. You're not the center of the world. That's a fact. But your world is centered around you. You're the center of your world. Everything in your world stems from you. You are the architect. And if you don't know how to have a relationship with yourself, oh my gosh, you are doomed to repeat bad relationships, bad business choices, not getting to where you want to be, wasting time, coming up with all the excuses. If you're done with the excuses, check the box. You're what we're looking for. Next one, second to last. You're tired of waiting. People, time is precious. Time is freaking precious. It goes by so fast. Look what's happened in the last 120 days to our planet at a global scale. If you're tired of waiting because you know you need to approach your life totally different, you need to architect a life and a lifestyle right now for you, your family, your children, your mom, dad, whoever it is, your company, your corporation. You're tired of waiting. Check the box. You're what we're looking for. Last but not least, and this is the biggest one of them all, take a deep breath, hold it in, and exhale it out. Get ready for it. You are serious, and I mean serious, about your own riches and wealth creation. If you are just half-hearting it, looking for some tips and tricks, pie in the sky, falls out of the air, I am not the mentor you want to hang out with. I create architects. I create people who architect the life they want and the lifestyle they want. You are not a Travis Fox clone. I'm not interested in Travis Fox clones. I'm interested in you, the beautiful being that you are, the architect that you are, and to train you to become the beautiful architect that you are, because you came to this planet right here, right now for a purpose, and you have wasted enough time with too many excuses, too much prior programming of decisions of the past. It's time to choose you, because guess what? This is your journey, boys and girls. This is your life. You get to experience it. The question is, are you going to? That requires choice. If you're serious about your riches and your wealth creation, check the box. You're what we're looking for. If you have not checked all those boxes, then everything I'm going to say to you next is irrelevant. It's a waste of time. Thank you for being with me. Thank you for spending your morning with me. And thank you for the Freedom Summit to allow me to come and speak to you all. I would love to be there personally, but unfortunately, I'm not there right now. But what I'd like to do is I'm going to pop that screen up for a second. We're going to jump over here. I'm going to check on some questions with you guys real quickly, and then we'll show you exactly the way you can start architecting your life right here, right now. It's on the screen. Oh, they put it back there. Okay, great. We'll go with that. Perfect. All right, we'll do that. Let's go. Here's the blueprint for your life. This is for Freedom Summit only. I want to be really crystal clear. And it is a limited number because there's obviously thousands more of you than there is of me. I want to give everybody the right period of time and training. What you're seeing on your screen is a snapshot of what our academy looks like. And you can see we grow here and connect. We are an interactive learning academy. What does that mean, Travis? Oh, great. Funny you should ask. What it means is this. It means you don't just watch a bunch of videos and then I never talk to you again. Ours is interactive learning. As you watch the videos, it's going to stop. You have to use your touchscreen or your mouse. Get the right answer. We track you by data. You have an architect advisor who is a certified architect advisor with a minimum of 2 years of experience, been certified by me, and has students of their own who's going to guide you, who is just like you. You're going to have all of this. You're going to get online yoga from one of my top graduate students who used to be a CEO of an oil and gas company that generated over $40 million a year. And he woke up and changed his life. And now he's one of the most powerful yogis you're ever going to meet, but he architects you. So you're not just doing downward dog and all the positions. He's actually architecting at the exact same time. I'm going to give you it on top of this 20 subconscious learning audios, unlimited use. You use them as much as you want. I'm talking about how to let go of weight, how to improve your memory, self-confidence, getting over grief, helping your kids get better grades. They're there for you as much as you want. Meditations that we've just released specifically in this particular time and place for immunity and self-confidence. You're going to get even more so. I have a friend of mine who's amazing. If you know what the singing bowls are, he's an amazing singing bowl artist around the world, does nonstop events, donated some of the singing bowl meditations to our academy. You can listen to these and they will truly harmonize you so you can get back into your architect immediately. So you're going to get that. You're going to get 14 online interactive. As I said, these are interactive. You don't just sit there and stare at my screen. Duh. You actually are going to interact. I'm going to track your progress. So when you get stuck, when you need help, boom, the system's going to tell me, it's going to tell the architect advisor, it's going to tell the architect training advisor who's coming up to be the next architect advisor that you are stuck. You need help. But wait, we're going to give you an entire community, as you see right on the screen. Our entire academy is one enclosed ecosystem. You don't have to go out to Facebook or Instagram or TikTok or WhatsApp. It's all there. You have one-to-one chat. You have group chat, community feed board. You can ask questions at any given time. 24-hour customer relations management service. We can text you. We can email you. You are not out of contact. We're architects. You're the builder. We have to talk. We got to communicate. So you're going to get all this slammed into one big thing, and it's called the jump. We're going to jump into your training right now. You're going to be learning simplified, more lessons added every week. You get your certificate of completion as a certified jumper. And wait, if you're one of the ones that does this right now, I'm going to do something really special. And I talked to Celia and Joyce before it, and I just came up with it because I listen to my architect too. So this is going to be limited to the first 100 people that jump onto this sequence. They're going to put up the checkout page. You can go do it, knock yourself out. It's only $197. Normally, it's $397, and that is just to come into the first 7 days of the jump. I'm going to give you all 14 days of the jump for only $197. I'm going to give you all the 20 subconscious audios. I'm going to give you all of the interactive lessons. I'm going to give you access to my top teachers, my top architects who are going to help you because they're in their passion too for $197. Now, this is where you get to learn where you're making a decision or a choice, right? If you're making a decision, your brain's going to tell you, well, I don't have $197 and I don't know how to do this. And there's your decision right there. Now you get to own it. I'm not judging you for it, and I'm okay with that. If that's your choice, so be it. But otherwise, let's make a choice. Listen to your heart. If your heart's beating out of your chest right now, it feels like it's going to break your rib cage, and you're sweating, and you're going, oh my God, I want to get off my seat. I want to start living my life right now. Go, Travis, I'm in. Jump in. You see, you got to jump into everything else. Why aren't you jumping into training you? You got to jump into the car. You got to jump into the shower. You got to jump into a meeting. You got to jump into a broadcast. How come you don't jump in to train yourself? Only you can answer that. But for $197, it's all yours. That's my offer. You take it, jump in there. And by the way, I'm going to be doing a lottery for the first 100 people that come in. Here's what's going to happen. When we hit the number, when we hit 100, 5 of you are going to get the bonus feature. There's actually a third part of the jump. That's right. There's jump 3. I'm going to give that's for my advanced students. I'm just going to give it to you. That in of itself was another $400. I'm just going to give 5 of those 100. I'm going to draw it randomly. I'm going to give it to you. But I'm not done because I'm looking for architects. I'm looking for people who are going to jump right now and change the world. If you are helping people, you want to help yourself, you want to architect your life and your lifestyle, this is what I'm looking for right now. No more games, no more jokes. Let's get into it. Time is an asset. I gave you an hour. You gave me an hour. Now we get to make the moment of choice. One of those 5 people that gets drawn will also get our advanced training to called Architects in Training. That's 14 weeks. You get the assigned architect advisor. I'm going to walk you through the first 4 modules to become an architect master. Now, to become an architect master takes a year. It's over $20,000 to go to our program and do it. And people do it all the time. I'm going to give that to you. That right there alone is $3,000. One of you, of the people with the first 100 to take the jump right now, of the first 100 to do it, 5 of you are going to get jump 3 for free. But one of those 5 is going to become an architect in training. It's a $3,000 package. Question is, are you going to keep making the same old decisions of the past? Or are you going to jump in for $197 and choose a new life? That's up to you. I'm going to jump over and grab some real questions real quickly. If you got them, jump in. Let me see. Thanks, Joyce, for putting up the checkout page. She just put it out there right now. By the way, sidebar, while you guys are writing your questions down, I know I've only got a couple more minutes. Joyce, let me know how much longer I have, and I'll make sure I wrap it up for you right on time. But also, too, here's the deal. Thank the people that put this Freedom Summit on. I've been producing events my whole life. I've done thousands of them. I have 14,000 plus hours on stages around the globe over my career. That's not a made up number. It's a real number. I've done thousands of events. They're not easy to put together. Make sure that you thank the people that put this on. Thank Celia, who's always been wonderful to me. And thank Joyce and the entire tech team. Thank the hosts and the hostesses who've been here. It takes an army. In fact, I will tell you, it's harder to put on an online event than it is to put one live. So thank you, Freedom Summit, for letting me be a part of it. And I'm super grateful that you guys have done that. If you have any questions, I'll answer them. Otherwise, I'm going to turn it over back to the big boss. I'll see you guys when you jump.
Well, Dr. Travis Fox, you blew our minds. That we have experienced so much energy and we received dozens of enthusiastic comments. But I would like to read one to you because maybe one slipped away. And because we're all about freedom, we really like Leilani that comment, "This is so liberating." And to talk about freedom, you know, this was fantastic. There are so many questions around, but one was very personal. Jendi would like to know, what is your personal ritual during the day?
Oh, sure. Great question. Yeah. What's my daily operandi? Simple. So I'm one of those, I'm not one of those guys that's a guru and put myself on a pedestal. In fact, if you look at our logo, which is called the Helix Man, the one around my neck, our entire company, which is also based off my last book, is lead from the bottom up. So even though I'm the founder and CEO of the company, I'm at the bottom. See, most companies are built to the top, the CEOs of the top, which means the company and the people below it are limited. They're limited to that one person's ability to expand themselves. Well, I flipped the model about 20 years ago. I'm at the bottom. So my job is to empower people. We go wider and we have an infinite limit. So I walk my talk because remember, I'm just as messed up as you guys are. I just know I am, and I have ability to architect it. So let's just own that too. And I'm here as a spiritual being having a human experience as well. I get up every day. I make sure I do at least my stillness, and you're going to learn that in the jump. I also identify what's called a guardian. Where am I still limiting myself from my old decisions of the past? Where am I not looking at the opportunities? And then I'm going to teach you a thing that right now won't make a lot of sense, but for those of you who are in the jump program, you'll learn it. It's called a MOG, and that means moment of grace. And now you've heard that term as a fancy way of saying coincidence or deja vu or keebie-jeebies, hair in the back of your neck. A MOG is an actual sequence of design that you'll learn through the thing called the golden loop that your architect is actually showing you, hey, this is the little breadcrumb of where we could go and we could choose this path. You may not understand it, but remember, your comprehension is not a prerequisite or a requirement for your cooperation with what your being is telling you. In fact, more often than not, it's this thing that talks us out of the very thing that we want. So my operation is to go in there every day, go through that process, make sure I'm in stillness, and then most importantly, I connect with my architects right away. I'm literally surrounded by thousands and thousands and thousands of great beings around the planet who are all part of the architectural community on the online academy, and we all work together and we support each other because we all understand the same thing. You're not getting off this planet alive, family. And if you only had 30 days left to live, would you be doing any of the things you're doing right now? And if your answer is no, then hang out with people that are going to reflect differently. If you go back to the beginning of this presentation, your outside world is a direct reflection of what's going on in here. So we got to get rid of all this stuff and clear it out so we can architect the life and lifestyle you want and surround us with people that do the exact same thing.
Thank you so much for your time, Travis Fox. We don't want the next speaker to wait any longer. So thank you again.
Good friend of mine. Don't make him wait.
Thank you. We'll see you again soon. Bye-bye. Okay. So usually I would say this was a very hard act to follow, but I know who's in store next. So believe me, he'll be able to follow. I know this person. I met him during the first event we had last year. I honestly do read his books, as you can see. And I am sure you'll be extremely connected to him. It is very important for me to introduce him formally, but first I'd like you to see him in his face. You're about to go on, and I hope here he is. Oh, here he is. Hello there. Let me give you the royal treatment. Let me give you the royal treatment because you deserve that. So without any further ado, I would like to introduce you Douglas Vermeeren, who has personally interviewed business leaders and companies like Nike, Reebok, Fruit of the Loom, FedEx, American Airlines, UGG Boots, Uber, KFC, McDonald's, Disney, United Airlines, Ted Baker, and so many others to share the success secrets with you. ABC Television and Fox Business refer to him as the modern-day Napoleon Hill. He is also producer, as we heard before. He's also producer and director of 4 out of the top 10 personal development movies ever made. And now the new hit film, How Thoughts Become Things. We're very excited about it, Doug. Douglas has authored 3 books in the Guerrilla Marketing series. He's a regular feature expert on Fox, CNN, ABC, NBC, CTV, and CBC, and others. His training programs share strategies of how to connect with the highest level achievers and expand your network to grow your business. His award-winning entrepreneur training programs have been rated among the best in the world. The title of his speech is Your Highest Value Skill, and I know, Doug, you are free.
Wow. Well, thank you. It's exciting to be with you guys again. I feel so with you in the Philippines. We just love spending so much time with you guys. Now, I was intending to show a PowerPoint. I'm not sure how the technology works, so we're just going to have fun. But it would be okay if I just ask, first of all, how many here are from the Philippines? Because I've been practicing something. If you're from the Philippines, just quickly in your chat, put yes, so we can see who you are. Just please quickly put yes, so I know who you are if you're in the Philippines. Let's do that now. Go ahead. I'll be waiting for you. Oh, I see a couple that have seen me before. Welcome back. Hello.
Yes. You have 20 minutes delay in the Facebook group. So between your question and reaction, you will have 20 seconds delay, sorry. So
wonderful. We've got lots of people saying yes. So it looks like we've got a ton of people from the Philippines. I'm actually excited. Are you guys, listen to this carefully. Tell me if I get this right. Kamusta po kayo? If I got that right, please again also put yes. I'm excited to be with you guys. What a special time it is to be with you in the Philippines. I see again people saying hello and welcome back. I miss you guys. I really wish with all my heart that I could be there with you today. Now, I want to share that very soon, I hope the borders will open, and I've been chatting with Celia and Fabio and some of the others. I am going to come back. I will be coming back to see you. And so I'm so excited. I really enjoyed my time with you last year. And you guys just treated us so special when we were there. And it's definitely created fond memories. As someone said, yes, I got that right. But we had such fond memories with you last year that really, honestly, it almost brings me to tears that I can't be with you. So I really want to make this, yes, mabuti po. Thank you, thank you. So I look forward to spending some time with you today. My goal today is to be of highest service to you, to be able to give you the tools that are going to be able to help you create success in your life and make a difference. And I'm aware that right now with what's going on with the COVID virus and the other things in the world, that it's difficult. Here we go, kamusta po kao. Hey, we could turn this whole thing into a the lesson in Tagalog, and I would appreciate that, but you might not find the highest value. That would serve mostly me. But I will say this, when I come to the Philippines next, you can all teach me, because I've got so much to learn about the Philippines. I love it. So we're coming back. But let me share with you kind of what I thought would be useful. As I mentioned, there's a lot going on with the COVID virus, and it's affecting a lot of people in difficult ways. One of the biggest things that it's probably affecting for many of you is your income streams, your wealth. And without showing the video, maybe let me give you a little bit of my background. So for those of you who are new to the experience with me, you can understand kind of who I am and how I can serve you today, because that's my goal, is to serve you. I'm going to also invite you to take lots of notes, because there's going to be some things that we share that if you pay careful attention will dramatically change your life. Now, before we get started, is it okay if I give a free gift? Just give you guys a free gift right off the bat? Well, my team has built a website called DougSentMe.com. DougSentMe.com. I encourage you to open a separate window right now and just go to DougSentMe.com, and in exchange for your email address, we're going to send you some really cool materials that will help you to supplement and to really get started with some of the things we're going to talk about today. So if you're set, so am I. Let's get started. Now, I'd like to, of course, acknowledge this 20-second delay. So I want to give you a question, and then I'm going to give you a second to think about it. Type your answers in the side when you have this. Are you ready? Okay, here's the question, then I'll give you my introduction. I want you to think about what financial freedom looks like to you. Write it down, I'll be reading. Now, as you're writing that down, let me give you my background. So when I was a young man, I was born into a family that, quite frankly, we'd never heard of personal development. We'd never heard of entrepreneurship or wealth or any of these amazing things that some of you are engaged in. And my father worked in construction. My mom babysit kids in the home. And we were broke. We were extremely broke. In fact, my parents were engaged in something that I call the poverty pattern, which means that when a paycheck came, it all went to bills, and we would just have to work as hard as we could to get the next paycheck so that we would have the ability to survive. And my parents' idea of getting more money was, in fact, to work harder, to get into overtime, right? To, work more so we could get more money. That was their idea. And as you can imagine, because I was born into that circumstance, that's exactly what I was taught. That's what I grew to understand. And as a young man, of course, I worked very, very hard as best as I can. And it was really difficult because I couldn't get ahead. I was always trading time for money. And it was very discouraging. And at about that time, when I was really about to quit and find something else and everything else, a friend gave me the book, Think and Grow Rich. Now, interestingly enough, Think and Grow Rich changed my life for two reasons. One, it got me thinking differently. And this is interesting because we're talking about my latest movie, How Thoughts Become Things, right? How you think will really have an effect on what you're able to do. And I encourage you, if you haven't seen the film, head over there, howthoughtsbecomethings.com. You'll see Travis, you'll see myself, you'll see Dr. Dennis Waitley, who you had yesterday. We're all in there sharing some really powerful things. So that was gift number one from Think and Grow Rich, my thinking, what I was thinking about. The second thing, I have to admit, I got a little jealous. You see, in order to write that book, how we think, how he wrote Think and Grow Rich, Napoleon Hill went out and he interviewed more than 400 of the world's top achievers in his day. He got to people like Thomas Edison, Henry Ford, the Rockefellers, the Wrigleys, and many other amazing people, right? By the way, I see people are starting to kind of get their copies and their materials that are there. So congratulations, that's what's coming up on my screen. So, Napoleon Hill interviewed all these top achievers wherever he could find them. Now, the thing, like I said, I got jealous. So I decided I wanted to start interviewing the top achievers because you've heard it said that you become like the 5 people you spend the most time with. Not spent, but spend, current tense. Right? So the family that I was part of in the past, that's who I spent time with. But those that I spend time with, that's who I'm with currently. And that's a valuable lesson. So write that down right now that you want to start spending time with people who can help you get to the next level in your success, right? So I started interviewing these world's top achievers wherever I could find them. Like Fabio said, I got to the founders of FedEx, Nike, Reebok, the Avita Group, Disney, companies like Fruit of the Loom, Christian Dior, Jordache Jeans, Ted Baker, Uber, you name it. And I also got to big name celebrities, everyone from Oprah Winfrey to Ellen DeGeneres to Warren Buffett to Steve Jobs to some of the biggest names in business. Now, here's a few things that happened for me. As you can imagine, my thinking immediately skyrocketed. I got to a high level of success in many of the things that I was looking at doing. But one of the things that really changed was my financial circumstance. And we're going to talk a little bit about that today. So get this. As a 19-year-old, remember I was 19, in 6 months, that's this many months, that's 180 days, I was able to generate $1.6 million. And if you do the math very carefully with a calculator, you can find that that's almost $9,000 a day, USD, right? So put a little comment under the happy bar here. How many would like to learn today how to do $9,000 a day for the next 6 months? Would that be fun for you? Would you like to do that? Because that's, I think, what we can talk about today. I'm going to actually show you a lot of how I did that. Now, let's get right into these comments that are coming in about financial freedom, because this is really exciting and this is amazing. And I want you to pay very careful attention because this lesson will change everything for you. So I see some people, just going to use a Sharpie here, some people saying that financial freedom means to become debt-free. Okay, that's all right, right? I see other people say, here we go, Lyndon says it's to be able to experience all the things that he really wants to do in life, right? To be able to have the best things that life can offer. I see Leilani says financial freedom is having a huge savings, investments, and passive income. Okay, so I'm going to put savings. Let's just put I for investments and PI for passive income. These are all really good answers, by the way, but I have to make a confession, and I hope I don't hurt anyone's feelings. They're wrong. Okay, so let's get a couple more. See if we get a right answer here. Someone says, not financial freedom is able to generate millions without working my ass off. Jenny, I love your comment. That's really funny, okay? Someone else says financial freedom is not being stressed about money. So no stress. I mean, that's important. We don't want to have stress, right? Next, someone says my definition of financial freedom, this is Jasmine, is not just living paycheck to paycheck for the rest of your life. It also involves early retirement and doing the things that you're passionate about without worrying about your finances. So I'll just maybe put retirement. And I think we've kind of got a little of that with experience, right? So we want to do those things. These are all really neat comments. Let's just see if there's any here that I've missed. So in other words, Layla says, it's financial freedom is being debt-free and having enough money to buy the basic necessities and then some. That's great. Jendi says financial freedom is being able to address your basic needs, luxury, plus become significant by being able to help others who are in financial need as well. I love this idea. I'm going to write that down. And that's called giving back or taking care of others, right? Like these are all things that we would do. And by the way, I really honor that one. I think that's important. Some people say that money isn't happiness, right? Bo Derek, the actress, once said, to those who say money isn't happiness, it all depends on where you shop. And I think that's kind of funny, ha ha ha, right? Like if we shop in certain places, we get happiness. But one of the things that I think is important about that is what do we buy with our money? Because when we give back and we help other people, we actually feel better about our money. And I think that that's an important thing. And if you're one of those people that knows in the future you would give back, number one, I congratulate you, and I'm excited to teach you because that's the kind of students I want to create. I want to create people who give back because the truth of the matter is even when I was doing $9,000 a day back then, and I'll tell you later kind of what I'm doing today, I found a way to give back. Because the truth is I don't care how much you spend at the mall or whatever you do, it's very difficult to spend $9,000 a day. I think we can all agree on that. But we should be giving back. When we are trusted by the universe with wealth, when God gives us money and blessings and things, he expects us to be angels to those around us, to be able to take care of those who are in need. So I'm going to encourage you right now to maybe make that one of your missions when I make you wealthy, is that you will become an angel to those in need. So let's do that for sure. So here, I think we've got a lot of answers here, and I want to, I guess, kind of share why I think that these are the wrong answers, okay? And I don't say it to hurt anyone's feelings. I share this really to educate you, because once you know this one idea, it's going to open up the possibilities for you to begin to grow your wealth. So let me just kind of do a little bit of erasing here quick. Okay. And, okay, I should leave that up there. Sorry, I'll say it again later. But financial freedom, as some of you have kind of listed there, again, debt-free, stress-free, experiences, all these things. Financial freedom is not, listen carefully, is not an emotional experience. It's not. It's actually a specific number. Now, what do I mean by this? Well, let's just write down here financial freedom. I'll put FF for a minute. I want you to think in your mind about all the bills that you have every month. They might include your mortgage for your home. They might include your car payment if you're buying a car, or your gas or your insurance if you have that. Or it may even include the groceries that you buy in your home. It might be, maybe you've got things for your children for their school or whatever it could be, or maybe it's memberships that you have. And when you look at all those monthly reoccurring expenses, you're going to come up with a number. It's going to be a very specific number. Now, I don't know what your number is, but let's just say hypothetically, okay? And this might be way more than most of you. But let's say hypothetically, every month you need $5,000 USD to make ends meet. I know that's pretty high, especially for the Philippines. But let's say that that's what your monthly bills are every single month. So if you can find a way to generate that amount of money without trading your time or your effort for it, you're now financially free. So this becomes the goal. So here's homework number one for you. I want you to, and you can write this down and calculate it later, that's fine, but I want you to discover, what does your real financial freedom number look like? What is the real amount of money that you need to make that you would be financial free? Because that's what your financial freedom looks like. Now, before we move on from this idea, I just want to share a couple other thoughts that will be useful for you, because there's a few other things here too. There's one called FI and FS and FA. So this one stands for financial insecurity. This is where many people are. Right now, you might be making less than what your bills are. You might be, in fact, some months having to go not only paycheck to paycheck, but skip paying some bills because it's that difficult for you. So you put it aside and you'll get to that one next month, and you cover the very best you can this month. And it's always a game of, who do I pay? Who do I put on hold? How can I satisfy this? What should I do? And I really love the comment, and I apologize, I've just lost who shared it, but when it comes to stress, this is a very stressful position, right? Because we're not sure where that money's going to come from most of the time. This next one is called financial security, and that's people who maybe their job does cover their bills. You know, we can cover it paycheck to paycheck to paycheck, right? But if a new bill comes up, something we didn't expect, something out of the blue, maybe we need to have something done for our health. Maybe it's for our dental work, or maybe our car has challenges. All of a sudden we get a new bill and we shift right back to that one. Most people in North America, and I'm sure the Philippines is the same way, are really just a very fine line between security and insecurity. So this idea here of financial freedom really becomes an important goal. It's something that we want to have. And if you want to have that too, if you want that financial freedom, please write yes in the space bar so I can see how many are following me with this concept right now. Write yes. Now I want to share what the next one is, because this is also important. This is financial abundance. You need to know what that number looks like too. In fact, we often hear of people who write on a vision board and they put up the picture of the nice car that they want. They put the picture of the house they want, or the lifestyle that they want. But we need to also be clear on that vision board of what something might cost, so we can know how close we're getting to that. Here's a really interesting thing to think about, right? Write this down. This is going to be useful for you. A goal that is specific and clear becomes attainable and near, right? So we want to know what this number is. And I don't know what that number is going to be, but it might be quite big. And that's okay. If you know what it is, a goal that is specific and clear starts to become attainable and near. Now, because obviously I can't use my PowerPoint here, let's just see if I can screen share. I don't know if I can or not. Let's try. Let's see what happens here. Now, if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. Okay, so I'm going to say no on that. But what I have actually with me that I was going to show you guys is I've got pictures of my students from all over the world in multiple countries. Some of you also know, some of you who joined me last time in the Philippines. And many of those around the world are actually now making this amount of money in a passive income way. Oh, look, now it came up late for that. I'll just leave that for now. And I've got students all around the world that are making passive income. In fact, I've got, in the UK, I've got a single mom who was able to replace her entire annual income in fact, just 3 short months. So everything that was taking care of her family here, she now does that in 3 months. If you'd like to learn how to do that, just type yes. I'm going to show you some more on that. I have a gentleman who actually was a professional investor on the stock market. He was doing Forex and trading stock. And yeah, that's right. Someone's got a goal that's specific and clear, becomes attainable and near. So this gentleman was trading stocks and Forex. And he also was able to replace his entire annual income in a very short period of time. I think he did it in about 4 months, but he was making quite a bit of money. I had another lady who was actually a student in school. She was a university student in uni. And we worked with her, and of course she had very little income. Most of her money was coming from student loans and from her parents. And we also taught her on a very limited student budget. And as you know, students don't have a lot of money. We taught her also how to become financially free. In a moment, I'll share you a little bit more about some of the other students I'm working with. But you might remember last year, I talked a little bit about some of my favorite students. And I showed you a picture of my own son. And my own son was at that time, and remember, this was about a year ago, he was doing $6,000 a month in passive income. So if your financial freedom was $5,000, my son was beating it by 1,000. Well, this year he's doubled that. So he's now doing about $10,000 a month in passive income? How many would like to learn how to do that? Just put yes, yes, yes. Wonderful. Now, is it okay if I show you my very, very favorite student, 2 students? And I have to confess, I actually do not have a picture of the 3rd student who's new. I'm gonna see maybe if I can find it for you here quickly in a second. But let me show you. You remember last time you saw my grandkids? This is Marcus and Desiree. That's me in the middle, by the way. Sorry about the no shirt, but that's that's Marcus. Sorry, can't do this backwards. And that's Desiree. And you remember last time, by the way, Desiree is about to turn 6 now on the 25th of July. Marcus is turning 7 on August the 5th. And he is now doing $3,000 a month in passive income, and she's just shy of $2,700 a month in passive income. So I think that's really kind of cool to do that. I was going to show you a picture quick. We've actually added to our family a brand new grandchild. I have a picture of her here. Just one second. I've got so many pictures of people. Well, there she is at the zoo, but she's not looking at us proper. There she is right there. I'm just going to show you that really up close. Does that work? Does that work? There you are. Well, there you go. It's kind of, maybe you can see it. I don't know. Let's see. There you go. Her name is Christiana. Well, I'm sorry. You can't really see it. Anyways, she is turning 1 on June the 26th. And already she started doing $1,000 a month in passive income. So if you'd like to do that kind of stuff, again, put yes, yes, yes all over the place. I'm going to erase the board because I want to share with you what I believe to be one of the most important concepts of getting started. You need to know this, and we're going to share this with you. Now, how did I do this for me personally? How did I get to, and by the way, I told you I was going to tell you what I'm doing this year now. This year, 2019 to 2020 is my first year now doing 8 figures per year in passive income. Now, if you think about 8 figures, that's like 10 million and up. Passive income, 10 million and up. Now, I won't tell you the exact figure that I'm doing, but right now I'm averaging between 1.3 and 1.7 million dollars a month every month in passive income. So if there's someone who can share with you how to do this, I guess it's going to be me. So let's talk about a few things here so I can help you get to your goals with this. Really, really important. I want to share with you something that I think will start getting your financial life in order for you. I've written the letters A, L, and C. Okay. Now, before we start talking about $1 million, I don't want anybody here to be discouraged and thinking, you know, $1 million, it's so far away, right? It's hard to do. Well, the truth of the matter is most people look at all the zeros after $1 million and they say, well, 0, 0, 0, 0, there's 0 chance I'm ever going to get that. And they get discouraged right away and they get frustrated and they think that it's just impossible. Well, let me just give you a little bit of hope. 2 thoughts. 1, you're not going to start at $1 million. Okay. I think we know that. But the other thought is how do you eat an elephant? Well, 1 bite at a time. And when I was a 19-year-old, my very first investment that I ever did actually only generated $60 a month. May not sound like much, but it's a beginning. And you probably heard that Chinese philosophy saying that says there are 2 times that are great to plant a tree. One of them is 20 years ago. The other is right now. And so I'm going to suggest that if we want to get started, there's no better time than right now because we can't go back in a time machine. There's just no way we can do it. And even if you got $60 extra per month right now, just starting at 60, it's better than you're doing right now because it's free money. I want you to think about it this way. Some of my students say, well, $60, it's hardly worth the effort. Well, if you were walking down the street and you saw $60 on the ground, would you pick it up? Well, of course you would. And if it was there next month in the same spot, would you pick it up again? Of course you would. And if it was there month after month after month after month after month, well, you know what's funny is I estimate that over the years, now I'm not 19 anymore, right? But if I go and just look at all the years I've been collecting that $60 month after month after month, it adds up to almost $8,000 free money. $8,000 free money. So it makes sense that we want this. So if you're interested to learn how to do some of these techniques, just say yes, and also recognize that it is going to come to you logically and in a system. It's going to come in a specific way. It's going to unfold in a unique pattern that I'm going to show you that works every time. And by the way, as I get going into this, let me tell you something about money that one of my mentors told me. Now, remember, I was interviewing 400 of the world's top achievers, millionaires and billionaires and people who, made incredible amounts of money. So here's what one of them told me. He said, just remember that money doesn't have emotions. It doesn't care how smart you are. It doesn't care what your past is like. It doesn't care about the family you came from. It doesn't care about what's going on in your world or in your life. The only thing it cares is that you follow the system that creates it. So I want to show that to you. So as we get into this, let's explain this really quickly. So this is really what banks, when a bank is looking at a millionaire, what they define a millionaire to be. Okay, so I want you to know this because there's one of these three that's going to be best for you. It's going to be the best for you. So let's take a look at this really quick. The first kind of millionaire is what we call an asset millionaire. This means that on paper, you're worth $1 million. Maybe that means it's your house, it's your art collection, it's your cars, it's all the things that you have. But there's really kind of two problems with this. Problem number one is I've never been able to go into a restaurant and said, here's my bank statement, can you give me a meal? Right? Like no one will do that for you, right? So assets, you know, they look good on paper, but they don't really change your life. Now, the second thing that's interesting about assets is the value of that paper changes. As we know with what happened with COVID, many of the stocks in my country too went down. In fact, we took immediately like a 40% hit on stocks. So if somebody has $1 million today and you take a 40% hit, that's like $400,000 that you've lost. Bam, right? And the same can happen to real estate and elsewhere. So this is important, but it's not the most important one that you want. The second kind of millionaire that they talk about is what we call a liabilities millionaire. And this basically means that you have the ability to borrow $1 million, right? So in other words, your credit is good, you've got assets in place, the bank will loan you $1 million. The problem with this kind of millionaire though, is it's not your money, right? You're borrowing it. So technically you're a millionaire in the bank size because you can borrow that, you qualify for that, but it's not really your money. And if we look at movies like The Big Short, remember what happened in 2008 when the real estate economy died? It's because everybody was over leveraged, borrowing far more money than they really had the ability to pay back, and the whole thing crumbled. Companies did it, and then they had to lay off people who had done it, and suddenly it just was a domino effect, and everybody wound up upside down. Now, the final one is the one that you want. I'm going to write it in capital letters. It's what we call a cash flow millionaire. That's what you want. Cash flow will change everything. Cash flow is what makes your life experience different. And I want you to think about this for a minute. You know, most people look at cash flow, and again, when it comes to being a millionaire, they just don't really know where they're at. So let me give you the numbers. To become a cash flow millionaire, you need to be earning $2,739 a day. Well, let's get more specific. That's about $114 per hour, and that's about $1.10 per minute. That's what it takes to become a cash flow millionaire. Now, I just want to share an interesting insight for you. The students that join me, whether it's my own grandchildren or some of the people that I've talked about, students all around the world, very, very, very few people, a very small percent, start out making $2,739 a day. There's very few that started that. So let's just be realistic, right? But I do have many students who actually start out, and so could you, by doing $500 USD extra per month. Isn't that interesting to think about? $500 USD per month. How many would like to have an extra $500 USD per month? Just put yes right now. If that's you, put yes, yes, yes if you want to have an extra $500 USD per month. Now, the thing I want to share about 500, to put it in perspective, in Canada, where I live, 500 USD is actually a car payment on a brand new BMW. That's right, you could get a brand new car. You join me, you let me teach you. I'm gonna give you basically the tools to get a brand new car every single month. You'll have that $500 coming in. And you know, that's cool. A lot of people start with that, but they don't finish there. You see, making money is kind of like making cupcakes. Once you have the recipe, you can print as many cupcakes as you want. So who would print more than just the $500 a month? I'm pretty sure all of you, but put yes, 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 if again, you would do more. So let's just say that you could do $500 a week. Now, wouldn't that be interesting? Do you know that $500 a week, and I don't know what that'll buy you in the Philippines, but I've got a suspicion it's gonna be pretty good for you. But in North America, $500 a week, that's $2,000 a month. That is the payment on a mortgage. That is a new property. So how many would like to join me, and I'm gonna basically give you a new house? You're gonna have a new house. Now, you don't have to live there. You can rent it out. It can be another form of income, which will even compound this faster. But if you choose to move there, maybe it's a big upgrade for you, right? And by the way, I don't care where you live, if you live in the Philippines or if you live in, who cares? 500 US, because some of the tools that I use actually involve global customers. It's 500 US, whether you're in the Philippines or whether you're in the UK or wherever. Now, again, remember I said about cupcakes. So if you learn how to do it in a month, you learn how to do it in a week, you could also learn how to do it in a day. That's the crazy thing. And by the way, this I want to try and show you if I can. Let me just see if I can bring this up here. I want to share this screen with you. Let me just see if it'll let me do this super quick. I know it takes a second for me to click in, but I want to show you this because I've got a lady by the name of Vicky in the UK. She just kind of started with us. And the cool thing is, okay, it's coming up. It's coming up. And I'm not going to bring the whole screen up. I'm just going to bring this so you can see it. Are we there? Can you see it? Come on. Technology, right? I don't know if it's sharing it or not. I don't know if you can see this or not. But if you can see it, this is actually her Stripe account. You'll notice the time in the corner says that this was 4:39 in the morning. 4:39 in the morning. And what that means to me is that she was probably asleep. We don't wake up at 4:39 in the morning. I don't know about you, but I don't wake up at 4:39 in the morning. And what it says for her, and I really want to show this. I don't know how to do this. Let's see. I wish I could. I really wish you could see this. Okay, so what it says for her is that last night, before 4:39 in the morning, she made $1,511. By the way, it's also got her day before. The day before that, she made $2,960. And then the payouts for the side is $6,351.65. And she's got an expected payout hitting her account right now for $1,201.25. So again, for her, I just want to be clear, 4:39 in the morning, before she's even rolling out of bed, she's already made $1,511 even. That's what she did. How many would like to learn how to do that? If you want to learn how to do that, just simply type yes in your bar again, and we're going to keep going, and I want to show you this. So again, $1,500 while she slept. Now, I want to tell you guys something interesting. There's a really wonderful quote that I love from Warren Buffett. He said that if you don't want to work till you die, you need to learn how to make money while you sleep. Now, that sounds really good on the surface, but most people don't know how to do it. So I want to talk a little bit about how to do that. We've got, I think, probably about 8 or 9 minutes left. So let me maybe just talk to you about how that's going to be done. And one of the big challenges that we experience when it comes to wealth is that most of us have been taught incorrect ideas around money. The first thing that we've been taught is that time equals money. We need to trade our time for money. In fact, even while we're in school as students, they give us words like minimum wage, which means the wage attached to the hour, right? We also are told phrases like overtime. We're going to work overtime. And so that kind of time is being attached again to money. We're also told to keep a time sheet and to punch in and out. So everything is kind of psychologically trained to have us all in this idea that time equals money. You've even heard that time equals money. No, it doesn't. Totally doesn't. Totally doesn't. The other thing that we're often told is the more educated we become, the more we go to school, the more money we get. Now, confession time, okay? Please don't think less of me about this, but I want to be authentic. I have not passed a mathematics course in school since grade 10, since the 10th grade. Even when I went to college, I kind of found a different way to go through school without math. My chemistry, I've never had a passing grade in chemistry in my life, and I've never taken a physics course or anything like that. But money doesn't care. Money doesn't care how smart you are. In fact, one of the things that's really interesting, and we're going to talk about what does build money here, so I'll just give you that word right now. It's systems that build money. It's systems that make money. And let me share with you a personal experience that happened to me that was really kind of interesting, right? So when I was interviewing the top 400 achievers, there was a man who was worth about $800 million that I met with. I see, am I running out of time, Fabio?
You're right there, right about there. But go on, 2 more minutes, 3 more minutes.
Hey, so let me do it this way then instead. I want to share with you guys the systems, but I've got something special I'd like to do because I'd like to invite you guys to continue the journey with us. I thought I had, according to the clock, 6 minutes, but I guess we're not there. So let's see what we can do. Okay, Thank goodness I have friends that work in the high places here in the behind the scenes, right? They're going to be merciful and they're going to give us the time. I want to teach you the systems. So let me explain how we're going to do that together. Wealth is never created by an individual. It's always created by a team. And I want to help you. I want to be on your team. I want to share with you what I know. And I've got some things that I'm going to do to guarantee your success. If you like the idea of having your success guaranteed, this is it. Okay, so type yes if you like the idea of having your success guaranteed. Now, by the way, if we ask the question, what's easier to make, your first million or your second, right? We'd all answer our second is easier to make because our first one's where we're learning. So what better way to create your first million than to get a millionaire to help you? So I'm going to help you. So we've developed something really special, really special for this particular program, the Freedom Summit. I want to create some wealth among you. I want to have some people that I can point to in the Philippines as success stories. People that are making that $500 a week, people that are making bigger than that and doing well. So if you want to be one of my people, I want to just point out that I've got an opportunity for 25 people, 25 only. I've got a program called the Wealth System Blueprint. Okay, you're going to be able to go to that website, wealthsystemblueprint.com. This is a program where there's 8 videos that you're going to get. The same as what we shared our live event. It comes with all the tools that you're going to need to be successful. When this program retails in North America, we sell it for $4,997 USD. That's $5,000. This is a powerful program and it will change your life and it'll give you everything that I learned from the top achievers. But I want to give you more. We've also got a book called the Wealth Mindset Book. I'm going to throw that in. We offer that for $197 and it comes with all the tools that are in it. And then I've got something really cool that I want to do. You see, most of you are wondering, how am I going to do this? How does he give me that guarantee that he just talked about? How is he going to be able to help me? Well, we've actually designed 2 specific tools, and I can't really tell you too much about them, but one of them is online. The other is an offline tool. So depending on what it is that you're better at, I'm going to give this to you. These generate cash immediately. I've got one of our girls who actually is also a single mom. She's got a 2-year-old daughter and she's doing $25,000 a month on it right now. I want to give it to you. This tool we offer at $997 normally. So I want to give you those 2 tools included in that. And then I've also got 3 additional modules I want to give you. I want to give you something called Wealth Lessons from a Billionaire. It's an audio that explores exactly what I learned from these top achievers. So you've heard the idea of take a millionaire to lunch. I want to share with you what you get when you take a billionaire to lunch. So let's write that down too. I'm going to give that to you. One of the things that Fabio mentioned at the beginning is I'm a regular featured expert on Fox, CNN, NBC, and all of the major media across North America. One time they asked me, what are your top tips for taking a business to over $1 million? And since most of you have never done that before, I want to unfold that to you step by step. So we've got a really cool tool called Essentials to Getting to $1 Million. I don't really worry about what business you're in. These steps are the same. They're the common markers that all of the top achievers have used. And then I also want to give you a tool with it is how to get to your first million. How will you do your very first? Now with these 3 modules, this is a value of about $397 again. So if you do the math quick, you're going to get the Wealth System Blueprint, which is all the 8 modules. You're going to get the book, which is $197. You're going to get the 2 tools that will guarantee your income at $997. We're going to train you how to use those, and you'll be able to make money right away, like right away. And then I'm going to give you these 3 modules. If you do the math, it comes out to be 15, I think 482 or something like that. For the Freedom Summit, we've got something special that we're going to do for you. We're going to actually give you all of this for the first 25. You'll be able to get it for just $297 right now. You can access it immediately. Now, where do you need to go to do that? Listen carefully, because this is it. The first 25, thewealthsystemsblueprint.com. Again, that's thewealthsystemblueprint.com. I want you to be able to head there and get that for yourself. I'm just making sure that I've got it. thewealthblueprint.com. Thank goodness we've got our team. By the way, did you know that I hire a lot of people from the Philippines? If you're looking for work, reach out to me. So thewealthyblueprint.com. Maybe we could have somebody write that up, thewealthyblueprint.com. And right now, that's available to you I'll maybe even write it in the comments myself. Do I have the ability to do that? I don't know. I want to help you guys. Let's just make sure you have that. So for those of you that are ready to join us, thewealthyblueprint.com, that's all one word. And I guess just kind of in finishing, let me just finish the one story that I wanted to share with you about systems. One of the mentors that I was visiting with when I was a young man, he said, you know, I'd like to help you to build your business. And so I sat down with him and I brought my business plan. And the first questions I started asking were this. I said, what do I need to do? How am I going to do this? Who do I need to look for? What do I need to do? And you know what he said to me? He stopped me and he said, you know, I can tell you're going to be building a small company. And I said, what do you mean by that? And he said, well, because you're asking selfish questions. I said, what do you mean by that? And he goes, whenever somebody asks, what do I need to do? What do I have to have happen? You know it's going to be small, because wealth is always built by a team. It's the people you surround yourself with. That's why it's said that we become like the 5 people we surround ourselves with. He said the better question to ask isn't what will I do, but who will help me? Who can answer this? Who can do this for you? I'm right here today, folks. I do want to help you. I know that we've got some people here that are going to be my success stories. We'll be able to take you to the next level. I can see, thank you so much. They put it on the bottom of the screen. First 25 only who join us there will get a chance to be part of this. And I've also got a few special gifts that I haven't mentioned here. But again, with this alone, you will be guaranteed to be making some big money and you'll be my success story. I'm going to pass it back to you, Fabio. It's so good to be with you guys. I miss you all. I hope to see you soon.
We miss you too. And in the meanwhile, you can see at the bottom of the screen, you can see the wealthyblueprint.com. So this is where you guys can get back in touch with Doug. But Doug is never going to leave us the Philippines. Actually, he's going to be back soon. And he will never leave the Freedom Summit Global, because I think that not only we found a fantastic superstar, but also a great guy to be with.
Link here. Let me see.
We need to let you go now because I got more people behind you. So thank you, Doug.
Thank you so much.
All right.
And, blessings to all of you. Thank you so much.
Sorry that I had to cut him short a little bit, but we have a program and we have a very interesting speaker right after Doug. And he also is a veteran from our previous event. So it's with the greatest pleasure that I would like to welcome back with us Scott Payton. And also I'd like to remind you and inform you that Scott Payton is also from Canada. He's the executive producer of Designer Web Solutions. He's an international speaker, of course. Scott launched his first online video course in January 2014. And now has over 300,000 students in 200 countries enroll in one of his 130 courses. Scott works with time-strapped experts who want to reach thousands of excited students with a proven 3-hour production process. His range of subject areas is wide, including stock option trading, alternative health, EFT, weight loss, very interesting that, golf, financial planning, real estate, marketing, and relationship. The title of his speech is "The World is Your Stage," and for an extroverted like me, I like this title very, very much. And you are right now on. Welcome, Scott.
Hey, Fabio. Nice to be here.
Thank you for being patient by, Doug, and he is just fantastic in his activities. So,
boy, his energy is just through the roof, and you're going to find me the polar opposite, probably.
I don't believe that. I saw you. I know what you can do. So, as we like to say, you are free.
Thank you. And you're all free too. And I really appreciate all the interaction that's been going on in the group. And so I would appreciate it if you would just put kind of a hi in the chat so that I know that you're there. I happen to be in Medellin, Colombia during this lockdown, and it's one of my favorite places in the world after actually the Philippines. As Fabio said, I was there last year, and I'm kind of, hi Leanne, thank you. there's a number of things that I really want to touch on in my time with you today, and I really would like you to get out a piece of paper or your notebook, have a pen, and I want you to make some notes. And the notes are not for me, they're for you. And I've thought a lot about, over the last 4 or 5 years ago, my youngest son left home, he bought a house, and I had an epiphany. This was the first time in my life when I had no responsibilities. I had both of my sons living with me. I was a single dad for pretty close to 10 years. And now my mom was healthy, my sister was healthy, my children were healthy, my friends were healthy, and I had no ties to where I was. And my dream was to travel the world. So a couple months later, I flew off to Morocco, and I spent the following 2 years wandering throughout Europe, North Africa. I got as far south as Kenya. And then a couple things brought me back to North America. And while I was in North America, the Freedom Summit happened, and I couldn't say no. So I came over to the Philippines and Southeast Asia for a good month. And when I got back, I decided I really wanted to see South America. I got to Colombia when we had this shutdown. And basically, I have set my life up to be able to do my work anywhere in the world, because what I wanted to do was spend some quality time in other countries to see the beauty of those countries, to meet the people, to experience different cultures, different languages, and it's been just amazing. And so that's kind of where I come from. I don't have massive income goals. I just want to have enough money to be able to live comfortably, to be able to live the lifestyle that I want to live. And that's really what I'm going to be talking to you about, because one of the things that places like Canada, I'll just talk about my Canadian experiences. There is a stigma around wealth and poverty. And the idea is that the wealthy people work really, really hard, and the poor people are lazy. And I was so shocked to see how deep that belief was ingrained subconsciously, unconsciously in me, because it wasn't something that if you asked me, I would have said, right? But as I was going through Africa, I was in Kenya. I was in Kenya. I was on one of the highways, which was really just a 2-lane road, and I'm watching this guy at noon in 105-degree weather with no shoes pulling a cart by himself down the road. And I'm looking at this and I am thinking, I would never work that hard, and I'm sure he's only making pennies an hour or dollars a day, like because he obviously he didn't have any money, and it really sort of flipped me in how I looked, and how I unconsciously looked, because I would never have said I looked at people this way, about wealthy countries versus countries that are, let's just say, are struggling that way. And what I realized was there was two problems. One was there's the system that the Kenyans that I saw were in wasn't one that supported them getting out of poverty. Okay, so there's a systemic issue. And then the other issue is, this is normal for me, and I'm supposed to be walking down the highway at 105 degrees Fahrenheit in the blazing sun, pulling a cart full of wood and other things. And so it's difficult to do anything about the systems. Like when I was in Tunisia, I was teaching a group of 20-something, 30-somethings about entrepreneurship and businesses and everything else. And in their case, you can't get a PayPal account. So all of a sudden, a lot of the ways that you could get paid were gone because the company banned PayPal accounts. So that was a systemic problem that they had to solve. So I want you to look at your own lives and say, how much of what my issues are around the system that I'm in, and how much are around my beliefs. And you can work with your politicians and everything else to try to spit the system, but once you understand the system you're in, then you can do something about it, right? And that includes for the the big system you're in, and it also includes your own belief systems. So when you're going through and wanting to be free, you know, what does that look like for you? Okay. For me, it looked like, you know, making a couple grand a month. And because I'm living in places where I'm on the 9th floor of a building, I'm in a studio apartment, which is half of the 9th floor. The other half of the 9th floor is a terrace. It has a hammock. So I go out and I sit on my hammock. I look up at the stars. I look up at the sky. I look at the beautiful mountains around me. Hopefully you can see a little bit of the night sky. You know, that's the mountains with the lights on it. And it's pretty, it's pretty nice. And one of the things that that's important is that you just heard was, if you serve a lot of people, if you help a lot of people, you get rewarded. Okay. So a couple years ago, a friend of mine said, I have a client, Scott, who has a problem. And I look at myself as a problem solver, right? And can you help them? They need to have a podcast. They need to have this. They need to have. I said, sure, I can help them, right? And 2 years later, I'm still looking after that client. I'm producing their podcasts. I'm producing their YouTube videos. I'm doing a whole bunch of other stuff. They have me on their marketing team now. And he told his friend what was going on with him and what he was doing. And the friend wanted me to do the same thing. And then he told another friend, and he told another friend, and he told another friend. And the next thing you know, instead of just having one client and kind of, you know, going through life, everything is easy, I can handle all the work in a couple hours a day, I had 6 clients. And that was way, way too much work for one person. And I had tried, you know, I'd been 20 years as a grocery store manager. I had 300 employees. I had 22,000 customers going through the turnstiles every week. When I left that 20 years ago, I didn't want to work with anybody. I wanted to be alone. I'm as Fabio said, he's an extrovert. Well, I'm an introvert that sometimes acts extroverted. And I didn't want to have a team. That was just awful, right? But a friend of mine was watching what was going on and said, you know, you need to get some help. You're working too hard. And so she ended up finding 2 Filipino VAs for me, and then she ended up managing them. And now she's found 3 more, and I now have a team of about 7 VAs, all of whom actually are in the Philippines, who are helping me to help our clients, right? And so we're growing this team, and it's been a wonderful experience. And I share that because she didn't have to help me, but she had a servant's heart, and she was seeing what was going on, and she says, look, let me help you. And she was doing it all. And I just turned around one day and said, all of a sudden, like, hey, Trixie is actually managing my team for me and looking after everything. Like, we need to formalize this relationship, because it was like almost volunteer work for her. And hi, Carissa. And that's what we did. So now I have a manager, I have a team, and we're growing, because now I can handle more and more and more people. I can serve more and more people, and more money is coming in. So the takeaway, you know, the key takeaways that I want from, you know, this part of my conversation with you is you never do anything alone. Even if you're the only person in the room, like right now, I'm the only person in the room, but Cecilia is looking after me, making sure that you can see me. Fabio is hosting. Somebody made this platform, and somebody's maintaining this platform, and we have the internet, and somebody's making sure that the fiber optics work so that I can actually have my image here in South America appear in the Philippines or Southeast Asia or wherever in the world you happen to be watching right now. So we're never alone. We think we are, but we never are. So the next question is like, what sort of people do you want to have on your team, right? And in my case, I want people who are hardworking, that are lifelong learners, because that's kind of what I am, that have a servant's heart, that want to serve people, that want to help people, want to make a difference in the world. And I have this list. So I'm a big list and goal setting person. I think you need to set goals And then you need to not worry about whether you achieve them or not, because when you set the goal and you work towards that goal, your subconscious mind makes 95% of the decisions that go on, right? So 5% is our conscious mind. And this is one of the reasons why I want to be a millionaire. I really want to be a millionaire. It doesn't really work, because most of us have this conscious mind that says, yes, I want to be really successful, and a subconscious mind that says, I'm very comfortable right here where I am because this is safe. I'm living, even though it may be a terrible situation, right? So you have to understand that when you want to know what you really believe, you take a look at your life and you see where you're at. And if you're not where you want to be, then you have to start working on your belief system and on yourself, because you have what you want, okay? And the question isn't, how do I get something else? The question is, why do I want what I have? Okay, so if you've got a bad relationships, if you've got a bad job, if you've got a bad situation, like if you start from, hey, this is what I want, okay, because I have what I want. Why do I want this? Okay, and how can I work with my subconscious to get something different? And it's not something that takes a minute to do. It's something that's a lifelong journey, and it's well worth it. And when I started traveling on Facebook, I would post pictures when I was in Egypt, or when I was in Poland, or when I was in Norway, or when I was in Costa Rica or Mexico. And one of my friends from who I was very close with in 2003 and 4 messaged me one day and said, congratulations, it's so exciting to see you living the life of your dreams. And I was like, thank you, but I don't understand. The way she said it made me sort of stop and think. And so I messaged her back. I says, well, what do you mean finally? And she says, well, when we were talking in 2003, so 17 years ago, this is what you talked about. This is what you wanted to do. This was the direction. So the bad news is that I'm not an overnight success. It took me 17 years to get here. And there are reasons why. I made a commitment to stay in one place to look after my sons as they grew up. I didn't want them to have instability. So for, 15 of those 17 years, or 14 of them, I stayed in one place because I had made that commitment, right? So you need to look at yourself and see where you are in your life. And sometimes it's like, this is where I am. I've made a commitment to my family, and I'm not going to be able to make a commitment to being a whatever else it is that you want in your life, right? So we're all here because we want to have freedom, right? And I want to talk a little bit about, freedom for everybody is a little bit different, right? What is it for you? And it might be great to, so I think it's over there, put in the chat, like, what does freedom mean for you? And for me, it means having enough money to do what I want to do without having to spend 24 hours a day creating it. And there's a combination here of passive incomes, which are incomes that come in. Basically, you do something once and the income comes in over and over again. An example of that would be books. Like, a lot of times people will write a book, they'll put it up on Amazon, and maybe they sell, 15 or 20 books a month of that book, and maybe they make, I don't know what they would make. Maybe they make a couple $100 or whatever, but they made the book. They don't do anything else. And this $200 comes in and comes in and comes in. And so and let's just say that's what happened. When you wrote a book, you put it up on Amazon, you made $200. Well, let's even say $100. Well, if you wanted $1,000, what do you have to do? Write 10 books, right? I'm a firm believer in massive action gives you massive results. So Fabio had mentioned that I am a video course producer. I didn't mean to be one. It wasn't one of my lifelong goals. But a friend of mine said, Scott, you're a podcast trainer. You're like one of the first people. 2005, I started podcasting and started teaching people about it. You need to do a video course. And I said, well, I have a 3-page PDF that explains it. And he sort of looked at me and said, no, make a course. So I did, and made this course. And in the process of making this course, It was like there was a closed door in my room of my box that I'm in, because we're all in boxes. And it opened up and it was like, wow, like there's a great opportunity for online training by making these courses. So I told some of my friends and some of my clients, and a bunch of them jumped on. Before you knew it, I had 5 courses to do. I had recorded them. Actually, I needed to edit them. I had done everything for my own course. And I thought, if I have to edit these, they'll never get done. It's not going to happen. So I found a video editor who happens to live 4 hours outside of Manila. I'm not sure which way. And so for 5 years, Sherry has been editing my videos. I create the videos, record the videos with my clients, with my co-instructors, upload it to a server. She downloads it. She finishes it all up and posts it on Udemy or on YouTube, depending on what we make. And she does an amazing job, a way better job than I could do, right? And this was part of the cracking of my self-belief about I have to do everything alone, right? Because she started it, right? She was my very first support person in my business. So now I have over 130 courses. I have over 340,000 students. I have over 1 million. No, it's not. Is it 1 million? 1 million enrollments, which means people have taken more than one of my courses. And it's absolutely amazing to me that this had happened, because I had no idea. But it opened up a whole bunch of doors, because as a course producer, and particularly one who had a course on podcasting, I called it Power Podcasting at the time, it positioned me as an expert. And now, instead of knocking on doors, hey, do you want a podcast? Hey, do you want a podcast? Hey, do you want a podcast? No, thanks, no, thanks, no, thanks. It was, Scott, we heard about this thing called podcasting, and we understand you're like one of the world's top experts on it. Can you consult with me? Can you help me? Can you whatever, right? And so I end up coming up with a program that made it easy. In other words, a template that made it easy for people in 3 hours to create a course. And then I also made it easy for people to create podcasts or video shows and that sort of thing. And it grew. And that's right, love. Success is not overnight, but you humbly work on it without counting the time and cost. Thank you, love. That's absolutely right. So my point in all of this was, first of all, you need to be an expert. Okay. When I was at the first, let's just say the first, because it wasn't the last, and this isn't going to be the last either, Freedom Summit, I would be talking to people and it's like, like, who are you, right? Or like, what is your job, or how do you call, what do you call yourself, right? And VA was the word that they used. Okay. So I think that's a huge mistake. You should not call yourself a VA, because in Canada and the United States, a VA is somebody you pay $5, maybe $10, that does a bunch of work. And that's going to be really hard to make a living, right? And usually they don't get the $7. Usually they get, less. I don't know how that all works with Upwork and everything else, but you're not going to be making the full amount. And that's a low paying job. Whereas you may be really, really good at managing calendars, or, like someone's calendar and their schedule, or you may be really good at finding great places for people to stay when they travel, or you might be great at editing something, text or editing videos or whatever. And I had a friend contact me, and he was trying to get people to join his podcast. And he says, like, Scott, what do I call myself? Right? Like, I'm kind of like I'm the host. I do everything. And I said, Dov, you are an executive producer. You are the executive podcast producer of the Dov Barron Show. And you could tell he's chest puffed up and he was all proud of, yes, I'm the executive producer. And that's what you have to do. You have to give yourself a subtitle that is like a high prestige. And I don't actually know what the right word is, right? Like, I'm an executive podcast producer. I'm an executive course producer. And what that means is that I do a lot more than just push the record button. And it sounds really good. If I just said, hey, I'll make your podcast for you and edit it, then, okay, well, here's a couple $100, right? But my clients pay way, way more than that each month for me to look after their stuff for them, right? So I have, first of all, the massive action. I've done 50 odd podcasts as a host, as a producer, as a co-host. I have over 130 courses that I've created. So when it comes to producing all of this stuff, there's no doubt, right? And I never tell anybody what I do. The only people that I work with are people that are recommended by my clients. If you don't know my client, you're probably not going to be working with me. Hi, Ricky. Good to see you too, buddy. And so I'm very, very clear on who my ideal client is. My ideal client is somebody who has very little time and is willing to spend 1 hour a week with me to create a bunch of content that becomes part of his podcast, part of his YouTube channel, part of his blog, part of his next book, part of his next course. And then we end up creating that. I create a plan for them, and then that's what we create, right? Then they're very happy because they know exactly. I tell them, this is what you're going to be talking about this week, and then I push the record button. They talk blah 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 about it. I push the stop button. They say, thank you very much, Scott. See you next week, because they don't have time to learn video editing, to learn how to make a podcast, to learn how to set up this stuff, to how do you get a transcription? How do you edit a transcription? How do you make a good title? I mean, how do you make good images that go with it and all the rest of it? So that's my job, right? And so I look after everything for them. And what happens is I need help. So fortunately, Trixie and it looks after finding the help for me because she's in the Philippines and she knows lots of people, and it works out really, really great that way. So, but if you want to create freedom in your life, you need to think about, okay, how am I positioning myself? And you need to position yourself as an expert, which means you need to become an expert at something. All right. And what is that? So there's lots of things that you're good at now. You need to sit down, be self-aware, get out your pen and paper and start writing down. These are the things that I'm good at. What do I want to learn? We live in an amazing time. You can go on to YouTube and you can find out a ton of stuff about anything. So as long as you have, a Wi-Fi connection that you can use, because if you're using data, I think that could be a little expensive, you can learn. So then you pick on something that you want to learn. And I do a lot of video editing, still. Even though Sherry does most of mine, I still dabble in it and everything else. And lately I've been going on YouTube and watching videos on how to do stuff on Final Cut Pro. And I'm amazed, right? Because wow, I've had no training on it. And I also like to take pictures, and I have an Olympus camera, and I found 2 guys that post every week on Olympus cameras and how they take pictures and how they manually set and do all these things. So I'm starting to learn that. And there's no cost to it, right? So I think there's no excuse for not learning and practicing some skill. And you need to learn and practice one skill. Get really, really good at that one skill, okay? And it could be, how to do Facebook ads. It could be search engine optimizing, keyword research, or whatever. And if you become like the #1 person in that field, and you're never the #1 person, right? But you're the #1 person for a lot of people because they don't know who the #1 person is and they can't find them ever. Then you're going to be able to serve a lot of people. And that's the trick. Now, I don't really recall how much time I have, or when I'm supposed to be done. So if Celia could just pop it in the private chat and let me know. I said the world is your stage, okay? So I want to share with you some 3 streams of income that you could start on now. And unfortunately, tomorrow you won't be a millionaire if you do this. Probably in a month or even a year, you won't be. But I think if you persist at it, you will find that you're starting to create. First of all, what happens when you start creating stuff is you learn. You learn how to do it, you learn how to do it better, and you become a lot better at it. And when you do that, people want some of it. Like there's somebody that needs every skill possible in the world. And if you're really good at doing that, then they're going to be looking for you, and hopefully they can find you and you can do it. But having said that, the others, that's just working for someone and being of service. And that's a big part of who I am. The other part of it is passive income. Okay. And The way that you do that is like you write a book and put it on Amazon. But I've found three passive income streams that I think are really easy for you. Now, if you don't have a video camera, or you don't have a regular camera, this is what I talk about being a team. Find somebody that does do that. Okay, so you don't have to do the work, you just have to get the work done. So stream number one is Amazon Prime. Amazon Prime will pay you pennies per minute watched. Okay, but 4 years ago, I put, I don't know, 5 hours of content up on Amazon Prime to see, and I was amazed. I was making $50 a month. And I thought it would decrease and decrease over the years. But for 4 years, every month, they send me $50. So what would happen if I put 10 times more content up? It'd be $500, right? So maybe I'd have to put 20 times the content up. Who knows? Like some are hits and some aren't, right? But this is what I mean about massive action. Like 20 times the 4 hours I put up is not massive action, right? So but what do you put up? Well, one thing I put up was a video of birds in Colombia, which is about as boring as it gets. And I got tons of views on it. So you're in a gorgeous country. You can take pictures, you can take videos, you can show it all off, you can get it produced nicely and put it up on Amazon and you could put thousands of hours up on Amazon Prime, and you and your team would be getting whatever amount of money that is and split it up. And it would be significant because you'd be getting paid on doing it once. And then every month you're going to get this check. Now, if you're adding more and more and more, then that's great. But if you stopped one day, the income doesn't stop, it just continues. And I think that's important. Second one is low content books or calendars. Like you can take beautiful pictures of beaches, make a calendar, put it up. Beautiful pictures of whatever, birds, put it up. Sunsets, put it up. And you can make calendars, you can make journals, all those sorts of things, and they're easy to make. And there's more people doing it now than maybe 4 or 5 years ago, but it's still an insatiable appetite. And once you get in, you can find little niches that are not being served, which would be, maybe stockbrokers need a journal or something. So you do one that looks like stockbrokers journals and put it up, and there you've got it going on. Let me just check and see what my third one. Oh, t-shirts. So you find an artist, they make a nice design, you make a t-shirt, and people are always looking for t-shirts, right? So you do Father's Day t-shirts, you do funny t-shirts, whatever. Again, it's massive action. And once you've made the design, the work is all done, and then it's up to the t-shirt companies to sell your designs. So there you go. My 3 takeaways was you never do anything alone, multiple streams of income, and you want to set your life up so you don't depend on any employer. Everything ends, okay? So, Udemy, maybe tomorrow they get bought out by somebody and they decide they don't want to do online courses and something else happens, right? So you can't assume that everything you're doing is going to continue. If you're working for someone, one day you won't be working for that person. It's just the nature of the beast. So you want to make sure that you set yourself up so that you have multiple streams, but do one stream at a time. Like get really good at one thing, like low content books or journals and that sort of thing first before you go on to another one. Make sure it's established before you go and do other things. But you want to, even if you are working for somebody, then start looking at some skills where you can create your own content, whatever it is, whether it's video or images or books or blog posts or whatever it is, in order so that if something happens and all of a sudden, like in the United States, 40 million people went on unemployment. Well, most of those people did not have a side hustle, did not have a side job, and are, in dire financial straits. If they had had something on the side that wasn't dependent on location, okay, so we're talking about the internet, then that would work out really good for them. So the world is your stage. You can create tons and tons of amazing video content. You can be the star of it if you want. Someone else can be the star of it if you want. And the information, the creation, whether it's educational or entertainment, will go around the world. And so we have an amazing opportunity to create the life that we want. And And I wish you, hopefully you've been inspired, sort of think of things a little bit differently in our time together. And and I like to give my time, share my time, and teach. But I have not put into place any sort of program, get this and we're going to change your life, because I'm too busy doing what I'm doing. But I really see opportunities for all of you to live the life that you want. And if you have any questions or anything else, my email is below. And if you email me, I'll answer and help you as much as I can.
Thank you so much. Tinkering with my, am I on? Yes, I am on.
Sure.
Thank you so much, Scott. What I can say about your presentation is that rang genuine. You really sounded like somebody that actually went through all the experiences that you went through, and you decided exactly where you wanted to be. When you wanted to take responsibilities for your family, you did. When you were working in a very fast-paced corporate world, you were there. And then, you had the time to experiment and do other stuff. And I think this is quintessential Freedom Summit Global, because yes, we are all looking for success, but success can be defined in so many ways. It doesn't mean to have $50 million in the bank. It doesn't seem, to have a major multinational empire, but it's to be at the time of your life. And this is something that maybe the two of us can understand a little bit better, because maybe we've been around the block a few times.
Yes.
There are many of those who follow us, including Celia, who's very young, very, very young, that maybe they still have to experience that. But I think that looking back in your life, there was a moment for everything. And freedom is to do whatever you feel doing it, aligned to it, considering the responsibilities, because you have taken responsibilities to your family, to your career, to your people, and so have I. But I think you can understand that also in retrospective, and it's much easier. But freedom, as I was saying before, is all about options. And you have given options to people. You have given many different ways of understanding how you can be free, how you can be successful, how you can be you. And also, we like to think that we never change. And there's a part of us that never changes. But also, we want to be different people and different persons in different moments. And I think that came through so genuine and so crystal clear that I was almost moved to tears.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Fabio.
Because it was not absolutely fake. So I would like, what's going on? Celia is pushing
Celia
the button.
is in control. She's in control.
She's in charge, and I know she's going to be coming out very soon. But I would like to thank you very much for being with us. I'm hopefully going to see you again next year or even earlier, because we have connected. You have been working with Filipinos that you have met during the last event, correct?
Yes, yes. And my plan is to get back to the Philippines in November, as long as we're allowed to come and fly and everything else. And so that's my goal. And thank you very much for having. I will be here every time you ask. There's never going to be any doubt in my mind that I think that what you're doing is really important, and it's changing people's lives, and it's aligned with my life goals and my philosophy of life too. And so I really want to support everybody there as much as I can. And so when Celia asked me about this, it was an immediate yes. Don't care when or where, just tell me what I need to do and I'll be here. And hopefully everyone's got some.
You have given us many nuggets of wisdom, and I would like to say goodbye to you on one of them that I wrote down: no excuse for not learning. I think this is a fantastic one. And I think there's an American way of saying you can't teach an old dog a new trick. But my experience that even this old dog has learned so many new tricks when other people thought that they couldn't. And I enjoy myself. And what I enjoy in the road of being a digital entrepreneur is that every day I'm learning a new skill. And it's not easy. it's not very an easy process, but the achievement and the fulfillment of learning It's very something that gives me joy, and I think it gives joy to you as well.
It does. It does. Learning is great. And also when you're teaching somebody something and they go, oh, now I get it, is also a really good moment for me.
All right. Thank you so much, Scott. Take care, and we'll see you soon.
See you soon, Fabio. Bye-bye. Thank you, Celia. And thank you, everybody, for joining us. Good luck and enjoy the rest of the Freedom Summit.
Okay, it's time to bring her on, the lady behind the curtains, and now she's in front. Hi, Celia. Are you there? Yes, your mic should be working.
Hi, Fabio. Amazing, amazing AM session. Thank you for helping us host the amazing session for this morning. And we had some glitches a while ago, but well, it's a live show, so we continue what we can continue, and then just work around that. But after some time, it's done. Okay, so we're smooth, we're working. So I hope everything works out for PM session as well. And thank you. So I think this is your exit now, because I'll continue for the PM session. And I would like to
And I think
introduce now. I'll
pasta.
remove Fabio. Fabio, want something? Pasta is ready. Okay.
I was just saying,
Bye-bye.
pasta is ready. So I will see you. I will see you later around 5 o'clock. I'm back again. I was leaving. See you at 5.
Right. Okay, so now we're on our PM session, and amazing. Who had a great morning session? Please, put it on the comments. Who's your favorite? Was it Travis, Renee, Scott? Who else was there? Doug. So all of these speakers, we have a chance to communicate with them, speak with them, share them our vision. And really, we are happy that they gave us their time, even in their busy schedules, because I was asking them if, can you give us some tips or some practical strategies and actual steps that we can use so that we can, pivot to the new normal. And everything that they shared today is valuable and very insightful. But I won't take too much time, because we have a very, very tight schedule, because I have a long list of empowered female entrepreneurs and influencers and should I say community partners. And they will also help you, bounce back to the new normal, as what they say, and also give you some ideas how they were able to cope up and how they can help you. So for our first speaker this afternoon, let me just introduce, because I'm so proud that she's here. She's been helping me before this event. Maybe hours before the first event, she was literally teaching me some steps in this platform, in StreamYard, because I'm used to another platform, and she gave me so many tips, and then she gave me some backup. And of course, she helped me with her community. And I'm so happy and so blessed that I've met this awesome woman. She's the founder and CEO of Filipina Home-Based Moms, better known as FH Moms. So Maria Corina Bertulfo is a finalist in the finest startup competition in the Philippines, the Final Pitch Season 4. She's also a business and career trainer, speaker, and ambassadress of onlinejobs.ph and Canva. Most importantly, she is the CEO and founder of Filipina Home-Based Moms, the first and the biggest freelancing group for Pinay moms with 2,000 members nationwide. Imagine that. Mommy MK is passionate about helping stay-at-home, corporate, and overseas moms thrive in their chosen career, either as an entrepreneur or freelancer, so that they can earn enough without leaving their family. She's the woman with strong advocacy to change the world one mom at a time. without further ado, and it is my pleasure that she's again my guest. She has been part of Freedom Summit since the first season, our community partner, my dear friend, MK Bertulfo. Hi,
Hi,
MK.
Celia. Thank you so
Uh,
much for having me here again. So,
yes.
yeah, I'm really excited. And
Sorry,
congrats.
MK. Let me just because when I mentioned your introduction, I was
Hmm.
supposed to play a video. Let's play a video first before you
Yeah,
enter,
sure.
okay? Okay,
Definitely.
so
Go ahead. Thank you, Celia. Hmm.
okay, let's play a video first. Okay, okay. Can we play? Okay.
Oh, there's no music.
Oh, there's no sound. How about we share it later, MK?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, we'll just coordinate with the tech team. So there, I'll give you the floor, and for sure, so many mommies are waiting for you. So many fempreneurs, and really, it's a blessing for me that you're here for us to be inspired again because of all the things that you've been doing. Paying it forward for all the blessings also that you receive that you truly deserve. Okay, like what Fabio said, MK, you're free.
All right. All right. So, I have my screen here shared. Celia, I'm not sure if you can let me share it. Uh-huh. So, hello everyone. Thank you so much again for supporting all of our local speakers in day one and day two, of course, for welcoming all the international speakers in this Freedom Summit Global. So, again, I'd like to welcome everyone to the afternoon session of Freedom Summit Global. So, if this is your first time watching, maybe you can comment down that it's your first time, or if you've watched day one and day two. And also comment down where are you watching, so your location. So I believe this is being streamed globally, so you will be seeing a lot of foreign nationals that will watch this live. So yeah, no Filipino right now, but we'll see later. And thank you so much again for tuning in. So let's get started. So how many of you here hates the feeling of adrenaline rush, the nervousness, sweating, and heightened senses? And even if it's your second time riding a roller coaster, your heart beats fast because you know what's gonna happen next, right? So right now, since we're in the pandemic, I don't think the amusement park will be open soon. But ladies and gentlemen, I'm not going to discuss the science behind adrenaline rush and riding a roller coaster, but I want you to ask this to yourself. Are you ready for an emotional roller coaster ride? When I started doing freelancing and business, I never asked myself if I'm ready. So it's funny, right? But I wanted you to ask this to yourself. Okay. So yeah, maybe you can comment in the section yes if you are ready to, you know, uh, to the career that you wanted to start or an online business that you wanted to start. So just comment down yes. All right. So hi again, everyone. My name is MK Bertulfo. I'm a 26-year-old first-time mom from Taguig City, Philippines, and the founder of Filipino Home-Based Moms. FH Moms is an online community with over 200,000 Filipino mothers inside and outside the Philippines. And what we do is we help them get an online job through our training and apprenticeship program. We also have a computer rent to own program, and we recently onboarded our first BPO client. So, to everyone who's watching who are members of Filipino Home Based Moms, maybe you can comment down in the section as well. Say hi to your fellow members. All right. So, before I start my talk, um, I want you to tell me if you are a first time mom, maybe you are a corporate mom, or if you are an OFW mom. So just let me know. All right. So when I learned that I'm pregnant with my first baby, do you know what's the first thing that came into my mind? The first thing that came into my mind is this: how am I supposed to raise my son if I'm jobless? Because during that time, I don't have any job. I'm just teaching the kids in our community so that I can earn a little. So, according to this article, you will need at least 1 million pesos to raise a baby from birth to age 2. So, imagine. And do you know that there are parents with premature or sick babies, moms with kids that has autism, who would spend millions just to, save them, and then be able to bring them to therapies. And the fears and anxieties of first time parents doesn't stop there, right? So if you're a first time parent, or you're a not so first time parent, but you still feel that you're new with this parenting, right? Maybe you can comment down your fears. So yeah, we will be talking about the fears that you might feel along the way, right? So yeah. So when my son reached 2, I'm lucky enough to be able to land an online job as an email support for a monthly salary of 35,000 pesos with a Canadian client, and he has a tattoo shop. So after that, my husband also got a job in the same company, as well as our friends. But yeah, how about those who struggled looking for an online job that takes months and even years, right? So maybe you can comment down as well if how long have you been looking for an online job? A month, a year or so, right? Because I know a lot of people who've been trying to get an online job, especially during this pandemic, because a lot of you guys have lost your job, or maybe your hours has been shortened. I don't know, but right now, what we really need to do is look for, because the opportunities is there. We just have to look for them, right? Or maybe we can create them by creating your own business. So when I started FH Moms in 2017, I surveyed 5,000 moms, and 55%, imagine, 55% of them said that they can't find an online job because of emotional pressure. And that includes what? Self-esteem, low self-esteem. Some of them are not being supported by their family members, maybe your husband. And when I decided to quit my corporate job, my dad questioned me if freelancing is a legit source of income. So he knows that I've been working in the corporate industry for 2 to 3 years, I believe. I no longer remember. But for him, having this kind of job in the corporate is stable. But right now, we can't tell if that corporate job is stable because of what's happening right now in the world, right? So after a couple of weeks working for different clients, international clients as well as local clients, ignoring all the negativities, ignoring what my dad will say, I hit a 6-digit income. And that is a blessing for me, because when I was in the corporate company that I worked with the first time, I'm just earning 14,000 pesos a month, with all the taxes, with all the expenses such as food and transportation. So it's crazy. So yeah, I thought after getting my dream online job as a social media manager and letting the world know that you can earn real money, I'll be happy and contented. I hoarded multiple clients. I no longer sleep. I just sleep like 2 to 4 hours, I believe, with the interruption of my son. And I talked to my husband until I became cranky. I know it's crazy, but I'm doing everything I can just to overcome my fear of losing money and going back to zeros. But yeah, so it's a good thing that my husband talked to me, and he told me and have me realize which is more important. Is it money or your time with your family? So after that, I realized I should work smart, and not just work hard. So I decided to quit my other jobs and just stick to my full-time job and a side gig, right? So after my email support job, I was able to get virtual assistant jobs as well as social media. So yeah, So that was my work at home story. So yeah, so I just wanted to share an anonymous post in our community, but let me just have this real quick. Yeah. So there's this anonymous post in our group from a mom who just gave birth. She said, this is in Filipino, so I have to translate it. So, naririnig ko palang tunog ng Skype, naiiyak na ako. So, every time she would hear the sounds, but not sound, but the notification sound of Skype with, with calls or messages coming from her client, she would cry, right? So maybe for the others, it looks weird or it sounds weird, right? Clearly, this mom is showing the signs of postpartum depression, and we should not take it for granted, right? But sometimes fear is good. Not the fear from postpartum depression, of course, but what I'm saying is, yeah, sometimes fear is good. So if you agree that sometimes fear is good, just let me know in the comment section. I remember there's this mom that I follow. She's also a social media influencer, and then she told me via chat that sometimes fear is good because it only means that you're serious with what you wanted to achieve, what you wanted to do, right? So yeah, I hope you're still with me. Okay. Yeah, so the reason why I decided to start an online community is because I'm afraid to be alone. So the first fear that we will be talking about is the fear of being alone, right? So if you're like me, who is an extrovert and you love talking to other people, this can be one of your fears, right? When you're locked down at home. And like all of us right now, when we experience this pandemic, that is our fear. What if my son feels sad because he can no longer meet his friends, right? So those kind of fears, we have that even before this pandemic. So yeah, so the reason why I decided to start an online community is because I'm afraid to be alone. I'm happy that I'm not the only one who's advocating and believing in freelancing. In a recent event, we had over 700 attendees who come together to celebrate the goodness of working from home. I met a lot of wonderful moms, of course, in our community. I talked to a lot of people. I read a lot of stories from these moms. So yeah, so the next one would be the fear of losing money, right? We have this inside joke in the family with my husband. So um compared to him, uh, I'm not that afraid of losing money because I know I can still earn. But he was like, "Oh my God, we're running out of money," something like that. So it's funny. So I just wanted to share with you the what's really happening. So yeah, so remember when I worked so hard just to make sure I can make enough money? As the CEO of FH Moms, I made sure that everyone who's working hard for community is compensated. So right now we have 7 trainers. I have 6 full-time employees right now in the team. We have Tony, who's our recruitment manager based in Spain. We have Mami Anna based in Cebu. And then our trainers, majority of them are living in Laguna. We have one in where is that? In Visayas part, I forgot already. And the rest are here in Metro Manila. So I have to think of them, of course, being the leader, right? So something I learned in my journey as a startup founder is to be able to, create multiple streams of income for the company, not just for the employees, but also for our members. So that is my goal as a founder. So right now we're earning from online courses. We're also earning before the pandemic. We're also earning from the events that we've done for e-commerce as well. We're doing now a computer rent to own program, so we also have a markup from there, as well as the other um, products and items that is available that we can sell in the community. And this is also a perfect opportunity for those who are starting their own business and they wanted to look for um, a venue where they could sell, right? So a lot of opportunities, both opportunities for all of us in the team and for our members, right? Because when they learned in the online courses that we're offering, this will help them upskill and be able to get a high paying job in online freelancing, right? And of course, for the events, majority of the moms or families that go to our events, they wanted to have, a quality time with their family, or maybe they just wanted to meet their other mommy friends. We're also earning from our content. Our YouTube is monetized, our page is monetized in Facebook. We do advertising as well. So we have brand clients who work with us. So we would advertise them in our Facebook page, in our blog, so stuff like that. We do that, and it's a good thing because uh, with the money that we're getting, we're actually helping um, other people in the community. We have a lot of giveaways. We also hire people that could work with us. We have a lot of hiring here and there, right? So we also earn from affiliate marketing. So this is also to give you an idea. You can create your own course. You can have your own event online. You can start doing e-commerce. So this is a perfect opportunity for you to learn what you can do online, right? Because we have limited time. I can explain everything. So yeah, for affiliate marketing, it started with our Lazada affiliate account. It's funny. So every time we would buy in Lazada, what we do is we share the affiliate link, and then from there we would earn what? In just one link, we would earn 2,000 to 5,000 pesos, or total. The first earning that we got is, I believe, 9,000. So for the different items that we shared in social media. So that is called affiliate marketing. Okay, so next is the fear of public speaking. So another common fear would be public speaking, which includes what? Job interviews. So how many of you here don't have any experience being interviewed? Or if you recently had your first interview, maybe you can comment down and tell me your experience. How was it? Yeah, I can still remember the adrenaline rush with my first interview. It was so funny because I was wearing a blazer and then with full makeup on, and I was super nervous. I'm just wearing my boxer shorts. So, yeah, I was able to nail it, and I'm so happy because I did it. So what I did to overcome my fear to talking to foreign clients, because before, I'm not sure if you've heard about this, but before when I was younger, because I studied in an international school, and then majority of my clients are foreigners. I was so shy. I don't talk to them. I don't interact with them, and then I have no choice but to speaking English because that is my only way to communicate to them. And then when I'm done with college, I started working in the call center. It's so funny because even if I have that little experience of talking to foreign clients, I still fear of being rejected, being yelled at. So yeah, but still, I manage it. So I scheduled interviews almost every day. What I did is I scheduled interviews almost every day. Not that I scheduled it, but I was scheduled for the interview like almost every day because I apply every night, right? So that the reason why I did that is for me to for it to become normal, right? So in this photo, as you can see, my son, who is awake now, my son is feeding me chips while I'm in the interview, and it's funny. The client and I were laughing the whole time because it was just there. The second photo is still me. Yes, I gained extra pounds, as you can see. But the only difference is that I'm no longer working for foreign clients. I decided to focus on FH moms when I joined different startup competitions like the Final Pitch, which is aired on CNN Philippines. So that I can also focus on helping other moms to get an online job and experience what I've experienced. So I'm glad that going live for free um, for 4 hours, I'm sure every one of you guys have watched that, and training people from different cities across the country prepared me for that event and the rest of the pitching competitions that I'll be joining this year. So yeah, I'm not usually speaking in English straight, but for this Freedom Summit Global, I'm doing it. So I'm really happy that I get the chance to share with not just Filipinos but others, right? So yeah, I applied for an accelerator program under PhilDev and UNDP to help our team, and I'm happy that we made it. We just graduated, and I'm applying now for other startup competitions. So all the nights and early mornings are worth it. After the final pitch, we were able to get 500,000 pesos as a cash grant. So let's move on to our next fear, which is fear of failure. Okay, so with all those achievements, sorry, I have to drink a lot of water. I don't want to deny that I'm still afraid of failing, right? Every single day. I'm not sure if it's the fear of failing. Maybe I can say that it's not me failing. It's the project failing, because I know there's a lot of people that will, that will um that will be affected. So I'm okay failing million times. I don't care. It's just that I don't want to make any mistake, because I know there's a lot of people um that is looking after me, that is counting on me for them to have a better life, right? So every single day I'm motivated to work harder, because I don't want to fail thousands of moms who's trusting me and is hoping that whatever I achieve as a freelancer and entrepreneur will also be experienced by them and their families. So in order to succeed faster, know that failure is not an opposite of success. Okay, failure is part of success, and you should treat it as a learning process. Always remember that failure is just part of success, and you should treat it as a learning process. So number one, fail fast. Right? So if you can fail fast, I'm not saying that you should fail like every day, but I want you to fail fast and then anticipate when are you going to succeed, right? So if you fail your first interview, that's fine. That is your first interview. If you fail in your second interview, that's fine. If you fail in your first 10 tries, it's fine. It's your first 10 tries, okay? Be kind to yourself, okay? So just keep on trying, all right? So second is fix fast. So if you fail the first time, maybe you could ask yourself, why did I fail my first interview? Or maybe you can ask the client, hey, client, maybe you can tell me what happened here. Why are you not hiring me? Not that way, but I want you to ask them for their feedback. So when they ask you during the interview, say they ask you, do you have any questions for me? And then the best question to ask is ask them what they think about you. So when they say, yeah, you're really good, I like you, then you have at least an idea that you have a greater chance of being hired. But if the client told you that, yeah, I like you, however your grammar is not that good, something like that. So at least you don't have to wait for them to tell you if you're hired or not. You can just move on to the next client, right? So that's how you do it. Okay. And of course, number three is learn fast. Okay. Okay, learn fast. So my strategy, I always do this. I work fast, I learn fast, I don't settle, or um I don't really think about the things that I that the things that failed. So I just focus on what can be done right. Okay, so as a freelancer or entrepreneur, we are the boss, right? So we know that we have flexible hours in our job. And our biggest fear, aside from public speaking and failing, is making the wrong decisions. Do you agree? So sometimes what I would do. So this is my husband in the photo, as you can see. It's funny. So what I usually do, I would just ask my husband that it's up to you. Bahala ka na. So that when something happened, it's him uh, who who will be on fault, right? So at the left photo, that's my husband. He's afraid of heights, obviously. This is in Tagaytay or Baguio. I'm not really sure, but he doesn't like rides. But he is the best when it comes to giving advice. So he's like my mentor, right? I don't usually say this, but he's really good. He's really smart. So yeah, on the other side is Jackie. She's been mentoring me as a startup founder. So in terms of decision making, in terms of uh, what to feel, because when I was younger, when I started doing business, or when I started creating Filipino home-based moms, I don't know anything. I'm not sure how to react with bashers or with people who hates me. And then there's Jim who would tell me to just move on. It's normal, stuff like that. And I would just cry. And now I'm no longer like that. It's because of Jim, right? So I'm so happy because he's giving me all the advices that I needed. Because he's a little older than me. So he's, I'm not sure if he's a 31 or 32. But yeah, but what I'm saying is, yeah, because of my fear of making wrong decisions, I always make sure that I ask for advice before making any move. Sometimes when I forgot to ask for any advice, and then I would tell him what decision I made, he would say that do this or do that. And I was like, I just made the decision and I have to change it because he has a point. So yeah, so my practice right now is of course to ask him. So same with doing business. I also ask Jackie if this is good or not. What do you think about this? Do you think it's a good decision to do this and that? So yeah, it's if you have fear of making wrong decisions, maybe you can ask anyone from your friends or family members or our trainers in Filipino home-based moms, your fellow members, if you're not sure if a job post is a legit job ad or the client is fishy, maybe you can ask other moms, right? So yeah. So if you're considering working from home as a freelancer or becoming a full-time entrepreneur, I highly suggest to look for someone or maybe a group like FH Moms to be your support system. Okay. So lastly, oh my God, I hope we still have time. Lastly, the fear of competition, both in freelancing and business, and of course, losing your core team if you are a startup. So this message or this fear is common for entrepreneurs, but also this is a common fear for a lot of freelancers, especially for newbies, because especially now that everyone, not just Filipinos, but everyone is now looking for online jobs because they lost their jobs, right? So, yeah, my game plan for 2020, I just wanted to share it with you, is for our team to develop and be the best with what we can do so that we don't fear if there's a new competitor, right? So, we're doing a lot of things for the team to improve. We're launching the trainers program. We're doing marketing. what's this, Facebook ad or digital marketing right now to improve or to be better with our numbers, right? So that's something that I learned as a startup founder is taking care of the team so that they won't leave you, and if they do, just move on and learn from it. But you don't have to fear of losing, your team members. You can always find a good team member. You don't have to worry if you lose your audience or your, sorry, your few of your customers. It's fine, you can always find a new customer. All right, so yeah, I just want to thank Freedom Summit Global, of course, Celia and Fabio, for the opportunity to share with you my story, share with you the fears that I've been through as well. And okay, so this industry has helped me and my family a lot. I just wanted to share to wrap up. So in 2 years of working from home, I can finally say that I'm happy and contented. I'm enjoying the freedom of time, location, though for the location we can't go out. But before the pandemic, we started traveling in different places here in the Philippines, right? Thank you so much for allowing me to share my freelancing story and startup story as a founder as well. I don't usually share it, so I'm so happy. So yeah, so aside from that, we got married, started traveling, and we're moving to our new house hopefully this year once this pandemic ended. But if not, we will be forced to transfer to our new house, which is good. We will be leaving in Batangas soon. So yeah, so as mentioned earlier, our team. I just wanted to say hi to all of our team members, especially to our 7 trainers. So after this talk, I will be giving away. Yes, I will be giving away a free online course from Skill Success. It's a free course about a perk. I forgot the other topics, but this is a freelancing course that I can share to everybody. So to uh, every one of you who's watching right now, I want you to comment down um, your fears, and then if you if maybe you can tell me what's your game plan in order for you um, to overcome those fears, or if you've overcome your fears and you've done something about it, maybe you can share your fear story with us. Okay, so just comment down in the comment section, and then I'll choose one person for the free course of your choice in Filipino home-based moms. Okay, so just comment down your story about your fears and how you were able to overcome that. And then all of you who commented down your story, you'll get a free skill success course. And then I'll just pick one who can win a free course of your choice in Filipina home-based moms. Okay, so we're not yet done. I just wanted to let you know. So freelancing and entrepreneurship is indeed an emotional roller coaster ride, right? So it's up to you if you will scream or you will enjoy the ride. Of course, comment down, enjoy the ride, right? So let us all enjoy the journey of working from home, of being an entrepreneur, right? If you focus to enjoy the ride, please email me at connect@fhmoms.com and tell me your struggles as an entrepreneur or a freelancer. If you wanted to share your story with me, or if you like this live session, if you wanted to hire your virtual assistant, just send us a message at tony@fhmoms.com. If you wanted to work with us, if you're a brand or a company and you wanted to advertise in your community, you can always send us a message at riza@fhmoms.com. For general inquiries, just send us a message at connect@fhmoms.com. All right, so thank you so much, everybody. That's the end of my presentation. I hope you enjoyed. Ciliari is still there. I'm done. Oh, I think you're on mute. I'm not really sure, but I can't hear you.
Yeah.
There.
Yeah. Hi. Thank you, MK. Thank you for that, inspiring talk as always. And I can see the engagement. Everybody's like saying hi, thank you, enjoy the ride. Thank you, Mommy MK. The good thing about this is when I met MK, we are having a digital nomad event in my area in Mandaluyong. And I didn't. I always hear about her, but I haven't met her that time. So she's at the back side of the workshop, very simple, quietly listening. And then when we were talking, and somebody pointed out that that's MK, I went to her, and then I said hi, hello, and then she told me because my son is there. I'm just as old as your firstborn, my panganay. So because my son is also there, so I was like, what? Everyone, I cannot. For me, that's so amazing because of the achievements, the lives that were transformed. Such a young age, the couple, uh, MK for FH moms, Jim for and Mark for PH dads. It gives you more hope. It gives you more hope that somehow we still have good future because the young generations there are really trying their best to make things better. So thank you, MK. Thank you for your support, and please, for the FH moms community, stay in this whole session because we're also giving away several prizes from True Life of UK and Coach Jendi. The gifts of MK from Filipina Home Based Moms. All Care is also giving us a 1 year health insurance from Cindy, and so many things from us, different speakers. But most of all, when I was like listening to MK, I resonated with her when she said failure is just part of success. That's true. I failed so many times in my 46 years. I failed so many times, and I always say, fall 7 times, stand up 8. And with MK, as early as now, whatever mistake, okay, that's okay. You can do better next time. But the good thing about her also is she's responsible enough to understand things because there is a community supporting her and also expecting, some uh, support from their leader, and their leader is very responsible. When I see her every time she's in a competition, she never takes the glory for herself. That's a good thing about a leader. She always thank the team. She always give back to her community, and in return, us the people, also the community who supports her, really gets inspired. And MK, you don't know how much you inspire us in all generations. I think not only the millennials, not only the Generation X, not only the baby boomers like Fabio. You inspire us, and we thank you for another inspiring talk. And we hope to venture again and collaborate again soon. And Filipina home-based moms community, thank you for supporting the vision of Freedom Summit because you have been there from the start, trying to help us achieve the vision of helping people learn, achieve time, location, and financial independence. So, MK, with that, if you have last words, let me know, and so that you can thank the viewers that are until now trying to engage because they enjoyed your talk.
Sorry, I'm on mute. I just wanted to thank Freedom Summit Global for the opportunity, Celia. And it's my pleasure to be here. Thank you so much for all the good words. I'm so proud of all the Filipino speakers who made it in day one and day two, and good luck to all of the speakers in the afternoon session. And of course, to everyone who's commenting right now, I can see a lot of comments. Thank you so much. I'll be reading it later. So yeah, good luck. I'm really excited, Celia, for this journey that or for this project or this summit that you're doing, because I know there will be a lot of people who will be inspired with all of the speakers. So yeah, I can't hear you, but I believe you're saying goodbye. So
Yeah,
yeah,
thank you. Bye-bye.
thank you. Bye bye.
Bye-bye. Okay, so there. Grabe, no? I'll talk Taglish now because most of our speakers and our followers are following us in different countries and also expecting us to connect in Filipino. And also I can explain it in English. But grabe, the word grabe is the word for it. Kasi all the inspiration, all the things that MK shared with us, imagine at a young age, she can transform a community, like help them digitally, you know, uh, transform and get some ideas how they can upgrade their grind. So thank you, MK. Really, the FH Moms is another tribe that will help you thrive. Kaya thank you, FH Moms. I'm always following the comments there, and thank you also for engaging. So now, because we have so many guests, I would like to introduce to you. So for those who wants to get the free gifts from MK, please give us your comments, the best comments about freedom, how you were able to achieve freedom, and how Freedom Summit is helping you now. We will give you some of the best gifts that is given to us also by our sponsors. So now, my next speaker, I'm proud to announce that I've been following her. You know, she's a trusted global speaker on gratitude and creativity. Wow, diba? She is also a Jack Canfield certified trainer on success principles. So Jack Canfield, Chicken Soup for the Soul. Yeah, and we all know him. She has authored and published 12 books so far. And then when she's not writing or speaking, she is creating online summits. The last summits that she created, I was there. I attended some of her summits because I feel like she's giving so much value and helping so many people. This is what I gravitate with. If there's anything I gravitate with, people I collaborate, it's the heart to help and to be of service to the community. You make life a little better. So she's the founder of the HR Summit Global, Overseas Filipino Summit, Write a Book Summit, and the World Gratitude Summit. Shai is also passionate about teaching people how to write books through their signature online course, the 90-Day Book Writing Challenge. One of my friends, Jen D. De Guzman, told me about her book, how she was also mentored by our next guest. So that's the reason why I really wanted her also to speak, to be able to inspire people. In June 2019, she was awarded by the United Nations Global Entrepreneur Council as the Female Entrepreneur of the Year. So, imagine getting valuable information, valuable tips and strategies from someone that was awarded as the Female Entrepreneur of the Year by United Nations. So, without further ado, I would like to introduce Shana Sino, a global speaker and founder of Write University, and she will talk about should you start writing your book. Hi, Sha!
Hi, Celia. And
Hi.
hi sa ating mga nanonood. So I'm really happy to be here. Thank you for inviting me to be part of the Freedom Summit Global.
Yeah. Okay, so I'll leave you because I think you have so many things to share. So, okay, like what Fabio said, you are free.
Okay, so I'll be sharing my screen now. All right. Okay, so hi, this is Shana Sino. I'm really happy to be here for the Freedom Summit Global. And today I'd like to talk about should you start writing your book? And before I start my presentation, I'd like to give you a gift. So if you're listening right now, I have a gift for you, and I'll share the link towards the end of my presentation. So please stay tuned. I'll be speaking for the next 30 minutes, and then after 30 minutes, there's a Q&A for 15 minutes. So if you have any questions for me, just type them in the chat box, okay? So this is my free ebook for you, Why You Need to Write a Book, and you can download it for free later on. My journey as an author was more of a serendipity. I didn't wake up one day and tell myself, someday I'd like to become an author. Someday I'd like to write a book. It didn't happen that way. What happened was when I was still employed, I got buried in credit card debts in my first year as an employee. And at that time I was sick and tired of my job. I wanted to quit my job, but I couldn't because number one, I was buried in debts. I had no savings. And number two, I asked myself, if I will resign, what will I do? Where will I go? I didn't know the answers. I felt like my back was against the wall. I did not like what I was doing in my job, in my work, but I also didn't know where I wanted to go. And worst, I had no money and I only had debts. So that inspired me to start reading books on money. And the first book I read was the book by Robert Kiyosaki, Rich Dad Poor Dad. If you've heard that book, say Rich Dad Poor Dad in the comments. And that book really changed my life. It made me hunger for financial literacy, and it made me hunger to keep on reading. It made me hunger for more knowledge, more wisdom. So I kept on reading more books, and I also started to attend seminars and seek mentors. Finally, after 3 years, I was able to zero out my debts. And, after I zeroed out my debts, an idea came to mind, and this was actually an idea that I picked from a seminar I attended. The speaker said, if you want to spread a message and make some money, you write a book, you record an album, and blah, 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 blah. But all I was hearing was, Sha, write a book, write a book, write a book. And I felt so uncomfortable. I had so many hesitations why I did not want to write a book. I didn't know how to write a book. I didn't know anyone from the publishing industry. Writing was my Waterloo. I was not a writer. I was a math person. I didn't know who to ask, what to ask. I felt I was really in the dark as regards writing a book. And I wanted to discard the idea of writing a book, but I felt that the calling was so strong. And here's how weird it got. I would wake up in the middle of the night at 2 a.m. and I would hear a voice telling me, Sha, write a book. Or I would be in my work, and so I would do my work, and then suddenly I would hear a voice telling me, Sha, write a book, write a book, write a book. It felt like a broken record, and I wanted really to discard the idea. But I felt it was God telling me, Sha, you need to write a book because it is not for you. It is for the people who will be blessed by your books. And so I heeded the call, and fast forward to today, I've written about 12 books. These are some of the books I've written, and this is a journal. And I've written these books even if I was not a writer. And later on, I discovered that there is a formula. Or actually, I created a formula for writing a book, but that's getting ahead of my story. So now I keep writing books, and even during the lockdown, we were able to launch a book. We did our first virtual launch of a book. So on Mother's Day, I curated the book and I invited 41 other authors to co-author the book with me. It's a special book for moms, and we titled it "To the First Woman Who Loved Me." So there, and yes, I'm a Jack Canfield certified trainer on success principles. I met Jack Canfield in the US in March 2019. So I attended his 8-day cruise. So we went on a Caribbean cruise, and that's where I met Jack Canfield in person, and we really connected, and I learned a lot from Jack Canfield. And one of the things that he really affirmed in me is gratitude, because I made a decision to really focus on gratitude as regards my talks for B2B, for companies and for organizations. And I felt like, what, gratitude? It sounds so simple. Why should I talk about gratitude? But I felt in my heart that that was the message I wanted to share. And during those 8-day cruise with Jack Canfield, every single time that he would start a lesson, he would start with gratitude first. So I felt like he affirmed my decision to really focus on gratitude. So now the title of my talk is Should You Start Writing a Book? So maybe you're here because there's a little voice inside you that tells you that you want to write a book. So I want to listen to you. I want to hear from you in the comments. So in the comments, can you just write down if you plan to write a book? Just say in the comments, I want to write a book. Okay, just declare in the comments, because when you declare it, there is power in your words. And maybe you have questions like, why should I write a book, or should I really write a book? Is it a good decision to write a book? And in my talk for the next few minutes, I'll share with you the benefits of writing a book. And I'll share with you some of my personal experiences that that occurred to me after I wrote my book. So these were the benefits I personally experienced after I wrote my first book. Benefit number one is speaking engagements. After I wrote my first book, companies started to invite me to speak in their seminars, in their conventions, in their events. And the only reason why they invited me was because I wrote a book. So I've been speaking since 2011, and in 2011 I was still employed in a bank. I decided to do my speaking engagements for free. Number one, because I wanted to test myself. Am I doing speaking for money, or am I doing it because I'm so passionate about it? Is it something that I'll do out of passion or out of money? And number two, I wanted to test whether what my mentor Bo Sanchez said was true when he said that serve first, money will follow. So I decided to give my talks for free from 2011 up until 2013. And whenever I would give my talks, I would really give my 101%. And after giving talks for free for 3 years, I realized that yes, I'm doing talks out of passion because I'm really passionate about it, with or without compensation. And yes, I also realized that yes, when you serve first, money will follow. Because even when I made the decision to give talks for free, companies were already ready to give me their money, to pay me, and they were giving me figures. But I just said, for now, I'll do it for free. And I just did it from with an open heart, from the heart of from the heart that serves. So I know the potential of being a speaker, right? So that's my first blessing. And then when I quit my job in August 2013, I started to charge for my talks in 2014. And I remember that the first ever speaking engagement that I charged, I think it was a 1 hour or 2 hour talk. And the amount that I charged for 1 hour talk was equivalent to half month of my previous salary. So I could really see that yes, when you give value to other people, money is a symbol of value. So when you want to have more money, you need to serve first and give value, and that's how you get the money. Okay. So speaking engagements. And then in 2018, I made the decision to become a global speaker because 2011 up until 2018, I was a speaker in the Philippines. So I would speak mainly in the Philippines. I did speak in other parts of the country, other parts of the world like Hong Kong, Singapore, etc. But mostly with the Filipino audience. So I made a decision. I want to be a global speaker to a global audience, not just to Filipinos, but to people from different nationalities. And so I got invited to speak in the US. So this was in 2019, in India, Singapore, Malaysia, and also the Maldives. This year, 2020, I got speaking invitations in South Africa, Maldives, and other parts of the world. But as we know, because of COVID-19, those events were canceled. So, but see, these all started when I wrote the books. After I wrote a book, I was perceived as the expert. I was perceived as a resource speaker, and companies, organizations were willing to fly me to different parts of the world, pay for my accommodation, for my airfare, for my professional fee, just to give a 1 hour keynote or 45 minutes keynote. And that all started when I wrote my book. Blessing number two is after I wrote my first book, I fell in love with writing and I discovered my passion in writing. I also discovered my passion for speaking. And so now my passion is my purpose, and I could say that the world is my office. I can work from anywhere. I can work from home. I can work from practically anywhere, because my work is not really location bound. So there is location freedom, there is time freedom, and there is money freedom. Blessing number three is the opportunity to touch lives. So after I wrote my first book, and actually some other books, I've received a lot of emails, messages, and comments from people who've read my book, and a lot of them said, "Thank you for inspiring me. I was you changed my life," things like that. But one of the comments, or one of the emails that I received that really touched my heart was from a woman, and this woman said that her boyfriend dumped her, and then she was fired from her work, and she had messy finances, and she had no more reason to live. She did not find any more reason to live. She was so depressed that she wanted to end her life. And she said that she read my book, Money and Me, read my book, Money and Me, and she said the book gave her hope. And she said she felt so excited to live again. So there, wow, that's one of the blessings that your book can do. You don't know the number of people that you can bless, even while you're sleeping. Because once you write a book, you publish it either online as an ebook, or you print copies. And it's like you talking to hundreds or thousands or millions of people one at a time. Even while you're sleeping, while you're reading a book, while you're playing, whatever you do, you are touching lives. And that is priceless for me. So that's blessing number three. Blessing number four is meeting people. Okay. Blessing number four is meeting people. I remember in 2014, I attended the Toastmasters International Convention in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Is anyone here a Toastmaster? If you are a Toastmaster, kindly write in the comment, "I'm a Toastmaster," or Toastmaster. Okay, I can read your comments. I have my iPad here, so I can read your comments. So there, I attended Toastmasters International Convention in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia in 2014. And the main speaker, the keynote speaker, was Robin Seeger. There were 3,000 public speakers from 126 countries globally. And the keynote speaker, there were many other speakers, but the keynote speaker was Robin Seeger. So that's him delivering his keynote. And while he was speaking, he said something that really caught my attention. He said, one of the most important roles of a speaker is to love the audience. And when he said that, I told myself, wow, I want to be connected to this person. I want him to become my mentor. But how can you stand out from 3,000 people, right? So after his talk, there was a long line of people wanting to get his autograph. And I was one of those people who lined up. And I lined up, as you can see, I brought my book, Money and Me, because I think that was the only book that I published at that time. Well, I've printed at that time. And so I lined up, and I told Robin Seeger, "Robin, hi, this is Cha from the Philippines. I really loved your talk. Can you sign your book for me?" So I bought his book, he signed it, and then I said, "I want to give you a copy of my book, Money and Me. This is just a token of gratitude for you. I know you don't need it, but this is just me thanking you for a really good talk that you delivered." So it's like Robin and I exchanged books, but the only difference was that I paid for his book and he got mine for free, but that's okay. So after his talk, I thought that was the end of my conversation with Robin Seeger. But then so I went back to the Philippines, and then a few weeks later, I received an email from no less than Robin Seeger, and he said, "Sha, I read your book. I wish I read it when I was much younger." And he said, "I'm coming over to the Philippines on January 2015. If you have any seminars, I'm willing to speak in your seminar pro bono." Now, just to give you an idea how big a speaker Robin Seeger is, he travels around 200 times a year. Of course, prior to COVID, right? And think of the highest paid speaker in the Philippines right now, and probably multiply his professional fee by two, by three, by four, and that's how what the companies pay Robin Seeger. So he's really a big time speaker, and he said he wanted to speak in my seminar pro bono, and his only proviso is that 100% of the net proceeds will be donated to charity. And so we organized a seminar for Robin, and we called it the Courage Conference because I needed to have the courage to share the stage with him. And so this is Robin Seeger and me in 2015, January 2015. I interviewed him also. So there is when you write a book, it's an opportunity to meet people. I remember in the same convention, Toastmasters International Convention, I met the world champion of public speaking, Mark Brown. And I met him. So there were thousands of speakers, right? So we just bumped into each other, and I said, "Hi, Mark. This is Shot from the Philippines. I want to give you my book." And then quick selfie, and then we went our separate ways. The next day, we bumped into each other again, and I said, "Hi, Mark. Hi, Mark. This is Shah again from the Philippines." And then you know what he said? He said, "Of course, I remember you. You were the only one who gave me a copy of your book. Everyone else gave me their calling cards. You were the only one who gave me a book." So I stood out because I gave a book when everyone else gave their calling cards. So your book is like your calling card, but it's much, much more than that. So if you want to connect with people, that you want, gift them your book. Give them a copy of your book. And by the way, a tip that I can give you is that when you go to a conference, a live conference, maybe after COVID, and then you meet a speaker, don't talk to that speaker for more than 30 seconds, okay? Why? Because that is you respecting the time of that speaker, because other people would also want to speak with that speaker. So don't, wag mong salohin yung time. So make your conversation with him or her quick and memorable, and say something good about what you liked about the speaker. So that's the way to network. And then if you can get the calling card of that speaker, so that there is a way for you to email him and then connect with him on another time. All right, so this is my mentor, Bo Sanchez. Blessing number 5 is media mileage. So if you want to be interviewed on TV, radio, newspapers, etc., one of the best ways that you can do is to write a book. So I was interviewed at ANC on the Money, ABS-CBN's ANC on the Money, because I wrote my book, Money and Me. So ganun lang siya kasimple. So we talked about my book, Money and Me. So those are the 5 benefits that I got when I wrote my book, and there are 100 more. There are many other reasons why it's important for you to write a book, and in fact, it is in my book, Why You Need to Write a Book, which I'll give to you for free towards the end of my talk. I'll share the link with you later. Okay. There's a different connection that is being formed between the author and the speaker, and the reader, when you sign a book for them. So I see my books in National Bookstore, in other bookstores, and one of my dreams was I also want to help people write their own books, because a lot of people came up to me in the past, and well, up until today, they come up to me and they ask me, "Sha, can you teach me how to write a book? I also want to write a book because I also want to bless people, etc." And maybe you're saying, "I also want to write a book, but I'm not a writer. Can I write a book?" And what I would like to tell you is that you don't need to be a writer in order to write a book. Neither do you write a book because you're a writer. So here's the thing. You write because you care and you have a message to share. All right? So that's the reason for writing a book. And now I'd like to give you a bonus. I know my talk is all about should you start writing your book? And I gave you 5 reasons why you need to start writing your book. So right now, I want to read some comments. I can see your comments from here. So if you have any insights that you got from this talk so far, please share in the comments, and I'd like to acknowledge you in the comments as well. So there are 3 keys that every author must have. Key number 1 is message. So if you want to write a book, the first thing that you need to have is a message. So ask yourself, what is the message that I want to share? You don't write a book because you want to become famous, you want to get the media mileage, you want to become rich, etc. Those are positive consequences of writing a book. Those are the effects. But the cause of writing the book should be much deeper. And the deeper reason is because there is a message that you want to share. All right. So there is a message that you want to share. These were the books that changed my life. Rich Dad Poor Dad by Robert Kiyosaki. So I already shared that with you a while ago. And also My Maid Invests in the Stock Market by Bo Sanchez. So when I read the book My Maid Invests in the Stock Market by Bo Sanchez, I said, oh wow, so if a maid can invest, I can also invest. By the way, I'd like to so Clarissa said, very amazing journey indeed. All right, thank you. So keep the comments coming. We can read them. So the team is also flashing your comments on the screen. So keep those comments coming. And so when I read the book, My Maid Invests in the Stock Market, I started to invest also in the stock market. And I remember I invested in 2010. I invested in Ayala Land, Jollibee, Meralco. So those were the three companies I bought in 2010. And in 2011, my friend told me, Sha, let's go to Spain. And I said, oh, okay, what are we going to do in Spain? And then she said, let's attend the World Youth Day in Madrid, Spain. And I asked her, how much is the budget? Then she gave me an amount, and I knew that my savings were not enough to go to Spain. And so I remembered, aha, I have stocks in Jollibee, Meralco, and Ayala Land. I looked at my stocks and I saw that the value increased by 20% in just 1 year. So I sold my stocks, and it made me make my dream of going to Europe come true. So I went to Madrid. So we went to Madrid. We ate gelato in Rome. We went to Versailles and Paris. We had a picture taking in Paris, etc. And we saw Pope Benedict at that time. And alam nyo, everything was perfect dun sa vacation namin, sa pilgrimage namin sa Europe. Isa lang yung kulang talaga. Hindi namin nakita si Piola sa Milan. Okay, joke yun. Pwede kayong tumawa. Alright, so the first thing that you need to do, that you need to have, the first key is message. The second key is passion. So writing a book takes a lot of dedication, commitment, strong will, etc. And if you want to write a book, you should be passionate about writing a book. You should be passionate about sharing your message through writing a book, because there are many other ways to share a message, right? You can share a message by singing. You can share a message by vlogs, by blog, etc. But I believe that writing a book is one of the best ways to share a message. And you need to be passionate about writing a book. And you need passion. Why passion? It's because there are a lot of hurdles along the way. Doubts, your personal doubts telling you, why am I writing a book again? Who am I to write a book? Or your friends telling you, oh, really? You're writing a book, but you're not even a writer. Or who are you? Who the heck are you? Why are you writing a book? So you'll hear many of those. Those are the doubts, self-limiting beliefs, or limiting beliefs from other people. So you have to have that strong passion to write a book that would surpass all those limitations. And I would tell you, just go back to your reason for writing a book. And the reason I would always tell the students of my 90-day book writing challenge is this: write because you care and you have a message to share. So this is not about impressing other people. This is about the message that you would like to share through a book. And this is about your heart that cares enough to share that message by writing a book. Okay, so that is key number 2. And the third key is the system. You need to have the systematic way of writing a book, or the formula for writing a book. Case study, I wrote my first book in 3 years because I did not know anything about writing a book. I was not a writer. I didn't know anything about writing. No one knew me, etc. And after I wrote my first book, I realized, wait a minute, even if writing is on the creative side, there has to be a formula. So by the way, my background is I was a math person. I loved math. Why math? Because if you know the solution, if you know the formula, then you'll have the solution to all your problems. So if you're listening right now, if you love math, just write in the comments, I love math as well. I'd be happy to read your comments, or maybe the team can flash your comments. So there, so I love math, and I figured even if writing is on the creative side, there has to be a formula for writing a book. So I developed a formula for writing a book, and the only skill using the formula that I developed, the only skill you need for you to be able to write a book is the skill to write a sentence. If you can write a sentence, then you can write a book. Why? Because because series of sentences make up a paragraph. Paragraphs make up a chapter, and chapters make up a book. As simple as that, right? But it's all a matter of how do you put the sentences together to come up with a coherent book. So that's where the formula comes in. So I developed the formula for writing a book, and I applied the formula to myself. I wrote my second book, which was an ebook, and I was able to write my ebook in just one day, just following the formula. I tested it some more. Okay, I tested it some more, and I was able to write and publish four more ebooks in a span of 6 months while working full time for a bank. And the only difference is the formula. I now have the formula. So people are coming to me, Sha, can you teach me the formula? So these are the three keys. And my mentor, Bo Sanchez, would always say, success is achieving your dreams. Significance is helping other people achieve their dreams. And so I decided, okay, I want to teach my formula to a lot of people. And I remember in 2013, there's the best-selling authors bootcamp of Bo Sanchez. So this is Bo, this is R.D. Roberto, the husband of Miriam Kimbao, and this is Dean Pax Lapid. And I remember this conversation. They were asking me about ebook publishing on Amazon. And after the best-selling authors bootcamp, the idea of coming up with an online course on book writing came to mind. So 2013, the idea was born, and it took me 2 years to create the modules, to create the blueprint for the course. And finally, in January 2015, I was able to launch the 90-day book writing challenge. And my very bold claim is this: I can teach you how to write a book in 90 days, even if you're not a writer, and even if you're busy in your job or business. And another bold claim that I did was, after 90 days, we will organize a book launch for you. So this is prior COVID, right? So now we have 100 published authors so far. One of them is Jendi Sapon, a friend of Celia. And it was actually Jendi who introduced me to Celia. And Celia invited me to be part of the Freedom Summit Global. Again, I'm here because of my book, and because I taught Jendi how to write her book as well. So because of the success of the 90-day book writing challenge and in the book launches, we launched the Global Authors Summit in 2018, and speakers from all over the world, non-Filipino speakers, came to the Philippines to give talks on book writing. So this was in 2019, November 2019. We had the Global Authors Summit, and there were, I think, 400 to 500 people who attended. And we had speakers from India, Singapore, Malaysia, Canada, US, and many other countries. And these were global speakers. They came here because they wanted to share their knowledge. And other speakers were the graduates of the 90-day book writing challenge. So I'm really happy that the community is evolving. So this is why I'm so passionate about sharing about book writing, because I know that books can change your life. Okay, Jendi saying a lot of inspiring ideas from you, which allowed me to finish my first ever book. Yes, I really congratulate you, Jendi, also for stepping up and for really making your dream a reality. So you made that happen. So I wanna. So if you're listening right now and you want to write a book, can I just see in the comments? Can you just type yes? I'd be able to read your comments. I'll put my iPad in front of me so I can see your comments. So just write in the comments yes, so that declare that you do want to write a book. Just type in the comments. And oops. All right. And like what I shared, I have a gift for you. So I have a gift for you, which is the why you need to write your book. And you may download it for free. Okay. Just go to this site. So I'll share the site with you. So this is the site, theauthorsvoice.net/book. So just go to this site and you'll be able to download this book. You'll have instant access to this book. Okay, so there. So just go to the authorsvoice.net/book for you to be able to download the book. The authorsvoice.net/book, and maybe the team can also write it in the comments. So you can just click that link. And there, so that's my gift for you. And thank you for tuning in. I'll be available for the next 15 minutes for Q&A. So Ira said, it's been my dream to be able to write a book. All right. Yes, yes. Okay, so I can see a lot of yeses. So there, so that's the end of my talk. And if you have any questions, feel free to write them in the comments. And yeah, I have my timer, so 30 minutes done. So feel free to write your comments feel free to write your questions in the comments, and I'd be happy to answer them.
Hello, Sha.
Hi, Celia. Yes.
Okay, amazing talk. Another awesome inspiration from you. Let's see. So many engagement here also. After MK spoke about how to, thrive as a freelancer or a virtual assistant, and how she was able to help build. She's a community builder, build the community. Also, another community builder. You inspired so many people, so many authors. I have met also some life coaches who are under your wing. I think yeah, some of them are trained by under your 90-day book challenge. I think this is a 90-day book writing challenge. Yeah, some of them I asked how were you able to write the book? We enrolled under Shana Sino's program, and see 90 days. You think it's difficult, but if somebody's guiding you step by step, and also will be giving you the needed push, the 90-day, I think you can achieve it. We don't have so much time, and we will keep all those comments coming, and everything is they already got the link for the free ebook. Thank you. They're all thanking you. I hope you got inspired. One of my best friend PM'd me, and she's saying because one of my best friend is here. She is saying that she thank you, Sha, for sharing opportunity to write a book and shaping minds through your books. She's been messaging me, and she's so inspired, and I think this lady also would be writing her own book about creativity and all the things that's in her wonderful mind. So if you have other things like events or activities, if you can share it to us now, Sha, so that we can join also, and also follow you. If
Okay,
what is
sure.
yeah, okay.
We're coming up with another summit. It's an online summit for entrepreneurs. It's called the World Gratitude Summit. And it's going to be a really interesting one. We'll share more details as days go by, but you can follow me on Instagram at Sha_Nasino.
Okay. I think Sha's banner is here. Oh, sorry. No, this is Sha's banner is here. Here. Info at shanasino.com and shanasino.com. So
Yeah.
follow her. If you're interested to write a book or have yourself be published, be sure to look for the right mentor, and go for someone who will really guide you to make that dream a reality. So thank you, Sha, for
You're welcome.
granting this time to us for free here at Freedom Summit second season. We really got inspired, and so many people are still writing their comments. So please, Sha, after this, maybe you can follow up with the comments,
Yeah.
and give them, some
I'll
ideas.
engage in the comments. Sure,
Okay.
thank you. And one last, Celia, so just for 30 seconds. So to all the listeners, watchers right now, let's just really thank Celia, Fabio, and Charles for organizing this Freedom Summit Global. So they're doing this from the goodness of their hearts, and it's free, right? So if you can just share your thanks in the comments to all the organizers, that would be really great.
Thank you, thank you. That's so nice of you, Sha. And this we're doing because we are inspired also with what's happening around. You also sharing, people are sharing. It's a ripple effect. You know, at the end of the day, what you bring out, you know, what you bring out, the goodness, people gets inspired and they also do the same. And this is because we try to make things better and create a more meaningful life to other people around us. So thank you, Sha, and I
You're
hope everybody
welcome.
writes their book. Okay, bye.
Hey, bye.
Okay, there. So another inspiring speaker. Imagine I've been connected to Sha for some time now. Through I think a friend connected me to her because of Toastmasters. We didn't have the chance to meet, but she was very helpful. And after that, my friend, who's a life coach, a fellow certified life coach, told me that she created a book, and she was mentored by Shana Sino, and another person also helped her, and then another publishing company helped her, and it's a collaboration of so many people that tried to make a dream or a project happen. So for me, having the connection or collaborating with people with hearts like Shas or people or the speakers that we have is a blessing. And for thank you for our speakers who's been giving inspiration since day one, June 12, Independence Day. We've been getting so many valuable information, tips. So thank you. And okay, so there, my next guest, let me just remove the ticker here. My next guest is, wow, from writing a book. Now let's go to another part of a different grind. This is earning. And she's been with us also from the first Freedom Summit as one of the first panel speakers and inspired so many people. I remembered one of the speakers are asking, whoa, the richest Filipina maybe is this upcoming guest because of how she was earning, helping people around her, and let me just introduce so that you will have enough time to also understand what is this Amazon, the Amazon Nation is all about, because our the founder and CEO of Amazon Nation Inc. is our next speaker. She's a seasoned Amazon virtual assistant with 8 years of solid experience under her belt. Being able to work with top-notch sellers has taught her a lot of lessons about working on Amazon, who's eventually made her an Amazon FBA seller herself. So let me introduce Lish Aquino. Our next speaker is an Amazon VA turned seven-figure Amazon FBA seller, internationally selling 45 products worldwide, more than 45 products worldwide. In the last 2 years, she has generated over 4.8 million in gross sales. My God, gross revenue. So now she teaches Filipino how to become an in-demand Amazon virtual assistant and how to build international companies through Amazon. How cool is that? You're earning, yet you're not, you're not, you're not afraid to share whatever it is that you've learned along the way, along your journey. You're still willing to share the tips, the strategies, because you want to help also your fellow community, the people in the community. So without further ado, I really want to hear her story, because last time I was there, I've been hearing so many things about her, but I was on the operation side of Freedom Summit 1. Now I have time to sit down, listen to Lish, our next guest, Lish Aquino, seasoned Amazon virtual assistant. And like Fabio said, hi Lish, you're free.
Hello, hi. Good afternoon to all of you. Good afternoon, Freedom Summit. Good afternoon, Celia. Thank you for inviting me here. It's really a pleasure.
Okay, so now I'll leave you because so many people are waiting to learn so many things about your topic today. So, like again, like what Fabio said, you are free, and I need.
All right. Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. If you're listening right now, if you are my student, please comment below this Facebook timelines. Can you comment, I love Amazon? Yeah. So for all my students in ASVA, Filipino Amazon Masterclass, for all the tribe members, if you know me, if you're my friend, please comment below, I love Amazon, because I want to personally thank you for watching this live session with me. All right. So, yeah, I'm going to share my screen right now. Mhm. Okay. Let's share it. Hey. Hi. All right. So, let me know if you can see my screen by commenting. I can see your screen below, all right? So there's just a little bit delay on the Facebook Live, but if you can see my screen, say hello. Good. Hi, hello, good evening to all of you. Good afternoon pala. Hello, yeah. So while waiting for everyone to see my screen, I just want to say hi to everyone that I know, yung sila Christian, Royo, um, Rochelle, yeah. So, can you see my screen, guys? Okay, good. Okay, so how many of you are interested in building a business that can run without you? Are you interested in building a business that can run without you? Yes? Say yes in the comment section below if you like to run a business. Run a business without you. How can that be? Okay. My next question is, how many of you are interested in selling your own brand on Amazon? Not reselling, all right? Not reselling other people's product, but creating your own brand and sell that on Amazon. What do you think? Do you like it? Yes? Okay. So if yes, this session is for you. By the way, I'm Lisha Kino. I am an Amazon FBA seller and also a coach for Filipino Amazon sellers. Welcome to our session entitled How Can You Start Selling on Amazon and Slowly Build a Global Brand Under the New Normal. So this is going to be a very interesting topic because it's going to be what you can do with your online opportunity with Amazon under the new normal. So yeah, let's get it on. Yeah. So here are the things you're going to learn this afternoon. I'm going to share with you why today is the best time to start an online business selling retail products. Why now, Miss Lish? Why now that it's still pandemic? I'm not sure what will going to happen in the next few months. So why now is the best time? Okay, next one is why you should always consider selling on Amazon if you want to beat big brands and mega ad spenders. Next is overview of your Amazon journey. You know what to expect. I'm gonna discuss that later. How much capital do you need to prepare, and so much more. And of course, I'm going to tell you the different business models inside Amazon. No, and you can choose what will work for you and the less risky option for you. So it still depends on your personality. All right. So if you will stay until the end of this webinar, I have a gift for you. So stay tuned. Okay, so before moving, is it okay, before I tell you how you can earn on Amazon, is it okay if I can share a little bit about myself? Can you say, I love to learn in the comment section below? Is it okay? Yeah? All right. As if naman there's an option, you're gonna hear it from me naman. Okay, sige po. So, like what Celia said, I was a freelancer, no? So, I've been a freelancer for like 8 years before transitioning into an Amazon seller full time. So, because of freelancing, I was able to meet this client who's also an Amazon seller. And because of this Amazon seller, I was able to realize na there's one business that I've been wanting to do ever since. I just don't know what it is. Pero this seller gave me the opportunity to know what my dream business. Okay. So ano ba to? This Amazon seller was earning 1 million a month that time. And I was the only virtual assistant. I I will repeat that. I was the only employee in his company, the 1 million dollar a month Amazon company. So how can that be? So I was learning all the ropes in the business, and then I realized that I also like to have that business as well. Why? Because there are three factors. I know I shared this a lot to my students before, but I just want to share this also with some new our new students, no, or the other Freedom Summit online audiences right now. That in the Amazon business, there are three factors that I really love, and number one is that I can do it online. Yan. There are so many businesses right now, but I think what's really relevant, no, and very timely right now is that you need a business that you can do online. So that's number one. Number two is the potential to earn millions of dollars because there's a lot of opportunities online right now. Do you believe? Yeah, there's a lot of business opportunities in online right now. But can you scale that business? Can it be profitable? Can you scale it up to the point that it's kumbaga, the power of the money that you're going to get in the business is unlimited. Right? So that's number two. And number three is passive income. Because I believe that we can always do business online. Yeah, we can earn a lot of millions of dollars or how much you like it to be, but it's not passive income, right? What's the purpose of earning online, earning millions of dollars, but we are always on our desktop doing nonstop work? What's the sense of it? The reason why we want it online and earn million income because we want to have number one, time freedom, right? So I want that to be passive income. Passive income doesn't mean that we need to um, that we can just leave the business and it's going to be earning. No, what I mean by passive income is we can earn in that business, but it needs maintenance, probably 1 to 2 hours of work. That's passive income for me, right? So because of that, I learned Amazon business and I launched my first product 24 when last 2014. So I launched this scarf. I know I shared this to my students before. Hello there to my students. Shout out naman dyan. Okay, so for this I launched the scarf and I realized that I didn't have the money back then, so I borrowed money from my sister, and we launched this scarf. Fast forward, it failed. Like it failed miserably. Okay, because it's my first product, right? We hired a model, photographer, a studio, makeup artist, everything, pero it failed. Okay, so did I give up? No, of course I did not give up. I launched another product called copper infused socks. So this copper socks, I believe, is a very good product because it has copper infused, which means it has health benefits. It helps with blood circulation. Ganyan. So I know my students already know that this second product of mine also failed miserably. So that time I was very devastated because I had 200 I invested 250,000 pesos for a course that I bought how to sell on Amazon. The scarf was 40,000 pesos. I invested in that. And this one, I invested 250,000 pesos. So almost 500,000 debt, but it failed, right? So ano na mangyayari? What will happen to me? Because I don't know what to do anymore that time. So after a few weeks of thinking more about the business, when I was about to give up, I realized that you can't just give up. If others can do it, you can do it too. If my client can do that business, then I can do it too, right? So I didn't give up and I continued to launch products. I launched my third product and ta-da! So that was a winning product. I finally got the winning product last October 2016. Yan, hooray, hooray. Okay. Okay, thank you. And because of that, oh, sorry. Oop. Okay, because of that, I was able to earn this. Actually, this was my peak month sales, no? So that was last May. Yeah, last May. This May. Um, May 2020. Yan. And this is my sales last 2016 to 2018. As you can see, it's last 2016, napakababa niya, no? Napakababa, and then it's going up, slowly going up until the 2018. And this year, I was able to earn this, no? 2018 to 2020. Thank you, Lord, for giving me this blessing. Now, why am I sharing this with you? I'm sharing this with you because I want you to know what will happen to you if you don't give up. What will happen to you if you believe on your dreams? Now, if I am a proof and a testimony and a living testimony that you can make things happen as long as you believe in yourself and you believe that you can do it, then you really can do it. Can you type in the chat box? Can you say I can do it if you think that you can do this too? Yeah, can you please type in the chat box? Hello, everyone. Okay. All right. So, and because of that, I was invited to several forums. I started with the Pioneer Forum last 2017. I also talked in OFCON and also in the Big Bang event, several events like the Manila Workshop. Yeah, I think Ginger also will talk no in the Freedom Summit. So I also joined there. And on the Freedom Summit, yeah, this is the Freedom Summit last year. I was able to share my business as well. And on the Lifestyle Entrepreneur Summit last 2019, yeah. So the reason also why I'm sharing that is because I found my gift, and that is the gift of creating that business. But it didn't make sense because I felt so empty, right? Having that kind of business, very big business, but not sharing it with everybody else is was very empty. I felt very empty. Now I found the purpose in life when I already start teaching, right? So I started teaching, and that's why I created the class for Amazon Virtual Assistant, which is the Amazon Seller VA, and also the class for Amazon sellers, which is the Filipino Amazon Masterclass. Yeah. And so, enough about me. It's time for you to learn today why today is the best time to an online business selling retail products. Okay, how can we do this, Etana? So, um, I already mentioned, no, Cess already mentioned that we are already in the age of digitalization. Everything is moving to online platforms. Now, I know that I share this with my students because I want them to realize that while this pandemic is happening, there are a lot of products growing as well, including the bread machines, right? The coffee. And I will share with you what are those products. Okay. First, the surge in home fitness products. There are so many products out there that's booming in the industry this pandemic. But one of them is the home and fitness products because a lot of us not able to go to the gym, so we're just going to buy fitness products at home to continue our workout, right? How many of you are doing this? I hope I can do this as well. Okay, next is there are a lot of growing products in here, including the demands for computer monitors, keyboard, mice, and office chairs. Yeah, and how many of you are starting to notice that there's a scarcity in laptop? Yeah, mga laptop, desktop. Have you tried to go? Kasi I have 3 kids who are gonna be in online schooling this year, and I was searching for their laptop sa mga stores nearby kasi nagbukas na yung mall, right? And I was very surprised na naubos. As in, for the first time ever, nagkaubusan ng computer monitors, right? And this is the kind of the kind of e-commerce that we have right now. There's a lot of demand for this kind of products. But of course, hindi naman din lahat, not everyone will have, not every product will have a good demand. There are also products that has decline in sales. Like what? Okay, so there are declines in luggage, suitcase, briefcase, and camera categories because of the travel restrictions, right? And a lot of spring breaks vacations are canceled. So that's it. But of course, with whatever is happening right now, there's also a big adjustment to the cash transactions. Have you noticed that some of your friends who are not used to online banking suddenly learn how to transact online, right? So there's a huge in demand for it right now. And also there are so many internet users right now who's transitioning from buying in a retail store and now buying in online stores. Yan. 'Di ba? Sabi nga nila, there's a lot of Filipinos right now who's selling lahat na online sellers because there's really a demand for it. Okay? And everything move online, especially the teachers, the online education, the consultants, probably for the other professions like the doctors also are moving online. So you can see the transition. In fact, no, Amazon has announced that it cannot longer keep up with the consumer demand. There's a lack of employees. That's why Jeff Bezos, now the richest man in the world, hired 100,000 warehouses and delivery workers amid the coronavirus shutdown. So while most of the business are shutting down right now during this pandemic, Amazon is growing. Amazon continues to hire to keep up with the demand. So I have a question to all of you. Yan. So hello to all our viewers. So I have a question to all of you. With what you have heard, do you think no that right now during this pandemic is the best time for you to sell online? Yes or no? Yes, I know you know the answer for this. Okay. So, yeah. In fact, they always ask me, Miss Lish, do you think that Amazon will still continue to improve or to be okay despite this pandemic? Then I was gonna show them my delivery. Yeah, sabi ko, I just shipped a container few months ago. It means that the business is still working. The business is still okay, right? Okay, so and with that, I want to also share with you why you should consider now that you know that Amazon is a very good it's a very good time for you to sell on Amazon. I also like to share with you why you should always consider selling on Amazon if you want to big brands. Now, the number one reason for that is because Amazon net sales are continue rising. Is way back 2016, but if you still continue to search for different statistics, it will tell you that it's gonna rise. It's rising. Okay, and the share of Amazon between the growth of the store base versus Amazon share is also rising. You can see here that based on the Census Bureau, Evercore ISI research that Amazon shares or US retail shares is also growing. Whew. And not only that, not only the statistics, you all know by now, no, this is a subconscious, actually, kumbaga, effort on the shoppers right now to do online payments, right? Okay. And you can see here, no, Amazon has 300 million worldwide active paid users. It means that if you want to sell something, there are already 300 million registered users on Amazon, and their credit cards are already installed there, are already registered in the Amazon platform. With just one click, they can already buy your product. And they have this Prime. Are you familiar with the Prime, Amazon Prime? Now, the Amazon Prime in the US will give you the advantage that if you just get a product with one click, they will ship your product, they will deliver your product in 1 day or two or on the same day. Imagine that, right? I mean, in here in the Philippines, I'm sure you're familiar with Shopee and Lazada. They deliver it to you a day or two or even 7 days. Or maybe sometime, actually, I bought a product in Lazada last month and it shipped for 3 weeks to one month. Yeah. So imagine that we have this Amazon. And also, not only Amazon US, we have 18 global website. You can also sell your products not only in Amazon US but in Singapore, in India, UK, Canada, Mexico, where else? So many. Australia, right? Just there's so many global websites, so many fulfillment centers so that Amazon can support you on your business. Okay. So let's not talk about Amazon anymore. Let's talk about the real businesses. So this is my favorite. I'm always sharing this because this is my favorite stories. No, Anchor is. Are you familiar with Anchor, guys? You are familiar with Anchor. If you've been to Mega Mall or UP Town Center, you probably saw their boutique. Yan. So they started on Amazon. They started on Amazon. It's just a power bank, and they put their logo on it. And now they're a there are global brand. Also, if you're familiar with Instant Natural Beauty, they started also with Amazon, and the founder is very very young, no, and now they're also known worldwide. Also, the Piper, if you're familiar with them, that's the educational toys. Now, the revenue on Amazon is over 3 million. And the founder is also very young, 27 years old. Now they're sell globally. Also, if you know the Back to the Roots, they are into indoor gardening products. They are also very young and now they're getting 5 million annually. Okay. This is John Michael Flores. Is my friend. I've known him for some time, and when we started 2014 as well, on his first month he got $100,000 sales on his Amazon, and now his cousin is actually he taught his cousin on how to sell on Amazon is now getting 1 million sales also a month on Amazon. This is Yas. She's based in Cebu. She's also earning $1 million. No, she's part of our group. Naku, I'm very, very proud of them kasi kasabayan ko sila sa Amazon. Okay. This is Grace Smith also. She's in Florida. She's a Filipina. She's also selling on Amazon and earning hundreds of $1,000s a month. So I'm sharing that because I want you to know that they're all started on Amazon and now has global brands across the world. And not only international sellers, but also Filipino sellers can also do it too. Yeah. All right. Good. So just to recap, no, Amazon, just to recap, this is the reason why you should always consider selling on Amazon because we can start a little capital because Amazon's traffic is very big. Like it has 2.4 million active users. And it's easy to launch, less marketing costs. And of course, branding is the key for long-term business. Go? Good? Okay. Clear so far? Good. So how different business models work, I want to share with you three simple system. Okay, the first one is the retail stores wherein you can buy a physical product. Like for example, you go to Walmart and Target, you can buy the product there on a sale. For example, it has 70% sale, you can buy it there, put it in Amazon, and the sale price will be your profit. The next is wholesale suppliers or wholesale product. For this one, you're gonna get wholesale sellers, and then for example, you're going to get Avent bottles, get it at a wholesale price, and then retail it on Amazon. The third model is a private label, wherein you can have your own brand, own packaging, your own. Okay, so the reason why I like private label is because of this, because it has less barrier to entry. It only means that you can get ahead of your competition if you are into private labeling. It also means that you can pass this to your future generations, right? Someday you don't need Amazon to sell your private label because it's yours. You can just choose SM, Mega Mall, what else, Robinson, whatever, for you to sell your own brand because that's your own brand, right? And Amazon is just a platform wherein you can capitalize to sell your own products. And I would like to share with you, it's just gonna be fast because I want you to share with you that my students was able to do it. Ayan, I'm sure they're watching right now. Hello to you guys, Sheila and Kala Joseph. Ayan. And do you like to hear how the sellers made it? Yeah, okay. So I'm giving you an overview of how to do the Amazon business. Okay, so this is the whole process. I'm gonna give it to you one by one. So probably after this webinar, you can just pause this video and screenshot this whole process. It's gonna be yours for free so that you have your guide. Okay, the first one is product sourcing. You're gonna search for your own products on Amazon. Okay, and then after that is you're gonna list their product. So you're gonna buy that product from a supplier, gonna source it, and list your product on Amazon. It means that you're gonna have your own store on Amazon. You're gonna have your own photos, titles, product description on Amazon. And after that, we're gonna teach you how to send your inventory to Amazon. And Amazon inventory, okay, just to be clear, we are doing Amazon FBA or fulfillment by Amazon. I wish I can tell you more about it, but since we don't have time anymore, it only means that we are going to send our product to the Amazon warehouse. Again, we're going to send our product to Amazon warehouse. It means that we don't need warehouse, we don't need office, we just need our laptop and internet to monitor this whole process, okay? Amazon will do everything for us. They will pick the product when someone buys it, they will ship it to the customers, and everything will be here in the dashboard of Amazon. And then after that, we're going to teach you how to promote. Yeah, to promote, how to have PPC. No need for Amazon, for Facebook ads, guys. So if you don't know that, it's okay. We can promote inside Amazon for. This is how you create it. It's very simple. Yeah. And of course, you're going to manage your customer experience. You're going to answer their questions inside and also manage your inventory so that you will not get out of stock. Okay. And yeah, so that easy. It's going to be very, very hard in the start, but after a while, you're going to get consistent sales and you can scale your business in a long run. So these are the people who's killing it on Amazon. And I want to thank them for sending me messages and thank you messages. You guys deserve all of it. So yeah. And all right. So what do you need to start selling on Amazon? Simple. You just need Amazon Seller Central. Yeah. To start selling on Amazon, you need your product. And of course, what's the starting capital? The starting capital is I started with 40,000 pesos. My students started with 60,000 pesos, but we really highly suggest that you go over it. You should prepare at least 100,000 to 150,000 because you're gonna need the product inventory. Of course, you need to ship your products. You need to market your products. So have prepare something for the marketing as well. And of course, last but not the least, you're going to have packaging of your product. You're going to have a picture and edit it for in the graphic artist, diba? So that also have other expenses as well. So that's it. And yeah, so yeah, I just want to say hi to to my students here. We are most of the time we have masterminds, and the reason why I am doing this. Oh, by the way, I have a gift for you, diba? I told you that I have a gift for you at the end of the webinar. So my gift to you is just go to bit.ly or bit.ly/Filipino Amazon Masterclass. And I'm going to give you a tip on how to launch an international Amazon FBA business using our proven 10-step process. Yan. So, yeah, just go there or go to Amazon Nation PH. Yeah, and I have a free gift for you. Yeah, so that's it. And if you have any questions, I just put it below and I'll definitely answer your comments.
Yun. Thank you, Lish. Grabe. Full pack learnings for Amazon, no? For everyone who would want to understand more about Amazon, try to get the link. She'll be teaching you so many things also. And I think you'll still be engaging with them sa comments later, right?
Yes, I will.
Yeah. Yeah. So, because we have a very short time, thank you for giving us so many ideas how we can, add some more income stream to whatever it is that we have right now. At least this will be something, another potential. Okay. Thank you, Lish.
Thank you, sis.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Everyone.
Okay, so there. Grabe, no? Parang sobrang dami, sunod-sunod ang ating learning. And iba-iba to. What we're doing here is mindset, making, and monetizing. Making meaning how we make the business. Do we learn, sometimes we're teaching about podcast. So it might help you in the branding or it might help you in the actual business. So ngayon, ang tinuturo naman namin sa inyo ay monetizing. Monetizing because what Lish is doing right now is she's teaching us another income stream, which she is very successful na, and she has students to prove it that yun, sending all their testimonials. So now the next guest, grabe the connection of our guest, because while the others like MK is teaching about virtual assistants, then after virtual assistants we have what type of things na pwede mo gawa, siguro creative writing a book, how to brand yourself. Then Lish naman, she's telling us about Amazon, another powerful entrepreneur, mompreneur. She's known as the mompreneur. So let me give you a bio muna. Our next speaker is the founder of Mompreneur Club PH, an 8,000 plus strong community of seasoned and aspiring mompreneurs. Me included, I'm part of that group also. She's also the owner of the local personal care brand, Belam Essentials. Belam Essentials used to supply customized perfumes and other bath essentials to events and entrepreneurs for branding. So the business had led Mommy Lay to many breakthroughs like receiving awards. Yeah, you can see her in media, in TV, radio, print. She's very famous, So, but then again, what is common with me and Mommy Lay is our resiliency with what's happening. Kasi pareho ko ata si Mommy Lay because we almost hit the rock bottom. That's why my favorite quote is J.K. Rowling's parang rock bottom is the solid foundation in which I have built, my life. Kasi, she also underwent depression, bounced back, had a better life, and is now helping. This is a common pattern. If you were able to make it up, diba? Dun sa steps or sa building or if you were able to make it up, yung ikaw meron ka moral responsibility to send the elevator down and have others go up then, because that's what we do. We have to help the people thrive with us. It's not happy if we're alone. And the community builders that I am collaborating with, having ventures and so many events with, and people, some of them I'm guesting, why I am doing what I'm doing right now, because they're inspiring me. And they're inspiring so many people. So enough of that. I think you need to listen to another community builder, another, mompreneur expert. And she's the founder of Belam Essentials, founder of Mompreneur, and a very, very, very strong, empowered woman. So Let me give you Mommy Lay. Hi, Mommy
Hello, good
Lay.
afternoon. Oh my God, that was a very heartwarming introduction. And yes, the rock bottom. I've also listened to your story last year when I attended the first season of Freedom
Yes.
Summit. Yes, that's when we first
He
met,
was
right?
part of the Freedom Summit as an attendee before, and I
Yes,
had a photo where we had photo together. And
yes.
then after that, I got back after the event. I was browsing through, and then I saw how how she has a community also helping fellow moms. So like MK, like Gina, like Vivian, Carrie. So these women are helping one another. Alam mo, walang competition dyan, ha? Collaboration yan, ha? Collaboration. That's one thing that we women are so proud of dahil we tend to collaborate more, di ba?
Yes.
So, like what Fabio said, I'll not say anything more because you have so many things to talk about. So, Mommy Lay, you are free.
Thank you, Celia. Thank you for that introduction. And again, I would like to ask who are ready to rise and thrive amidst challenges and competition. I would love to see those yeses in the comment box. All right. So, yeah, I'll be sharing my screen. Okay. So, can you please comment down if you are already seeing the slideshow? Okay, so the topic for today is rise and thrive amidst challenges and competition. So before I move forward, I would also love to know more about you. So please comment one if you are planning to launch your business, or two if you have been doing business for almost a year now, or three if you have been doing business for more than a year now. So I would love to see those uh, numbers. Can you please type them down so I would know more about you? So yeah, I'm checking the comments. It's just a little delay. All right. Okay, so thank you for those responses. And again, I'm Lay Ermitania, but people or the people from my network here in the Philippines fondly call me Mommy Lay. Yes, and you can just call me like that. And as what Mommy Celia said, that I'm the founder of Mompreneurs Club PH. It's a digital space where the aspiring mom entrepreneurs and also the seasoned ones converge. So here this is a support group, and since it's very diverse, there are so many opportunities for collaboration. And yes, I'm also the boss mom of Balam Essentials. It's a personal care brand here in the Philippines, and also the Social Lake Concepts. It's a digital marketing and a brand strategy agency. So there, but before all of these, who was Mommy Lay? So yeah, a little time travel. So a quick background of me. So in 2009 and 2013, this is when we talk about like the movies or books, it's the climax or the peak of the story. But for me, it's the lowest point of my life. So 2009 to 2013, those were the lowest 4 years of my life. Like, how low was it? Like Mommy Celia said, I underwent depression, but how did I had depression? It's because I ventured into so many businesses, but they all failed. I lost a lot, and then I even lost all the almost the properties that my parents left me. So I really blamed myself, and that was the reason why I went through depression. I cried almost every day. And I think it was really bad because part of my head, this part of my head went bald. So yeah, that's quite bad. But I think it was middle 2013 when I read or stumbled a quote on a newspaper. And here was the quote: Insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. Felt like I was slapped on my face. Like, why? What am I doing? Like, why am so just why am I just crying every day? I felt hopeless, but then because of this quote, the fire in me rekindled. So again, I start planning, dreaming. But while every these things are happening inside me, there were two significant unfavorable events that had happened. One was the burglary in our home. Now, this time we were still in the province, and then second one was the leg accident of my husband. So these two events push us to our limits, and really made us that push us to do that change in our life. So the whole family moved back to the Metro Manila. And then that's when I started looking for online jobs. And when I was earning again, I was also uh, redeeming my self esteem back. But again, business was really in my bloodstream. So I tried again to put up a new business. And I started small, like how small it was the capital was only around $20 or 1,000 pesos. But then where did that small business bring me? So apart from the monetary rewards that I got from the business, because of this business, I got featured on different TV shows, radio show, also got featured on national newspapers, even received a couple of national awards, had also a chance to be invited in different uh, seminars to give talks. And I think the most memorable one was when I became one of the Philippine delegates to uh, an international trade conference that was held in Singapore. So who would have thought that this crying lady in the province would experience all of these, right? So yeah, I never planned all of these things, though I had dreams of, redeeming my self-esteem back and also earning enough for my family. But all of these things were extra. And the question is, what helped me bounce back? What helped me bounce back? What did I do that helped me bounce back? And here they were. One, I accepted my failures. Accepted my failures. It's like when moving forward or moving on, acceptance is always the first step. You cannot move forward if you don't accept your situation. This time, in my case, I accepted my failures. If I had an high ego, and I did not accept my failure, like, oh, I didn't fail. How would I move forward, right? So it's always the first step, acceptance. So I accepted my failure. Next, I chose my attitude towards adversity. I programmed my mind to always think that uh, in every challenges there's always a purpose. So, for example, instead of saying that, oh, why is this happening to me? Instead of saying that, we'll say, why is this happening? What is the lesson that this challenge is trying to teach me? So yeah, that's the attitude that I had developed. And also, I welcome challenges. I'm sorry, I welcome changes. I became flexible. Oh, I'm getting messages here that it's cut on the left side. So I'm sorry about that. But well, I think you can still see a part of the screen. So yeah, I think the presentation was quite big. So the third one, I'll welcome changes, and then four, I set my goals. So those were my four steps how I bounce back from those challenges. And I think during this time of pandemic, this is also what we can do. So we need to accept the situation right now and then move forward. Let's have a proper mindset towards these all of these challenges, and we need to welcome changes. We need our business. We need to adapt, and we need to uh, set our goals as well. Okay, so yeah, next. If earlier I talked about what helped me bounce back, this time what helped the business or the brand thrive? So this question would also help you to answer like how can your business be helped, or how can your business stand out as well? Because we know that most Filipinos now, those who lost their jobs, turn to online selling. So it's really noisy out there already. So how will you stand out? Would love. Can you make a guess? What what could help your business thrive or stand out? Would like to see your comments. Okay. All right. So definitely it's not the pricing, because that time, though my price was competitive, it was not the cheapest. So I was not the cheapest option. So why did people recognize my brand, or they consider me, or they consider me the first one to as their supplier if I was not the cheapest one? So what could that be? Okay, I see here the branding, the marketing. Well, definitely yes. Uniqueness, yes. Collectively, all of those answers are correct. But let me focus on branding today. Right? Okay, so branding. When we say branding, what are the things that come into your mind? Can you comment down? Okay. All right. So there are a lot of definitions on Google as defining branding. So, but let us see what is my take on this. It's the sweet, just short and sweet and easy. So for me, branding is what people feel when they think about your business. So it's the feeling. Okay, like when people own Louis Vuitton, how do they feel? When people drive a BMW, what do they feel? When you own an Apple gadget, how do you feel? Right? It's the feeling. It's more than what we see. So here, there's more to branding than meets the eye. So it's more than what we see. It's also what we feel. There's more underneath that. So what we see are the logos, the tagline, the visual identity, the offering, which is the product or the services. And for what we feel, it's the mix of personality, the core message, marketing strategy, positioning, the brand mission, brand premise, core values. So it's really quite complicated down there. But today I'll be highlighting three. It doesn't mean that the other things here are not equally important. They are all important when you're building your brand. But because it's a limited time, I'll be highlighting three today. So the first one is personality. So think of your brand as a human. And how does this person send their messages? How do they interact with others? How does this person create, or how does this person treat the people around him? Like the customers, the employees, and also the partners. And is this personality consistent across all touch points? It should You cannot promote kindness on social media, but when your customers reach out to you to inquire, you become impatient, or snob or irritable. So it's not consistent. You need to be consistent again across all touch points so you could build credibility. Right? So that's for personality. And next, I need to highlight is the core message. When you say core message, what are the things that come into your mind? Okay. So it's not just a tagline. Core message is not just the tagline. It's more than that. It's really actually the heart of your brand. This is what captures the emotional core of who you are and who you represent or what you stand for. And core message, this is like the bridge between you and your target audience. So you really need to build that emotional connection. Why emotional? Because emotions drive sales, and we just justify it with with our logic. So again, we really need to connect to our audience emotionally. And again, when we have a core message, we this will be our stage for all of our marketing and messaging. So I have an example here. So here's Walmart's brand message. Their brand message is centered on people saving money. That's why they have the tagline, save money, live better. And if you notice their websites, all of their marketing materials, they have these words: discount, rollback, clearance. Why? Because all of these represent saving money, right? So when you have a core message, your messaging, marketing, your marketing materials, and also your future decisions will be based to your core message, right? And lastly, brand positioning. Okay, so when we say about brand positioning, this is building that distinct space in your audience's head so that every time when they think about a particular product or services, it's you who will first come to their minds. Okay, let's see. Let's think about fried chicken. Okay, can you tell me what brand comes to your mind first when we say fried chicken? Can you see? Can you type the in the comments? I would love to see. It's a little delay. Okay. I'm not promoting it. Okay, but when I say fried chicken, Filipinos, you say we already. I automatically think Jollibee. So who's with me? Yeah, Jollibee. So I'm not promoting it. Okay, but it's just this that that's the brand positioning. When we say fried chicken, that's automatically what comes into our mind. Okay, and I actually have here guidelines when we create a strong brand position. Here's an umbrella question. Okay, why would people buy from you? So when you're thinking of your brand position, you need to think of this question: why would people buy from you? And we have here detailed list of questions. So one is, what makes you unique? Okay, so you contemplate on it. What sets me apart? What's your strongest feature? Like, do you provide high quality, innovative products? Who are your competitors and how different are you from them? Right? So again, yes, you need to check your competitors, but it's not because you're gonna copy them, but because you need to analyze or you need to work out how you will differentiate your brand from them. Like, for example, now that online selling, there are a lot of people doing online selling. If you are selling the same things, how will people think of you when they want to buy that product? So you really need to, differentiate yourself from your competitors. And of course, who is your target market? Maybe you are selling the same product, but you're targeting different market segments. So, for example, you're targeting uh, uh, the market segment A, B, and C. So you need to think about that, right? And of course, I have here some examples as well. Okay, who knows Tesla? Okay, do you know what kind of cars they build? Right, the hybrid electric cars. So Tesla has positioned as a luxury brand, which is really known for innovation. So that's how they position themselves. So when you think of Tesla, oh, that's really in innovative cars, hybrid cars. Okay, and next would be Disneyland. So Disneyland has positioned itself as an experience of a lifetime, which is not provided by anyone in the world. So you know what the Disneyland tagline is, right? So can you type them down? What's Disneyland's tagline? It's the happiest place on earth. So they position themselves as that. Okay, and let's go to a retail product. Oh, it's not moving forward. Oops. Okay, so it's a retail product, Dollar Shave Club. This is the competitor of Gillette. All right, so Dollar Shave Club has focused its positioning on affordability, and their target audience is the average consumer. While Gillette, they're focused on the high or the upper class man. So when you see Gillette's magazine advertisements, you'll find sleek men, the high end man, right? While Dollar Shave Club, they use average people or average men for their advertisements. Okay, and because when you have your core message, you have your brand position, it will really help you a lot with how you form your advertisements, your marketing materials, how you craft your messages on social media or any print or any media. So it's really helpful that you identify all of those, right? And here I have an example of the Dollar Shave Club's advertisement. It's really straightforward. So here, ours and theirs. So you really know the difference now. So that's branding. And as what Miss Lish mentioned earlier, that it's essential, branding is essential for long-term business. So that's how important branding is. And since again, it's really noisy out there in digital space, it's important that we develop our branding. And again, in branding, consistency builds credibility. Because if you're not consistent, like for example, in person, your treatment to other people is not as what you are trying to perceive on social media, then you're not consistent. People will just think that you're lying to them or you're not telling the truth. So you need to be consistent to build credibility. And again, in business, challenges are always there. So when the going gets tough, you just remember why you started. So yeah, that will be all for today. And I hope you could all connect with me on social media. Our Facebook page and group is Mompreneurs Club PH for those moms out there. Hope you can join us inside. And my personal Facebook page is Mommy Lay. Instagram is Mompreneurs Club PH and Mommy Lay. And I'm also on LinkedIn. Just need to search for the name Lay Ermitanya. So yeah, there. Thank you so much. I hope you somehow learned from me today, and I wish you all luck.
Hey, we don't have your video. Where are you?
Oh my God, I'm lost. Wait.
Yeah, yeah. But your you're speaking and telling us about the branding, and the monitor was on the PowerPoint presentation. Oh, she got lost. Okay, what happened to Mommy Lay? Wait, let me change. She's back. Are you back, Mommy Lay? Okay, she's back. Okay, I will just put her on. You were lost for a while. Okay, wait. I will unmute you. I will unmute you. What happened? Can you unmute yourself?
Oh, there. Oh,
Yes.
sorry.
Thank
Yeah.
you, Mommy Lay. So another inspiring mompreneur that gave us inspiration, and yeah, it's I also talk about branding, and it's what Mommy Lay told you is very very important. In order for you to shine or step up, you have to be unique, you have to be different, you have to have a message. People should feel you, should know your why, and especially if your brands, there are so many brands around. Branding is important. I'm a firm
Mm.
believer as a branding strategist
Oh,
myself,
yes, you are as well.
that talagang you really need it. Because there's so many things to choose from. Why not choose the one that is close to your heart? That,
True.
that you feel gets that you get the message, that you feel that is helping also, or doing the walking the talk. So for me, I really learned a lot, Mommy Lay, and
Me
I'm
too.
really happy that after being an attendee, you were able to, diba, with my talk, I was saying be a voice, not an echo, and I know you've been
Right.
a voice for many moms, and I'm just giving you a stage, a platform now to amplify your good message. So thank you,
Thank you
and
so
wait, let me
much.
just put your ticker, please. If you have you want to connect with Mommy Lay, this is her website and her email. And for those who are engaging right now, I think there's so many people saying so inspiring, so inspiring. Thank you, Mommy Lay. Thank you, Mommy Lay. Happiest place. I think you're. This is some just because it's just coming here right now. So
Yeah.
thank you, and we will still talk. We will interview you. I think this is not enough. The time is not enough because we have so many
Yes.
amazing speakers. And the next speaker is also our friend, and who's also
Yes.
another community builder, another famous, in the sphere. Talagang we're lucky. We have a community of women, community leaders, builders that are helping one another. And this is a sobrang, I'm so grateful, lalo na at this time of crisis. Talagang we're all stepping up, and I'm really
Right.
happy. So, thank you, Mommy Lay. And with
Thank you
that,
again for
yeah,
inviting
so next
me.
time again.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Wow, 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 wow. Amazing, amazing, amazing. This day couldn't be more better. Kasi we are choosing who to interview or who to introduce, and because we have three hosts, me, Lian, and Fabio. I chose also this spot because we resonated with the women entrepreneurs, with the community builders, and Pamela is also one of the leaders in different communities who is inspiring everyone. And with that, sobrang excited ako dahil I started speaking Tagalog because I got excited, no? So I'm excited because our next guest, I met her in, I think, maybe in Alabang. But prior to that, I know her sister because her sister is handling some events in Manila workshop where I always attend my workshop, and March, the Golden Voice. So when I attended one workshop of Francis Miranda, I saw her. She has her baby with her and her husband, and said, "Oh, this is cool." They're able to, siguro after that they will have their own family time or bonding, but they still had time to attend a workshop, to skill, to step up, to learn more, to connect and possibly collaborate. So this, now I'm collaborating with her. Whenever I have something that I need to amplify also, she lets me put the message in her community. And so without so many other ad libs, I'd read something that is really about my next guest. So my next guest is a speaker. She's a life goals mentor, a mental health advocate. She's also the founder of the Fulfilled Women, a community of women entrepreneurs. Her mission is to help women become unstoppable and in achieving their God-given dreams. This person is going to talk about your dream life. Design the life that you want. And isn't it amazing that we have someone to mentor us, to help us, to guide us, to be our coach for something that somehow we have some blind spots, because maybe we thought we knew it, but some people will help us understand the bigger picture. So without further ado, I'm happy to introduce to you one of my woman entrepreneur, woman empowered women in our community, Vivian Vigornia, founder of Fulfilled Women. Hi, Vivian. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes, very
So,
good.
I will leave you because we have a very very short time, and I want you to maximize your time because so many people are also waiting for you. So with that, like Fabio said, you are.
Thank you very much, Celia. I am so happy to be spending this afternoon with you. And Celia, I have to say, I want to thank you for that very warm introduction. I'm a little bit teary just listening to how you were introducing me. I gotta be honest with you. I've been speaking for for many years now. I've had a lot of talks. I've had a lot of virtual talks already, but I still get a little bit nervous. And I was speaking with Leah a while ago before she started her talk, and I said, "Kinakabahan ako." I said I was a little nervous. And then when she started speaking, when I heard her message, and then here Celia talking about me and sharing about how we met and who I am, what I do right now, it kind of makes me feel a little bit teary-eyed because this is not how I used to be. This is just a dream for me. Inspiring you right now, speaking with you, speaking to you right now, and coaching you right now. This is just a dream for me. And so, what I'm going to share with you today is really something that I'm very, very, very passionate about. And I don't have a slide, so don't expect any slides from me. I want for you to have a notebook and a pen.
I need you to adjust your volume. I think I am having messages that they cannot hear you.
Oh, look at that. Hello, is this better?
There, yeah, better, better. Okay, I will leave again. Oh, you lost it.
Overtime already. I can get very talkative.
Okay,
Yeah.
I think I'm okay. If I leave, I think there's something with the volume. Let me hide myself because I think the volume is better. Wait, can we ask the audience, the people attending, if they can hear you well? Because on my side, I
Yeah.
cannot hear.
Oh, okay. Maybe we can ask our viewers if you
Yeah.
can leave a message and let us know if you can hear us, if it's better. Okay, one said that it's better. When Celia leaves, somehow the audio would suffer. So I don't know what we're gonna do with that. But let us know if this is okay with you. I've turned the volume up already. So if you guys are watching, the sound is mumbled when Celia leaves. So Celia, maybe you can stay with me. Would you like to stay with me? One of our viewers said that they said it's clear. Oh, do you hear me well now? Now it's okay. Okay, great. Thank you. All right, better. Thank you very much. Thank you so much for participating. All right, so let's go on. So I was just sharing a while ago that the things that I'm doing right now, this used to be just a dream. And so what I'm going to share with you right now is something that I'm super, super, super passionate about. And this is about creating your dream life. I want to share with you something about my past. Now, I want to share with you 3 very distinct dreams when I was a kid. When I was in high school, I had 3 dreams. Number 1, I would like to be a best-selling author. Number 2, I want to be a sought-after motivational speaker. Number 3, brace yourself. I want to be an award-winning actress. So this was in high school. Okay, this was in high school. Okay, fast forward 2008, I created my vision board. Do you know what a vision board is? Let me know if you have one, if you have a vision board. I'm going to share with you a little bit about that later. So I created a vision board, and I placed in there that I wanted to be a motivational speaker, that I wanted to be an author. And fast forward to 2016, that's when I started, I wrote my first book. No, actually, I wrote my first book in 2012. And then 2016, I wrote my second book. And then I became a motivational speaker. In 2018, I got casted in a short film. It wasn't an award-winning short film, but I got casted. And then a year ago also, I got casted in a digital ad. I'm still doing auditions right now. Okay, great. So we have some friends here who have their vision boards. I'm sharing you that because I believe that dreams are important. I believe that goals are important. I believe that we have to start dreaming right now, because when you reach 60 years old, when you're 70 years old, you're going to look back when you're 20. You're going to look back when you're 30, and you're going to realize that I just missed it. I just missed the opportunity when I could have stepped up, when I could have stepped forward and go after my dreams. And so right now, however, how old you are right now, whether you're 20, whether you're 30, whether you're 40, whether you're 50, you can still have your dream life. And this is not up to anyone. This is up to you. Okay? So just a little bit of background about me. In 2014, I gave birth to our first baby, and she is the daughter that Celia was talking about a while ago. And you know, when you give birth for the first time, it's just really a mixed feeling. Do we have moms in here? If you are a mom, can you please comment down below and let us know if you're a mom? So in 2000, so I got pregnant in 2014 and gave birth in 2014. In 2015, I went a downward spiral. If you know me, in high school, in college, when I was working, I'm the Bibo kid. I'm the achiever. I'm always the one in front. I'm a very sociable person. I'm always leading a group. I'm always out there. And then all of a sudden, I became a stay-at-home mom. And all I heard were cries of my daughter, changing diapers, breastfeeding her 24/7. I fell into depression, postpartum depression. And, you know, for a whole year, I felt so defeated. I felt like my life was over. Is this what motherhood is all about? It's gonna destroy your life. That's how I felt in 2015. And finally, in 2000, before the year ended, in 2015, I told myself that this is enough. I've had enough. This is not gonna happen anymore. I'm not gonna wake up defeated again. And so, pinagpapawisan ako. And so in 2015, I started praying. Towards the end of 2015, I started praying. I said, Lord, please help me. I just want to wake up excited again. I just want to find my purpose. And God, in His loving kindness, helped me to get out of that. And this is the reason why I built the community, the Fulfilled Women, because I know that us together, we can encourage each other to pursue our dreams. And this is why why I'm doing what I'm doing right now, because I wanted to inspire you that if you have a dream, You can reach that, and it's all up to you. So now, before my time ends, I know that I'm talking a lot about myself. So I'm going to share with you 3 points today on how you can design your dream life. Okay? So if you may, can you please grab a piece of paper and a pen, because we're going to do some exercises today. You're just going to be seeing my face. I don't have a slide. I just want you to listen to me and just hear my voice. And I want you to concentrate on what I'm going to make you do. Okay, so step number one. Step number one is to dream. Step number one is to dream. It has to be clear to you what you want to achieve in your life. It's so amazing when you ask someone. So I know this is kind of cliche. It's like an HR question. Like when you ask someone, so what will you be in 5 years? Or what would your life be in 10 years? And you will just hear an echo, or you're not just going to hear anything, because they're not sure what they want. And that is the reason why people fail, because they fail to plan. You have to plan for your life. And if you don't have a destination, you're not going to get there. So number one is to dream. Number one is to have the clarity of where you want to go. It's so amazing when we're going to a vacation. We know everything. We have everything planned out. But when you ask about your life, people don't have a plan for their life. So number one is dream. You have to have the end in mind. You have to begin with the end in mind. You have to know where you want to go. So my question for you is, write down 3 dreams that you want to achieve in your life. I'm a huge believer, I shared with you, of vision boards. And I see a lot of our friends here just commenting down, Geraldine saying that I hope it's not too late for me to pursue my dreams. Absolutely. It's not too late to pursue your dreams. Okay. My mentor, my very first mentor, he was 62 years old when he started his business. He's now a multi-millionaire, and I super love him. I still get mentored by him, and he's 60 plus. So no, never. It's never too late. So now I want you to grab your pen and your paper and write down 3 dreams that you want to achieve in your life. Remember, if you don't know your destination, you're not going to get there. You don't go out there and just wait for the jeepney or wait for a bus. When you go out there, you should know what bus to take, right? That's what happens to us. Okay, so write 3 dreams that you want to achieve. That's the first one, dream. Point number 2, believe. Point number 1 is dream. Point number 2 is believe. It doesn't matter if other people don't believe in you. What's important is that you believe in yourself. I'm going to share with you a story. So there was this guy who's driving an old beaten up car. And then when he would gas up, he would say, will you please gas up my Mercedes? And the gasoline boy would laugh. He would laugh because this is not a Mercedes. This is just an old beaten up car. This is not even an expensive car, let alone a Mercedes. And then the following day, like every day, and every time that he would go to the gasoline and have his car tanked up, he would say, please gas up my Mercedes. And they would laugh at him. The gasoline boys would laugh at him because it's not like that. But you see what he has in mind? He has a belief. He has a belief. I know it sounds crazy because it's not what it is. But number 1, he has a destination. He has a dream. And number 2, he believes that it can happen. And then after months and months and months, what happens? There was a Mercedes that went to that gasoline station. And what happens? He pushed the window down and said, will you please gas up my Mercedes? And the gasoline boys were shocked because he was riding on a Mercedes. And this is the same with us. Sometimes other people don't believe in us. Other people don't believe but that we can turn our brick and mortar store into a digital space. People don't believe that we can create courses. People don't believe that we are not an expert enough. People don't believe that we can work from home. People don't believe in our capacity, in our dreams, in things that we can do. People don't believe in us. But you know, it doesn't matter because you gotta believe in yourself first. You should be believing in yourself first before other people would. So that's the second one. And the exercise that I want to do for that I want you to do is so you wrote down the dreams that you want to achieve. On top of that, I want you to write these words. Make it happen. Your dream is up to you. It's up to you to make it happen. So I want you to put on top of that, make it happen. Okay, number one is dream, number two is believe, and number three is commit. And this is very, very, very important. The most impossible journey is the one that never starts. You need to have a commitment that this dream of yours, the goals that you have, these are things that you will achieve. Okay? Now, after this, we're not going to end yet. We still have, I think, 2 or 3 more speakers. I want for you to do something that will put you forward, put your step forward towards your dream. Do something that's going to get you closer to your dreams. And you're not going to do it tomorrow. You're not going to do it on Tuesday. You're not going to do it next week. You're going to do it now. You've been in the Freedom Summit since day one. This is the 3rd day and we're almost about to end. And there are a lot of information. There are a lot of things that you have learned already, and they are useless. They are useless if you don't take action. So the third one is you have to commit. You have to take action, because if you don't do anything about all the information that you are taking in, then it's so useless. Okay? So you have to commit. You have to take action. Do something today that's gonna move you forward to your goal. Yes, you can make it happen. All right. So I just wanna end with this. And okay, just making sure that I'm still on time. I'm trying to make it fast. Okay, so the distance between reality and your dream is called action. So now go take action. This is all information. Everything that you are taking in is information. But what's important for you right now? It's transformation. Your life will not transform if you don't take action. And speaking of taking action, if you are a woman, you are an ambitious woman who wants to be around other goal getters as well, I would like to invite you to our community. You can easily search that on Facebook, the Fulfilled Women Community. You can join our group and hang out with us. We are encouraging each other to pursue our dreams. And if you have a dream, if you don't have a dream and you want to start pursuing your dream, we invite you to join us and be with us. Just search that on Facebook, the Fulfilled Women Community. Later on, after the talk, I'm gonna go and I'm gonna comment the link to our community. So that's the Fulfilled Women Community. There you go. Let me just read some of the comments that we have here. Dream, believe, and commit. Thank you, Jenny, for that. I have to make actions for my dreams to become a reality. Yes, Geraldine, that's so true. You have to do something about it. Now I'm gonna go check out my phone just to make sure that I didn't miss out on anything. Okay, I just want to share you one story before I leave. The mentor that I was sharing with you a while ago, he shared with me about the rain dance. So the rain dance about the tribes. What they do is they would keep dancing and keep dancing until it rains. And so they ask him. So there's a tribe of people, and the rain dance is their way of asking God, or asking their God to bring them the rain. And the question is, Is that true? Like you're just gonna dance and then it's gonna rain? No, this is the reality. This is the reality about the rain dance. It is true because those tribal people, they do not stop dancing until it rains. That's why it's true. That's why that's why it rains. That's why they believe it's true because they never stop dancing until it rains. So for you, do not stop stepping forward. Do not stop taking action until you get to your dream. So there, mommy, uh, Celia, if you would like to come with me right now and maybe we can answer some of the questions that we have. I'm so glad, Yayi, that you are inspired, purpose-driven dreamers doer. Yes, thank you, Anna.
There's so many messages here. Purpose driven dreamer, doer. Thank you, Vivian Grace. I'm 48. I'm inspired. So many
Oh,
things, you know?
yes, yes, and thank you very much for putting up the link to the Fulfilled Women community. There you go.
Yes. So there, doing this, what made you really, because before, when I met you, when we were starting, getting to know each other, I didn't know that you had this community of women entrepreneurs also. And we were in marketing, I think, master class, and I said that it's very uplifting when you go together, or when you stay, or when you share positive, vibes with women that helps their community. So that's the reason why I had that introduction about you, because almost all of my guests from this afternoon session all have this heart for helping their own community. Now, some will always, I'm getting this. I know how to do this, but I'll keep it for myself. No, most of the women now that I've had the chance to collaborate with, and like, and you also attended Freedom Summit last year.
I did.
Yeah, and I would like to let you know that Lay attended, you attended, and Joyce also, who's one of the main part of our organizing team, who's doing a very, very awesome job. She's keeping us together, this is one of the reason why it's very important to connect, collaborate, and like what's there in your at the back of your at the wall, it's dreams do come true. And
Yeah.
that's the best way, no? We manifest the things that we always think about, and the way that you're helping people design their life. I'm really, really grateful that you're there, you're helping the community, and you're also collaborating with fellow community builders. Also, is there any questions for our amazing speaker? There are so many heartwarming messages. I think you've helped them before. I think you gave them some inspiration. I think one way or another, you gave them something that they needed when you are coaching them. So how do they reach you again? And if you have anything that you would want to share for the audience now.
Yeah. So, uh, I think what was posted in here in the comments is our Facebook group. Is our Facebook page. But if you would like to join our Facebook group, that's the Fulfilled Women Community. You'll see that, the Fulfilled Women Community, Faith in Dreams. So there, you can find us there. And also, if I may share, Celia, I have an ongoing group coaching program right now. That if they wanna know more about that, they can go to my website vivianbigornia.com/thrive, and you can also see that. Oh, there you go, vivianbigornia.com. You can find it there/thrive. So that's my newest group coaching program. If you would like to be mentored by me, if you want to join other ambitious women and just have this,
it's so different, Celia. You know, when the women are together, it's more powerful. When you're uplifting each
Super,
other,
super.
it's just super powerful. I just love hanging out with you, with Lay. Lay and I, we have monthly goal setting sessions since last year. Every month we'd meet up, but
I
now
think
we
you
just
were
chat.
with her in Singapore last year or last.
Yes, we were both Philippine delegates for the first ever Trade Connect in Singapore. So it's really nice. It's really nice to be hanging out with other women who can inspire and lift you up.
Okay,
Definitely.
wait. Let me just put on the screen Vivian's group, the Fulfilled Women Community. Please try to check this community. If you need her coaching, if you need somebody to help you design your life, you have your coach here. And truly, truly, it's a blessing to have women around me who, help each other up, lift each other up. Women supporting women is something that I'm really proud of. I was blessed to be with women who really has the heart to help the community. So thank you, Vivian, and we will interview again soon. We don't have enough time, but for sure we need, because please answer some of the messages of our viewers.
Absolutely.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you again. Bye.
Bye. Wow. So there. That is Vivian Vigornia, and I am so happy that most of my women guests, or my guests for that matter, but for this session, not most, everyone tried their best to help the community. This is something that I'm really happy, super happy. And that said, I have another powerful, powerful, empowered, how do you call it? This next guest that I have is our speaker last year. Actually, she's the last year, the theme for Freedom Summit is about digital nomad. The laptop lifestyle, going around different countries, going to different places that you can also be sustainable. So that's the point of the first season is this for digital nomad. For now, it's more of a pivoting to the new normal, digital entrepreneurs, transitioning. But last year, our avatar, the person that we are looking at that time to inspire or to share experiences with, is our guest right now. She's one of she has a very, very powerful story last year, and now she is in Germany, and she's still doing her grind, helping also fellow virtual assistants and some entrepreneurs who needs their services, who need services. Um, Let me just introduce, because I'm very happy that she's back. She helped us for the first season also, and her community also gave us the much needed support and boost, because we have so many speakers live last time. So her community, MK's community, and so many communities from the tribe, pitched in to make sure that Freedom Summit will happen. So let me introduce my guest today is a digital nomad who started as a virtual assistant in 2008. She has been to 25 countries while managing her online businesses, including the social media and virtual assistance agency. Social Prime is her company, and Vana, virtual assistant Network Asia. She currently employs over 20 team members in the Philippines and in Germany, and also coaches aspiring virtual assistants on the side through her community, Vana. So she will be talking about how to be a global Pinoy and how to launch a digital business and working online. This person, I had the pleasure of meeting her also when I was in Bali, and for some time, I needed somebody like a fellow Filipino to talk to when I was there, and she even introduced me to some of the original gangster community in Bali. So without further ado, I really want to introduce my next guest. Welcome, Carrie Javier.
Hello,
Hi.
Celia. How are you? Thank you for that wonderful introduction. Can you hear
Yeah.
me?
So, Carrie, I'll leave you. Yes, 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 very clear. I will leave you now. And like what Fabio said, you are free.
All right. So, first of all, I would like to greet everyone who is watching us right now. And of course, it is a pleasure to be speaking once again for Freedom Summit Global. So, I am going to share with you my screen. Give me a second. Okay. So, my talk is about how you can be globally empowered and launch your digital business from anywhere in the world. And I am going to start my presentation with a personal story. So, a couple of days ago, my son celebrated his birthday here in Germany. And as my partner went out to pick up his surprise gift, my son told me, Mommy, I think I know what your surprise gift is. You are picking up my cousins from the airport. And mind you, guys, his cousins are only 5 and 6 years old. So it was a little bit funny at first, but I had to talk to him about privileges, which is a really important topic right now. So I told him that, son, it's hard for some people to travel, including mommy. For some families, before you can even think about traveling, you have to worry about how you can put food on the table, pay bills and utilities, and struggle for quality education. So he got a little bit sad and he told me, so my cousins will never be able to visit me here. And I said, well, I did say it was hard, but not impossible. And I think that is the very essence of my talk right now. I know that a lot of you are experiencing hardships at the moment because of the current pandemic. Some of you may have been laid off from your jobs, businesses may have had closed. And so I want to hear from you. What kind of hardships are you experiencing? And how do we break free from whatever shackles we have, whether it's mindset, poverty, or lack of skills? And how do we become globally empowered and launch a digital business even at this time? Or should I say, especially at this time? So I would be asking you to join me as I share with you some of my memorable trips as well as lessons I learned along the way. Okay, so this is in Quezon City, Philippines, where I was born. And, we were never really rich, but I didn't fully understand the meaning of poverty until my dad passed away. So I shared my story during Freedom Summit last year. Some of you may be familiar with it. This is one of the places we stayed in after my dad died. You wouldn't even be able to see the house we stayed at because it's way further. You have to pass a couple of very narrow alleys. But last year, as I visited my aunt, same place, I took a picture because I wanted to show it to my son.
Sorry,
And
Carrie. Sorry, Carrie, you don't have a video. The screen is not shared, I think.
it's not shared. Okay.
Yeah. So can you share it again? I'll
Okay.
leave. Okay.
Okay, do you see it now? Can you see it?
Not yet. You cannot see the screen.
I don't know what's wrong. Okay, let me try again.
Yes.
Okay, how about now?
Because there's no shared screen. Uh,
Okay, hold on.
okay. Okay, that's it. I think I'm seeing it now. Okay,
All
I'll
right.
leave.
Okay, great. Okay. All right. So this is the place that I was talking about. And, this is one of the lowest points in my life. I just lost my dad, and we were living in really desperate situations. But I learned a very important lesson here, and that is living in this difficult situation. I know that one day I won't have to be. And obviously, at this point, I didn't have any kind of freedom, whether it's time, location, or financial. So, next slide. So this is in Bangkok, Thailand, and it was about 6 months after I quit my call center job and I started working as a virtual assistant. So around at this time, I realized that I can actually work from anywhere as long as I have my laptop and I have a good internet connection. And so that's what I did. I traveled to different parts of the Philippines at first, and when I finally was able to save money, we went to Thailand. But in order to travel, in order to afford being a breadwinner, I was working 10 to 12 hours a day. And that's when I said, I don't want this kind of lifestyle because I feel that I am still trapped. And what I learned here is that you have to know your goals in order to achieve them. It's like, traveling. When you go to another country, you have to find out which specific country it is so that you know the best routes to take, the best airlines, what kind of clothes you have to bring so that you would be able to survive. And then this is in Paris. So after knowing what I know back from the previous slide, I decided that I don't want to just increase my rate and grow vertically. I want to grow horizontally. I want to build a team. And that's when I started my first agency, or I think that was my second agency. So at this stage, I already have location freedom. I would say that because I have my team, I was able to free up my schedule and delegate most of the tasks. And also, I was able to buy and afford some of the things that I once only dreamt of. But I felt that something was still missing. That's when I realized that I was chasing after the wrong things. So the lesson I learned here is that don't just chase after your dream house, your dream cars. You have to chase after your dream lifestyle and how you can help other people. So don't just make it all about you. Okay. And now we are currently staying here in Germany. So we all went here last year after traveling in Asia and then in the US. And I could finally say that I am living the life that I once dreamt of. Um, you know, I am able to spend time with my son. I can walk him to school anytime I want, and my partner gets to do what he loves the most, which is being a dad. And I still get to work. I love working, even though I have an agency. I still make it a point to talk to clients and create new businesses if I can. So, yeah, what I learned here is that systems, people, and smart investment makes up your dream lifestyle. So when I say people, it's not just having the right people on your team, but also giving back and investing in these people. And smart investments, the keyword here is smart. You have to make sure that you are investing in real estate properties or financial investments that will yield results. So I could say that right now we are harvesting the fruits of our some of our passive income. And was it easy? Of course not. It is hard, very hard, but again, not impossible. So I think that if there is someone who can give you a testimony about starting from the bottom and being able to afford traveling and living in another country without making very, I would say, tremendous changes in our lifestyle, that would be me. And two things that helped me here is the mindset and launching my digital business. So let me just sip um, water here. Okay, so, and also I wanted to stress out that whatever stage you are in your life, there is always a lesson to learn. So keep looking for those valuable takeaways and see how it can impact and bring you to the next stage of your life. Okay, in order to become globally empowered, you need to have the global mindset. And I can't stress this enough. A lot of the past speakers during the last 2 days have been talking about mindset transformation. And I just want to make it really, really quick. So, in order to have the global mindset, here are 3 tips. So, one, you always have to be on the move. And I'm not talking about physically moving, because I know a lot of us are still in lockdown. But it's what I mean is that you have to be constantly learning, you have to be constantly growing, whether it's by attending seminars like this, or reading a book, or learning from mentors. Next is prioritize practical over theoretical learning. So, as a student of the German language, this is something that I really struggle with. So, back in the Philippines, I read a lot of books. I even enrolled in German school, but that wouldn't really matter if I don't come out here. And when I go to Starbucks or when I go to the grocery store, I try to speak even though I struggle with my broken German. And at the end of the day, some of them may not be able to understand me, but even if there's one person who is able to understand what I say, that is already a big thing for me. And I know that I am making progress. So don't be afraid to become uncomfortable. Don't be afraid to get out of your comfort zone so that you can practice this second step. Next would be to think big. So again, whatever you feed your mind will find ways on how to do it. So make sure that you exercise those brain muscles regularly. So this picture is actually in Trevi Fountain in Rome. And do you know why Rome became one of the greatest empires in the whole world throughout history? If you have any guess, you can put them in the comments. So the reason is, one of the reasons why they became so successful is that they built roads. So they built roads in order to expand their empire and conquer new territories. And right now, roads may be literally closed, borders are yet to open, but we have a different kind of pathway opening up for us at the moment. Because of this current pandemic, we are experiencing digital transformation. A lot of students are now learning from home. Entrepreneurs can sell their products or services from anywhere, and more companies are hiring remote workers. So we right now have access to these roads. You, wherever you're watching right now, have access to this global market. Roads have opened up for you. So, do you want to build your digital empire? And most importantly, are you ready to build your digital empire? So if your answer is yes, I have a free gift for you at the end of my presentation. So just stay with me. And I just want to cover this very briefly. Why do you want to start a digital business, especially at this time? So some of the reasons are less hassle, low risk and low cost, and high demand. Digital business is one of the hardest businesses to kill because there is always a need for digital services. And if you are starting out, you still don't have any business in mind, You don't need a lot of capital. You don't need to worry about overhead costs. You don't even have to hire a full-time employee because this is something that you can do yourself, or you can hire a freelancer for a minimal fee. Now, I'm going to share with you my 4 steps in order to launch a digital business. And of course, this is a very extensive topic, so I'll just try my best to simplify it as much as possible, but still give you the full details. So number 1 is the niche market discovery. A lot of our speakers talk about picking one niche. So this is very important because this is where you work on your branding, you work on your values, your company values, and your target market. So first step is to choose your specialty. What will you do to help your customers? So this can be a service that you already know. If you are working at a call center, then you can start selling a customer service or technical support. Or if you want to sell a product, this is also something that you can do. So just choose your specialty, identify your target market. Who do you want to work with? Where are they located? Where are they connecting in social media? So this is one of the reasons why I'm still not on TikTok, because my target market, most of them are startup businesses and solo entrepreneurs. They don't have the time to do it. And next would be determine your advantage. How will you differentiate your brand so you can stand out? And this is where competitor research comes in. It's very important that you find out what are your competitors doing right and what are they doing wrong, and how can you improve that so you can have better service, better products. Next would be to craft your niche. So going back to steps 1 to 3, summarize it, make sure that you understand each stage and polish it. Step 2 would be to grow your global market. Marketing, this is where it comes in. So there are many ways to do it. I'm going to talk to you about the top 4. Number 1 would be online marketplaces and platforms. So whether you're selling your services or products, there are already established marketplaces and platforms where you can take advantage in exchange of a minimal fee. For example, if you want to sell virtual assistant services, then you can go to Upwork or you can go to Fiverr. They already have traffic coming in. They already have a client base. So you can already take advantage of that. If you're selling services, you can go to eBay, Amazon, or Etsy. Next would be social media channels. Of course, most of you are familiar with that. Philippines is the social media capital of the world. Next would be your website. And the last would be other digital marketing tools like SEO or newsletter marketing. So you don't have to do all 4. Again, you have to understand where your market is, and then you test. You can try 1 or 2 among these mentioned here, and then see which one is converting for you. Step 3 is fulfillment and delivery. So in order to keep your business running, you need to be able to fulfill and deliver on your services or products. And my personal measurement of being able to do this is to ask yourself, are you able to deliver on time? Are you able to meet deadlines? Number 2, are you delivering good quality? Next is your client happy? At the end of the day, of course, we want satisfied clients. And step 4 is actually very important because this is where you become irreplaceable. You become valuable to the company. Are you contributing to your client's success? Are you solving their problem? Are you fulfilling their needs? The next step would be to scale by leveraging people and systems. And I think this is very important because even at this time where everything is starting to get automated, I think that businesses still need a lot of human touch. The most successful businesses I know, they have good customer service. They have, instead of bots, they actually have humans answering chat or phone. So this is very important. And when you have the right people and the right systems, then that's when you can create a money making machine. And if you have to just focus on three systems, this is what I would recommend. So, first, you need to have an effective lead generation system. Again, there are a lot of ways to generate leads, but what you need here is consistency. You need to be generating leads every day, and you need to be able to measure them. Next would be the sales conversion machine. It doesn't matter how many leads are coming in if you are not able to convert. So when we say sales conversion machine, this can be in the form of a discovery call or a free trial. And lastly, the people machine. Outsource and systematize. And one of the best tips I give to my clients is that one of your first hires should be a general virtual assistant. And not just any GVA, but a Filipino general virtual assistant. Because us Filipinos, we have a big network and we always know someone who can get the work done. So I have a free gift for you. This is a free ebook that you can download. It's 10 plus online businesses you can launch from anywhere in the world. And you can download it from my Facebook page, which I will share later. We will share with you the tools you will need. So this is an example. If you want to start a blog, it contains a little bit of a tidbit and where you can learn for free, as well as the apps or tools that you will need. So again, I would like to thank everyone who's watching. Thank you, Celia. Thank you, Fabio. Everyone who is making up Freedom Summit, as well as all of our speakers. If you want to connect with me, my Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube are pasted here. And of course, I would like to invite you to join our community, Vanna Virtual Assistant Network Asia.
Okay. Thank you, Carrie. Thank you, Carrie. We have so many things, so many engagement here. Somebody said that I agree that even we are working digitally, we have to be sincere with our clients that feel our care and delivering quality products. Yes, love. Love is really engaging with us since day one. I think we already have a winner for our some of our raffles because some of the people here are really from day one, day two, day three, until almost all of the speakers have spoken. They are trying to share their thoughts. No, Carrie, I have a question here. From one of our
Mhm.
all of our audience. They're asking, how did you overcome visa issues when you're traveling? Because when you started speaking in the Freedom Summit, we are very we are very proud when you were talking about your story as a third world digital nomad. Is that right? So can you give us a tip? How did you overcome your visa issues when you're traveling?
Well, it is indeed hard for us Filipinos. And I think one of the things that helped me, of course, as a freelancer, you need to build your financial portfolio. So, as I said, you need to have money in the bank. One of the main concerns of these foreign embassies is they want to make sure that you're secured, you will not overstay, you will be able to depend on yourself. So, I think as long as you can justify that, then it wouldn't be an issue.
That's good because there's so many Filipinos. They think it's very difficult. How can I go around enjoy the digital lifestyle, digital laptop? I no the laptop lifestyle, the digital nomad um, uh, life when it's very difficult from our side, the third world's in living in the third world country to get visa and all those uh, approval. So anyway, you inspired. How many countries were you able to visit na, Kari?
I think about 25. And of course, I was planning to visit more this
Yeah.
year, but we were
So we,
planning to
so
go
we can
back to the
so we can expand Freedom Summit, right? Maybe we'll have
Yeah,
a Freedom Summit in Germany
yes, maybe next year.
maybe next year. So so there. If you have other questions for Carrie, feel free to still send the comments your messages. Full loads of learning, Miss Carrie from Jenny Ann. Thank you, Miss
Thank
Carrie.
you.
Carrie. So many messages, heartwarming messages. Because, like what I said, our guests for the afternoon session are empowered women that help their community step up, rise above all challenges. And most of us, I think, that the main thing is the paying it forward. We were able to get out of the rut. We were able to find a certain niche that we can find be more effective. And because we got the formula, we're sharing it. And thank you, Carrie, for that. And
You're
thank
welcome.
you for your support. I'm always grateful that you're there. Even when you're out of the country, you would always message me still how you can help, how your community can help, and I really appreciate that. Me, Fabio, Charles, the rest of the team appreciate you, your team, the people behind those also who supported us in Freedom Summit One, because the vision is still there. Maybe we tweak a little, but still the idea is for us to develop freedompreneurs around the world. So if you have something, if you have an event, or if you want to remind them of your group, please do so. And then thank you again, Gary.
Thank you, Celia.
Okay, so anyway, just join her group. We will flash it again on the screen. There, it's social me carry. Let me just okay. So now we're almost at the end, and we had powerful guests with us. But all those things, all those things are learnings, tips, strategies, and tricks of the trade. And I'm really very glad that all of you stayed. But I want you to meet real story people with real stories of their freedompreneur journeys, the Freedom Summit Global success stories. I'm very proud to invite our panel guests, because I really feel that without them also, I cannot validate why I'm doing what I'm doing, because whenever I hear their stories, it makes my heart so happy. Literally, whenever I see good stories, or positive stories, or good vibes, because one of our guests is the Good Vibes team. Really, I'm so happy, and because connection, collaboration within the community matters. And if you really are drawn together with one purpose, with one heart to help one another, you create good things. And with this, I would like to bring back my partner in crime. Sometimes I can call him, we're dynamic duo of some sorts, because sometimes he plays the bad cop, I'm the good cop. He loves to protect me. He always has my back. He's the best, collaborating partner. I think, Charles, don't be mad, but because Fabio's here. But no, Fabio has always been there. Whenever I ask him, okay, let me bring back Fabio so that he can comment, because whenever I ask him, Fabio, help me. in Cebu, in wherever, and he would say, "Okay, what time, what day, where will I go?" And then it's just that, friends asking one another or asking someone for backup, and then you don't get to say something, say so many things. They just have your back, they just help you, they just understand what you're going through, what's your vision, and that's it. And I'm so happy that I have Fabio with me here, and in the team outside, Charles and the others, Jendi, Albert, and the rest of the team. I'm really happy that we are bonded together with one vision to be able to help people and give more sustainable, lifestyle for everyone. So Fabio, how are you? Did you take a nap?
Actually, I took a long walk because I've been sitting on this chair for far too long. In the past 3 days, I think I was sitting down 16, 17 hours, and it's not the most comfortable chair in the world. So I had to move up.
Yeah.
But I think I'd like to spend, first of all, thank you, of course. And I am sure that Charles will get back on me about these nice words you say, because he's going to make fun of me all the time. But I think it's double meaningful, especially when you work remotely, because Cecilia and I and the other people in the team haven't met at least in 3 months. But we also met before that, when we were still hoping to organize a real life event before COVID-19 came up, and then we had the lockdown. I think it's very important that what you said about trust, about making sure that you have each other's back, because of course you can do and achieve a lot online. This is what we've been talking about for the past 3 days, and I'm not going to say it's not true. At the same time, this works even better if you don't need to check on each other all the time, and you know that the other person is going to do their part of the job, that you can trust even if they're not around. To work outside an office environment, and this I am telling to the people that still are working 9 to 5. Yes, you do have a lot of frictions, because sometimes your boss is just a pain in the rear end, and your colleagues are not nice. But at the same time, you see them every day, and as a human being, you're used to it. So when you develop a relationship, especially working from far away, Charles is in another country, he's in Indonesia, and even Celia and I that live in different parts of Manila, it was like I could have stayed in Italy for the whole time, because we couldn't meet anyway. So I think it's very important you develop a nice relationship. And I think also the people that are coming up on stage now with us learned that with us, because they were involved in our first series, in our first season.
Okay, I'll bring the people that we will interview today, but let me just let me just do it while they're here. This is David Ebarle, one of our volunteers from Freedom Summit 1. Crystal Mugar, one of our very, very creative volunteer also. She's been helping us with the branding last year. We have Kimberly here. I think she still doesn't have his mic camera on. So there. Yes, Kimberly is there. So what can we say about this? This Joel and Jewel are good vibes.
Hey! Hello, Freedom Summit.
Hi.
So
hello, Fabio.
I invited them because all these talks will not matter if you don't have proof. This is the proof of why we're doing what we're doing. Most of the time, when we go to an event or something, we collaborate or we listen, or we just, after that, 2 days, 3 days later, we forget about it. But these people, what they did, they put what they learned or who they met into use, in a good use, because they were able to get collaborations globally in different countries. Some of them even traveled with us. Some of them traveled around with their new collaborating partner. And some of them now who started in working in the corporate field is now earning six six figures, 6 digit, and they will tell their story. Bef- but before that, let me just let me just give a moment of let's just give a moment of silence for one lady who was with us. Oh, I might cry, so I don't want to cry. If we can share a photo of Crystal, can you share a photo of Miss Anne Delgado? Oh, my
Wow.
voice is breaking. Yeah, because I want to thank her also. She was part of Freedom Summit. Oh my God, my voice is breaking. She's part of Freedom Summit. This is let me share and some. This is Anne. She's part of Freedom Summit. She's Fabio. Can you continue? I cannot continue
Yes,
because
and I
yeah.
think she still is part of Freedom Summit. She played a role in our first season. We
Yeah.
worked with her, and unfortunately, life sometimes gives you very bad surprises. So she's now with us working, but I think she lives on in our spirit, in our work together, and teamwork. And she was a very active player, and if I can recall, with a very nice smile, and we'd like to say with grace under fire, which is always useful when you work under pressure and there are so many deadlines to meet. So we all are going to miss her, but at the same time, I think that she is with us today. So Celia, I think
Yeah.
that
Thank
that's a
you.
very good
Yeah.
example of what of the little magic that you can develop when you're working with nice people. And I think we said that time and time again that one of the big values of Freedom Summit Global, but not just ours, of every group that works well together online, it is really to share the same vision, but also to be with nice people. I had a lot of fun with every single one of you. I had laughs. I was upset because sometimes you get upset and then you keep working. And I think that's exactly the spirit that we should have. But maybe we want these guys to talk a little bit.
Yes. Okay. Can we the topic of this is our success stories as freedompreneurs coming from Freedom Summit. What changed after you attended or you got to be part of the first season of Freedom Summit? So others will also be inspired that whatever they learned from the 3 day event, if they put it into action, they might also get some of the things that you are now enjoying. So let me give the floor to David. David, can you introduce yourself? Sorry, I will.
Yeah,
That's not David.
yeah, my name is David. I am a Filipino remote work advocate, a video editor, an animated, graphic designer, and a WordPress backend support. My story started 2 years ago when I volunteered as a graphic designer, video editor, during the first Freedom Summit, and
David, I think
there
I
was.
cannot hear you.
Oh, sorry.
Can you just,
All
okay.
right.
Okay, there.
All right, thank you so much. Yeah, my name is David. I am a Filipino remote work advocate, a video editor, graphic designer, and a WordPress backend support.
Okay. Can you tell us a story how you were able to step forward or move forward from your university life before to a freedompreneur who's earning something that is going to inspire our guest.
Yeah, sure. My story started 2 years ago when I volunteered as a video editor and a graphic designer during the Freedom Summit. I was actually working closely with the founder of Freedom Summit and together with Celia. And before I was like working 12 hours a day, as a university instructor, but I'm earning, the same, a Filipino type of salary. But now, because of Freedom Summit, before I was like, okay, I don't want to speak here because I'm kind of introvert person, but I had a time with Celia. We talk about it, and I was like, I feel like I'm gonna be so selfish if I'm not gonna share my story with you guys. From earning like 15,000, I'm actually earning right now 6 digits because of the Freedom Summit.
Wow, that is amazing. Amazing, amazing, amazing. So thank you, David. And then we'll have stories later. We'll have our stories later. But how about Crystal? Let's put. Oops, sorry. Let's put Crystal. Crystal, yeah. Wait, wait. I
Hi,
think. Okay, game.
thank you so much for having me here. My name is Crystal. I am a virtual assistant and a graphic designer and also a social media manager. Yes, I'm one of the pioneers of the Freedom Summit last year.
Okay. Crystal is now in Canada, and for last year, she's helping us. She's been helping us with the branding and all the creative. So I think Crystal's story is also similar to David because she was able to collaborate with our international partners, and now she's also working for them. Another guest is. Wait, let me put Kimberly. Wait. Uh,
Hi, good
Kim is Kim. Yes, good afternoon, Kim. Kim has been joined us in our Southeast Asian tour. She helped us with all our technical stuff and especially the setting up of Freedom Summit season 1. How are you, Kim?
All right. Thank you for mentioning all of those. I really feel bad that I was not very helpful this time. But yeah, remembering those when I was helping Freedom Summit, it is actually where the journey started. So I have been working for like almost a decade now. I started 2011, but I haven't really got my success because I was complacent. I was complacent that I was earning more than the average Filipino is earning. So I was complacent. But when I started to be with the speakers and the delegates of the Freedom Summit Global, I started to, try to improve myself more. So I'm very thankful.
Thank you, Kim. Kim helped us with so many things last year. Also, before this online summit, she's also helping me with some structures for the live summit. But because of the pandemic, the live didn't happen. So uh, there. Thank you, Kim. Next on our panel is the Good Vibes group. So Joel and
Hi,
Jewel, Joel
Celia.
and Jewel
Hi,
are
Robert.
the power couple that joined Freedom Summit. But the story says she was initially with they were initially with me during some small workshops, and then from there the story started where they always try to help us with our videos, with our photography requirements. So yeah, tell us some of your updates. You have a new house, I think. Yeah. Can
Yeah,
you
Yeah.
we have a new house, care of the Freedom Summit.
I was asking
Yeah,
Joel and Jewel, can you can you join us because we want success stories on and then Joel said, no, I cannot join because we're not successful. We're very, very, very successful. And this is so and this really is so fun to know. I'm so happy to know that that everyone is thriving and also getting collaboration projects with their collaboration partners all around the globe. I
mhm.
think yeah, can you give us some story, Joel and Jewel? Maybe you can share something for us. Oh, that's not
Yeah.
Joel and Jewel.
That's Joan. Yeah.
Oh, wait.
Okay. So
Yeah.
yeah, this is for the viewers. So true story. Before Freedom Summit, we were just starting with freelancing. We have no clients. Our skill sucks. Uh, and then Freedom Summit came. We started to learn video editing, and then we met a lot of speakers at the Freedom Summit, and then which became our client. This is international speakers. And then we enhance our skills. At that time, we were doing everything: social media management, graphic design, video editing. And then over the course of the months, we niched down into video editing. So we are only focused now on video editing because it's less stressful. Yeah. And then, um, so we're doing video editing. So we got one client from Malaysia, another from US, and then one from the UK. And then, yeah, and it's grown down. We have set up our home office. We bought dual monitors. We bought storage. We bought good laptops, and yeah, we were earning good due to freelancing. That's our success story.
Yeah.
I'd like to say that we didn't pick them up because they
Our career
suck,
in
because we
freelancing.
saw potential in them. There was a lot of potential, and they were able to develop that potential. He's just too modest, as usual Filipino styles. They were already good, but I guess that through the adventures of Freedom Summit, also around Southeast Asia, they were able to develop even much better skills. But it is also about getting to know the person and getting to know what they can do and how they behave with the clients. And so I think it's not just a technical element. There's always a soft skill in it, and they did a great job. And I think what happened the year after proved that they really did a fantastic work.
Yes, yes. So
Thank you,
there.
Fabo.
Yeah. Now, can we also hear some stories from David? Because last time I had the chance to meet him, he was sharing a similar story. How he's so proud that he got several accounts with international partners. David, can you share some of your stories?
Yeah. All right. Right now, I'm working as an executive assistant of a company based in California, and you know what? If there's no, without this COVID, I might be in Bali right now and then traveling to California because I will be helping with the creatives of my client. But due to this lockdown, I'm stuck here in the province of Mindanao. And also, I'm working as well as a media assistant based in UK. And Fabio mentioned about it's not all about the skills, but actually is actually really right because your attitudes, your work ethic, it matters really. Your responsiveness as a digital nomad or as a person working, at home is really important. Right now, I got another client again. I didn't search for a client. I was just referred by my current client, and that's the reason being why I'm reaching six digits right now. And right now, I'm slowly transitioning my service into an outsourcing service in a digital solution company together with Crystal. There's a lot of clients of mine are actually asking, like, David, can you refer someone? Or do you know someone who can work on this? It's really all about the trust. It's not just all about the skills and your proficiency in English and all, but the trust and your responsiveness is also one of the keys.
Thank you, David. That's very inspiring. Um, Crystal, can you share us your story also? Maybe you can share us a bit of your story because after Freedom Summit, Crystal is already working for someone in Malaysia.
Yes. So last year, before the Freedom Summit, I really don't have any income at all. I am very reliant to my husband's work. So then our late coach Anne introduced me to the virtual assistant course. So with David, of course. So we volunteered at Freedom Summit. And then while the Freedom Summit was ongoing, I was able to meet a lot of speakers online. I was able to connect with them. And after the most especially, you know him, in DMC, Charles. He
Yeah.
I was connected to him, and then I was hired, and then after the Freedom Summit, I was hired again from a U.S. company. So it was really a blessing. After that, I was able to say that I have my own income. So right now I am here in Canada. I'm enjoying my stay here in Canada while working at home. So I'm very thankful, very, very thankful for Freedom Summit. So this is my success story.
Thank you, Crystal. Thank you. Okay, I want to talk to Kim because Kim, I don't know how she would tell her story, but for me, because we wanted someone to help us who's so efficient to operate everything while we're while we're all busy speaking. We brought along we brought Kim in Southeast Asian road tour, the trip. So Kim, can you tell us also your story?
Okay, thank you, Ate Sel. So, yep, actually, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. All right. So again, I have started working online for like 9 years, almost a decade now. But I was just jumping from one kind of work to another, from simple research to another, virtual assistant, SEO, marketing, web design. So there was no, focus. But then when I started to be with the Freedom Summit Global team, I was able to like mingle with the speakers and the delegates. So I learned a lot from it. I was also traveling with them. And then I also started traveling by myself. So yeah, that's when I decided to be a digital nomad. I have been traveling like 9 countries now. And then, yeah, this happened. So I was so depressed because of that. But yeah, I went on a virtual recluse, but I'm coming out again, and I'll be the digital Kimberly. So now I'm launching my digitalkimberly.com website and focusing on web design. Thank you.
Celia,
Oh,
if you don't
amazing.
mind, all of them are on the road to success, but they are not too far away from the starting point to remember how it was when they started. So, since there are many people that are watching us that are at the very beginning of their journey, I would like from each of them a very quick piece of advice, just few words on those who are beginning now or willing to begin, based on your own experience. What can you say? What is that triggered you? What can you say to somebody who's about to start and is now where you were a year or a year and a half ago?
Okay, before they answer, I would like to remind everybody that our Facebook live might be cut, but we're still on all the pages using the YouTube, because our event is not yet over. The prizes will still be given, and we have to give our final talk for Freedom Summit. But yeah, can you give us tips how you how can you give us tips for the people who's listening right now, how they can start or how can they handle, especially those who don't have any, who cannot start yet, or yeah, it's up to you, like David, can you give us some tips right now?
Um, yeah, first of all, I'd like to thank everyone who's watching right now. For anyone who's listening and watching right now, or to aspiring VAs, the tips that I could give to you is you just have to persevere in your commitment. If you guys would commit, to work online or to be part of an online industry like what we're doing right now, you just have to be committed because these skills can be learned. I started as a VA. I didn't really know anything. I just started last year, but I committed all of my time to advance my skills, and that's how I got here right now. That's it.
Yes, I totally agree with David. Actually, right now, during the pandemic, grab the opportunity to learn more. There are a lot of tutorials on YouTube. Now, the international speakers, they have a lot of to offer, right? They are also There are a lot of courses online that are 50% off, 75% off. So please, please learn and learn, and then you will be able to enhance those skills. And then when you apply for a job, and then that's it. That will be the start of your success story.
You, Crystal. Kim, what is your tip?
All right. So I have been saying this for like years now to some of my friends. So yeah, just focus on one thing that you love to do. Just don't be like jumping from one another like I did. So focus on one thing and just keep learning, and then don't be complacent. Just keep learning and improving. Thank you.
Wow, that's so cool. Because if you focus on what you do, at least you will, make sure that that skill will be, well, you will be upgrading a skill that can help you with whatever you're doing right now. So, can I have also a tip from the power couple? Wait.
Go. Hi. My tip is you have to start now because people are afraid of starting because they might fail. But our stories are we started we started before Freedom Summit, and we didn't know everything. We didn't know about graphic design and video editing. But because we wanted a life of digital nomad, we started and we learned everything from scratch, like everything. We have no good gadgets, a laptop back then, but we just like David said, you have to persevere and learn everything and trust the process because you don't know what will happen, but always trust the process and start now. There are a lot of tutorials online, so you can learn everything. Yeah, so that's my tip.
Right. Pati ako.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah. So as the quote says, jump and you will have wings. Yeah. The wings will develop along the way. Yeah. And lastly is, which is based on experience, is everything is about fear. It has been always a battle, constant battle between fear that and your self-doubt. So if you conquer that fear and that doubt, self-doubt, that you can do it and you trust your skills, yeah, you can do it and you can talk to these people, no matter how big or how, no matter where they are from part of the world, that, yeah, so it's self-belief.
We got some of the tips. Connect us in YouTube. We're in the YouTube page of FH Moms. I think in a few minutes we will be cut in Facebook, but we're still going to continue the interview. So, Fabio, what can you say about their tips?
I think they're in the perfect spirit of Freedom Summit Global. We never try to pretend that we are more than who we are, and I think that's our strength. We never were afraid of being authentic. And as the two of us like to say, we like people who talk the talk and walk the walk. In this kind of business, there is one saying which is fake it until you make it. And I don't believe in that. Of course, sometimes you will have to pose yourself like somebody who is willing to learn and willing to do, and you don't have to put your weaknesses in the front. But at the same time, I think that nowadays people are able to see through you. Competition is so strong that comparison is always around the corner. So if they see something wrong in you, clients don't come to you, they go somewhere else. And I think what David was saying before, being referred by others is always the best. Because it works on trust. We all like to think that it's a number of skills put on a nice presentation or on a website, but in the end is the result, is the work, is how you interact with the clients, your partners, the kind of reputation you build. So I'm not saying that websites are not useful and nice presentations are not important. They all are. They all help to contribute to build your personality and your professionality. But at the same time, I still think that the human factor is very important. And out there are so many people in this world that pretend they are so much better than they are. But I think at the same time, it's kind of easy. Maybe because I'm older than you guys, so I've been around the block a few times. But I think you also are able to understand when somebody is either being sincere or is not. So I think that's the key, one of the keys to success, other than the other work, 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 and maybe more work.
Yeah.
I think we got very inspiring tips from our freedompreneurs who came from Freedom Summit Global Season 1, and we hope that it would also inspire you to step up and try to do some of the tips. Try to use some of the tips that you learned from the 3 days summit. It was not easy putting all this together, but the reason why we're doing what we're doing is because of we see Kim, David, Joel and Jewel, Crystal, and other friends who were able to, find a certain niche for them to thrive in this very, like what Mommy Lay said, in a very noisy world of digital, in the digital sphere. They find a niche that helps them now to be able to buy what they want, work with whoever they want to work with, work when they want, where. So now for me, we were able to create different remote offices. And I'm very proud of that because like Crystal, Kim, David, Joel, and Joel, even if they're coming from batch 1, from season 1, they're still giving us, assistance. They still are guiding us. They're still helping us with all the technical stuff. This combined or the collective effort of season 1 and the small team of season 2 makes this event really successful, and I'm very happy that we are blessed to have a very good team with us. So with that, if you have any like announcement of your YouTube channel or your Facebook, or how they can connect with you, because even if you're earning 6 digits, I think a little more, one more digit won't hurt, because let's add more. Let's add more digits to that, David. So if you want to promote your gigs and whatever you're doing right now, services, now is the time. David.
Yeah, guys, if possible, guys, please follow my page. It's David, the virtual assistant. I'm actually using it as my portfolio, but I decided that I have a lot of friends that are messaging, how did you do it? So I actually created 2 ebooks already, how to create a compelling or headline, how to optimize your LinkedIn and your Instagram. I'm actually using it right now, and I have the superhero post. So basically, I'm also working as a self-made content strategist. So I have 3 books rather. So I'm sorry. So I'm going to post it to my Facebook page, and you can actually use it as your reference. Or maybe you can be a self-made content strategist as well. So I'll be posting the ebooks that I created, and you can just grab it, study it, and implement it.
Thank you, David, for that. Please write your Facebook page or something in the comment so that they can follow you. Okay, Crystal, do you have anything to say?
Yes, please follow my Facebook page. This is new, so there's not much really to look at, but I am really aiming to give tips how to do Canva, some very little tips, easy steps on how to do graphics. That's my goal. So it's La Petite Artist. Facebook page. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, we will write, Crystal. We will write and engage in the comment section so that they can follow you. Kim, you have a page, and where can they connect with you?
Thank you, Ate Sel. Thank you, Fabio. Thank you, Joel and Joel, Crystal, and David. I'm so happy to be part of the Freedom Summit. Please follow me on Instagram, Digital Kimberly. My website is digitalkimberly.com. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Kim. Okay, the power couple.
You always say we're the power couple. Yeah. So the power couple will do 7 digits.
The very very successful power couple, where can they connect with you? And really, you have been very modest with your talent. Fabio is saying that we didn't get you because you don't know, or you have an eye. You have an eye for all these creative works, the videos that you did prior to Freedom Summit. I was a fan of your YouTube videos, and maybe the way how you angle things, how you do the video editing. So that became a niche market for you, and I think that's also the reason why you stepped up. But what I think Joel and Joel is saying is that before, even if with the limited resources, they were able to find ways to get some gig and collaborate with some people. What more now when they're earning enough to give you to give their clients a better quality, better service, but for sure still affordable, because if not affordable, then maybe that will be for everyone to get in touch with you. So give us your contact details, Joel and Jewel.
Yeah. jewelcreativelab.com. That's our website. Jewel Creative Lab Facebook page.
Okay.
That's it.
Thank you,
Thank you,
thank you,
Sel.
thank you for the stories, the inspiring stories. We still have one more because one of our partners, Coach Jendi, wants to end also Freedom Summit. It's like putting it all together with a video about financial freedom. We are like most of the guests here. They're enjoying location and time freedom. But with Coach Jen D, she will give us a bit some tips that we can bring, uh, write in our notepad to complete everything that we've learned right now. And this is about financial freedom. So with that, I would like to thank everyone. And later, me and Fabio will be back. But for now, we'll give you our last speaker. And please stay, because after the talk of Coach Jendi, she will give us five. Please join, because she will give us five personal accident insurance worth 100,000 each, for everyone who will be engaging also. Yeah, so join us later. And wait, let me just put Joyce first out. So there. So thank you for our freedompreneurs, and thank you for inspiring everyone. Please connect with our attendees and help them to start over and rise above all these things that's happening. Fabio.
Yes, one last remark for them. We're very glad that in different ways they are grateful to us. We are not asking for money back, but we are asking for you to do the same thing we did for you. Whenever you have the chance, give somebody else an opportunity. Whenever you can, if you think that they deserve it, try and help them out like we did with you. And I'm sure you will feel the same way Celia and I feel about you. Very proud and very happy. Good luck, guys.
Thank
Hey.
you. Freedom. Okay, thank you. Okay, we have to finish this off with a very, very important, talk from Coach Jendi, one of our partners in Freedom Summit. Let me just close this. And there. Oh, wait, sorry. Bye. Let me just. Bye. Okay. So Fabio, let's leave this event with a very very strong talk about financial freedom also, because this is very important. I was the person that will speak right now is also our my financial planner, and I've been very blessed to understand what it is that I need. I came from a situation where I don't have anything. I cannot afford to have this time, location, and financial independence. But because I was listening to this person, and she was like helping me. She's a fellow life coach. She was helping me, at least find the right formula for my sought after freedom. This I want to share with you. So before we end, and then before we give our gifts from MK, from All Care, from Crew Life, stay tuned. Also, all this we will give it. We will upload some of the valuable insights in our community, Freedom Summit Global Community. Please join us. We will be back, but just listen first to the presentation of one of our founders. Wait, can I remove? Okay, okay, okay. This is Coach Jendi. She's a registered financial planner and co-founder here for our Freedom Summit Global 2, and she will talk about financial independence. Okay. Can we get Joyce? Can you help us? Okay, I think Joyce is having a bit of a technical problem. Okay, there. So please, Joyce, if you can put it in the much larger screen, I would appreciate it. And yeah, let's start.
Hi, Freedom. I'm Jen. I'm a level up coach, and I'd like to take this opportunity to thank you for being with us for the last 3 days. And I'd like to congratulate the team behind this huge event. Thank you for bringing all of us here in this kind of platform. Now, I know that you've heard 30 plus speakers for the last 3 days regarding time, money, and location freedom. Now, my challenge to you today is about ACT. It's all ACT, adapt, conquer, and transform. So I'd like to start off my talk with regards to a question. And that is, imagine a world of freedom for you. Maybe for the last 3 days, you've had a lot of breakthroughs and insights about the facts that the powerful coaches and speakers have presented to you. Maybe you're thinking about your freedom with regards to your time with your family. Probably this pandemic had given you an opportunity to think of the career that you really want to have in your life. And of course, even right after this pandemic, maybe you're still thinking of traveling the world, right? So you've heard them speak about your time, your own money, and your own location freedom. So I'd like you to get back to this, your breakthrough and your execution, because nothing's going to happen if you've listened to a lot of us, you've gotten a lot of breakthroughs and insights, but you got to act, because execution really matters after this. And so I'd like to start off with the 28,000 days, and this is an idea from Dr. Sanjay Pigalani. He is an insurance champion, and he says that on average, we only have 28,000 days to live. So if we put it on a pie chart, we have 4 quadrants. That's 0 to 20, 20 to 40, 40 to 60, and 60 to 80 or 8100. So there are 4 quadrants. Now the first quadrant, this is is the time that you study and play. You were dependent on your parent, right? And then the second quadrant, this is the time that all firsts happen, like your first child, your first house, your first car, and other investments. And of course, this is the time that you get married, you get into a relationship, and you build your dreams around your family. Now, the third quadrant, all second happen. Maybe your second child, your second investment, such as your house or car, probably. And for some, it's second marriage. There is the crucial thing. When you reach the age of 60, this is the time that you are already retired. Aside from the fact that you need to have at least a huge amount of money to sustain you with your basic needs from 60 to around 80 or 100 years old. The thing is, this is also the time that you think about your significance or purpose, right? But guess what? Today's generation, they think that they don't have to reach the age of 40, 50, or 60 to find your significance, because significance is actually present in all these four quadrants. So again, for the last 3 days, maybe you have resonated with the other powerful coaches. And so one of the things I'd like to ask you is to check and follow those coaches that resonate with you, so that you'll be able to enhance your life. Remember that we only have 28,000 days to live. So execution really matters. So another question. What's next for you? What's next for me? And what's next for everybody? So again, I'd like to focus on the three areas of execution, that is adapt, conquer, and transform. Now, this is the new normal. You've got to adapt, and whatever things you have control of, you have to maximize it. Maybe this is the time to reflect, check on the skills that is relevant to you that you can put on online, or maybe is there a product or service that matters to you that you can really offer into the market today? Because in reality, hashtag either you change or you die. That's right. So if you're not going to take into action all of the things,
Let me, because it's very difficult to listen to this the tech, because there's technical difficulty that we're experiencing with Coach Jen D's talk. How can we do this? I think the best way to give this we can give the link of this talk, of this video, to everyone in the email, and we will give you, this will be the last part of our topic, the financial freedom. So part of it, because all this we are giving you a copy, but for you to understand, I think it's best to share it directly to your email or to the community page. So let's go to the let's go to the raffle. No, Coach Jendi, I hope you understand, because it's very difficult to listen to the choppy
But
messages.
the video can be downloaded. And also, I'd like to remind you and take the opportunity that everything you've seen in these past 3 days will still be available. It will be on YouTube, it will be on our page, but also I think in the future we will chop it up in different pieces and reuse it, so for you to have a look at your favorite speakers or your favorite moments. You will get to see the bloopers as well, because we had some bloopers during these 3 days. But I think that it is important that also this last presentation of Coach Jendi is extremely interesting for financial independence. So please download it whenever you get the chance through our own different platforms and channels. So it's time for the freebies, Celia.
Yeah, let's Joyce, can you help us with the freebies? Who are our winners for the Pro Life of UK and Coach Jendy's gift? Do we have our winners? Let me just check.
I have to say, in the meanwhile, while you do the checking, that I was very appreciative of many of you that have sent comments, support, questions. or sometimes making it very difficult, because what you don't know is that while I'm looking at the camera with the corner of my eye, I'm also looking at the different comments and deciding to pick the meaningful ones. So thank you very much for the hundreds and hundreds of comments that I was able to see, and I used many of them. So I think also some of the gifts, Cecilia, should go to the people that have been supporting us with questions and ideas, suggestions also for the future.
Yes, yes, for sure. So we have some winners, I think. Let me check our production chat group.
Anyway, while
Who
you look for the winners, I also like to remind you that we are here to stay. We are not just one webinar and one show, and that's about it. Our page will be active. We have a website. You can find us on YouTube as well. And I think there's also an email that you can ask for information. Help me out to remind me, is info@freedomsummitglobal.com. Is that correct, Celia?
for the winners, info@freedomsummitglobal.com. Yeah.
Exactly. So please become members of our community. In the future, we will send you information. We will be able to be in touch with you and try and make the most out of what we have learned together in the past 3 days.
Okay. I think let me just check the winner, because we are talking about love is one of our winners.
Oh,
because,
yes. She was
yeah.
very helpful. Very helpful. Thank you, love.
Yeah, we will send her a message. Also, Maria, we got a message here. Maria Teresa, she also won. Yeah. Also, Anne Latigay, who else? Maria Teresa Cruz. We also have okay, some of them they're just trying to compile, and we are going to send the links for the True Life accident insurance. We will give 5 names in our group. Also, we will put it in our comment panel. And then yeah, so I think that's it. We're almost done. All Care, we're thankful with All Care. We're also giving we're just going to check so that you will know who shared the hashtag the most and who shared the link the most. We will have a screenshot and put it on our Freedom Summit Global community and page. Please join us in those pages. Thank you for our volunteers. Thank you for our amazing, awesome speakers, for our hosts, Fabio and Diane, for our venture partner, DMC in Malaysia, Charles, Noor, Nadira, the rest of the team, our backup tech and social media, Millicent and Joyce, Belle, our branding, graphic designer, so many people to thank.
Charles,
Charles,
without Charles, nothing would have been possible, of course.
I know, I said DMC, the DMC, but wait, let me just ask them to post something here. We will post it in our page, but let me ask Joyce to post this one, because I want to say thank you to these people. We are going to post our team in the page before we leave. And yeah, so Fabio, if you have any last words for our 3-day summit.
Hopefully not the last words in general, just last words for this event. Yes, I'd like to say that it's been a pleasure to get to know you better, not just the speakers, but the many people that sent comments and were very supportive. And I hope, and I am pretty confident that we were able to keep our promise. I don't know how many of you were with us in the very beginning, but when I opened the Freedom Summit Global 3 days ago, although it feels like 3 weeks ago, I said that we will be granting you 3 wishes. The wish of the time independence, the wish of the financial independence and the wish of the location independence. Obviously, this is a road to success. So now it's up to you to think about it, to see what you found most interesting and most suited to your needs. It doesn't have to happen overnight. Probably many of the quotes that you heard will just bounce in your head. For me, I bring home two in particular. One, it was from Scott Payton. There's never an excuse not to learn. And this is, I think it's a fantastic quote. And the other one is from our oldest speaker. I think he was 84 years old, if I'm not mistaken. And Dennis Waitley said, I was taking notes as well while I was working with you. And he said, you hold your own passport to your own success. So there's no excuse. Now you got the tools, you got the experts, you have an organization that's here to stay, Freedom Summit Global. You have Celia Jacob that organized all of this event, and she is the boss, and she is the heart and soul of everything we did, and she kept us together, always with a smile on her face, and I think now she can relax and collapse for at least a couple of days. But I think on my side, it was a fantastic adventure. Being an Italian in the Philippines is an incredible journey. I met so many fantastic people, and it was very easy for me to mingle with the Filipinos. But although we want to bring the Philippines to the world and the world to the Philippines, this is a global event. So thank you for those who follow us from Kuwait, from Singapore, from France, from Italy as well. Some of my friends and people from schools as well from Italy followed us, and the States and Canada and Africa. We want to grow. We are here to stay. We are here for the long term, and definitely we're going to be here at the latest next year, if not anytime earlier. Do we have anything more to say, Celia?
So, and thank you, Fabio. Again, I want to thank everyone who made this possible. I want to thank the speakers, the volunteers, the team, DMC, Charles, everyone. And we will have master classes. You will see the recordings. You can choose who you want to collaborate or connect with or have coaching. So just join Freedom Summit Global Community, Freedom Summit Group. And learn like what our freedompreneur panel said. You just start. There's no better way to do it but to start now. Having said that, I think there's nothing more to say. Fabio, you're always there and you're always giving us this inspiration. What is our last word? You are
free.
Okay, bye.